everybody, and a warm welcome to the Castellet circuit in the south of France, about 45 minutes drive out of Marseille. We're at Circuit Paul Ricard, at a damp Circuit Paul Ricard, for the beginning of the second race of the season, the 4 hours of Le Castellet, set to start in around 25 minutes time. All the races this year beginning at midday. Now, we've had the rain that may well persist for the next 25 minutes or so, but then the first couple of hours, although a shower is likely, looking a lot better on the forecast, the final 2 hours should be completely dry. But that means the unpredictable nature of this next 4 hours of racing is very high indeed, particularly because in the GT category, it'll be all the bronzes out for the first stint. It may even be the case for LMP2 Pro-Am as well. So definitely tyre choice is a delicate situation, walking a tightrope. Now, if you're new to the European Le Mans Series, Steph Wentworth can tell you all you need to know. Before we hear from Steph, we will remind you of where we're travelling to around the world in a moment. But let's get to Steph to tell you all about the championship.
What is the European Le Mans Series, you may ask? The ELMS is a premier endurance racing series featuring 6 races across the season, held at the top racetracks across Europe. Teamwork is a vital aspect of ELMS, as professional and amateur drivers work together in teams of 2 or 3 and share the driving duties of their car. There are 4 categories of racing cars in ELMS: LMP2, which is the top class, LMP2 Pro-Am, LMP3 and LMGT3. These classes compete alongside one another for 4 hours at each event. Across all 4 of these classes, there is a record-breaking 44 entries this season and 10 different manufacturers. They are competing not just for the European crown, but also for the ultimate prize, an automatic invitation to the 2026 24 Hours of Le Mans, awarded to the top teams in each category. The absolute best part is that fans are at the forefront of the action, with affordable ticketing and incredible access across the weekend. And for those of you at home, you won't miss a thing, as you can catch all of the thrilling action live on our YouTube channel and FIAWEC.tv.
The fantastic Steph Wentworth, who we'll be hearing plenty more from throughout the course of the race in the pit lane and also during the podium interviews as well, when we have a result at just after 4 o'clock this afternoon. So Paul Ricard serving as the second stop on this European mini tour. Many European Le Mans Series teams, of course, will be then focused entirely on France again next month for the 24 Hours of Le Mans, although that in itself does not form part of this championship. But we've got trips to look forward to in the near future, to Italy, to Belgium, back to the UK and Silverstone in September, and we complete our year in Portimão. We began things, of course, 4 weeks ago in Barcelona, and that was a thoroughly enjoyable race. And Graham Goodwin, who's dailysportscars.com's editor, joining me as always. We had an unusual result in only the second time in the history of the ELMS, a Pro-Am LMP2 team come home with the overall victory.
Yeah, well, a little bit of disruption left it wide open for the 83 car from AF Corsa. Let's look back, though, to just how that all came about.
Yeah, so the Porsches and the Ferraris and the Aston Martins and the Mercedes all hit the road. I probably missed one there, apologies. But anyway, the 59 of Clément Matur, several attempts at taking pole, and he probably could have done it 1 or 2 times over, because pit stopping halfway through for a fresh set of tyres just made the Frenchman even quicker, much to the delight of Owen Bastard and Valentin Hasclot. Valentin couldn't quite believe how quick that Aston Martin was, and the 59 car will start from the front row. Then it was the turn of the baby prototypes, the LMP3s, 10 of those from 10 individual teams, and CLX Motorsport are in a rich vein of form. They lead the championship with Paul Lancher, Theodore Jensen and Adrian Clomenil, who is the regular qualifier, and that is now back-to-back pole positions from Barcelona and here in Le Castellet. CLX also going great guns in the Michelin Le Mans Cup. LMP2, there are multi-layers within this, because if you have a bronze in your lineup, then you're in LMP2 Pro-Am, and it's a bronze-only session for 15 minutes. PJ Hyatt, I mean, his career has been really going up and up on the graph in recent seasons, but this was where he really arrived in Europe as far as the LMP2s are concerned. A real head-to-head fight with Giorgio Roda, and Roda's been the qualification specialist, but rather PJ Hyatt put him in the shade. And then a first ever pole outright for inter-Europol competition yesterday, with the first qualifying for Nick Yellerly, and he stuck it right on the front row, that yellow-nosed 43 car. So an excellent effort from the Polish squad, and we look forward to Nick's stints later on. He's the platinum in that lineup. Tom Dillman was doing the qualifying in Barcelona with some success, but it'll be Kuba Śmiechowski to start the 43 car from the pole position, and he will start alongside, and bear in mind it's driver's left for the pole position in this particular racetrack, even though it is a clockwise circuit. Ollie Gray will start alongside in the VDS Panis racing car number 48, the very recognisable Paul Ricard sign. Not the typical south of France weather, though. We had that on Thursday and Friday, but some showers passing through the region yesterday. Actually, some thunderstorm warnings from the local Met Office this morning. So, yeah, it's been a difficult beginning to Sunday in the paddock. You've had to try and find shelter, or if not, an umbrella. And now tyre choice, absolutely critical for this first stint, Graham.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a mix of slick and wet weather tyres in the cars right now. So keep an eye on what's going on in the background. You can see there behind Jamie Chadwick and Danny Jungdella, the Genesis Magna Racing side of EDEX Sport, keeping their options open to the last moment. This is the Martin Berry qualified Iron Lynx Mercedes AMG. Was pole position first time out, didn't quite get there this time. Martin looking forward to this race and racing again next weekend for the team. He's just taken over duties as the new bronze driver in the WEC for their number 61 car. So plenty of fans here. Busy autograph session this morning. VDS Panis. There's Olivier Panis there on the left-hand side of the screen. Charles Malaysi on the right. Moving to the front row of LMGT3. Second in the session, number 55, Spirit of Race, Ferrari 296 GT3, in the hands of Duncan Cameron. That's Dunk there, without the cap. David Perel with the red cap, and the black cap, of course, Matteo Grifoni, the infamous Italian-Irishman.
Yeah, that's a mantle that you've sort of self-imposed upon him, but he
doesn't get a choice.
He likes it, so it's okay. We get away with it. Now, 59 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin. Racing Spirit of Le Mans no stranger to pole positions within category, but Clément Martin feels like he's really arrived on the ELMS scene. Erwin Bastard with the specs, and to his left, our right, is Valentin Hasclo. They're all three of them preparing for the national anthem, which is not too far in the future. But there's a big dip in temperature, because for much of yesterday evening, or yesterday afternoon, evening, Michelin Le Mans Cup race, we had a 22 degrees Celsius ambient temperature. It's just above 15 right now, and this heavy, gloomy cloud above much of the circuit, which has brought with it some rain. So before we take you through the rest of the grid, let's pause for the French national anthem.
Allons enfants de la patrie, le jour de gloire est arrivé. Contre nous de la tyrannie, l'étendard sanglant élevé, l'étendard sanglant élevé. Entendez-vous dans les campagnes mugir ces féroces soldats? Ils viennent jusque dans vos bras, égorgez vos fils et vos compagnes. Aux armes, citoyens, formez vos bataillons. Marchons, marchons, qu'un sang impur abreuve nos sillons.
Applaudissements, mesdames et messieurs, pour
wonderfully performed, and also a nice little touch to get some young go-karters to hold the French flag. It's a huge flag that has been brought to the racetrack, and that is right behind our pace vehicles, our safety vehicles at the front of the grid. And thank you to all involved for organising that. Maybe we've got some future European Le Mans Series stars already having their interests piqued. And Julien Henrion is not that many years out of karting. In fact, he's raring to go in the number 15 RLR M Sport car, together with his co-drivers in that number 15. But in LMP3, that car will start from 5th position with Michael Jensen at the wheel, and we'll work our way forward to our eventual pole sitter.
Plenty of wheel guns underway. So is that team's decided to go with slicks or go with wets? I think at the moment, slicks looks to me to be the correct answer. Don't think the track is wet enough at this stage. But do think we might get some more rain during this 4 hours to come, Johnny. We got pretty well plastered with rain as we came across from the car park this morning. I'm not blaming you in any way.
I think you are, inadvertently, as one or two stumbled away from the rooftop party, which looked like it had gone on all night.
Yes, indeed.
And some of this morning as well.
Packed last night.
Yeah, really well subscribed, and they were not necessarily hardcore race fans either, but I hope that one or two have thought, well, what's this racing all about tomorrow? Maybe we'll come back to experience that as well.
Third in LMP3, the Duquesne, number 12 WTM by Rinaldi Racing. Wet weather tyres for the start for that car. Brian Cullen from Vector Sports, their silver ranked driver.
So he is starting from 11th place. There are 13 LMP2 cars. Now, the other thing we must mention is about the car that did not qualify yesterday, and that was in LMP2 Pro-Am. And I was questioning the chance that actually the 83, because it didn't set any times at all, might it start right at the back of the grid? It's not going to. It's going to start at the back of the Pro-Am pack, so in 8th position of that little collection of 8 cars, and therefore on the outside, or the inside of the 11th row.
Yes, indeed. It's 20 seconds.
Interesting. Slick tyres for the pole sitter in LMP3. So there is this difference of opinion.
This is going to play well or badly for one or other here. CLX Motorsport, what a day they had yesterday. A second consecutive 1-2 in the Michelin Le Mans Cup for their 2 LMP3 Ligers. They won as well, of course, last time out in the European Le Mans Series, and are going for basically the clean sweep, Johnny, here this afternoon.
So earlier today, we had plenty of fans here, and thankfully one or two had seen a forecast, so they brought the raincoat, they bought the caps and the brollies, and the signing session continued unaffected, because all of our drivers are true enthusiasts for the racing action, but also for the fan engagement as well. Thankfully, if you grabbed your poncho this morning, then you could just continue unabated. Lots of young fans here too. Accessibility is one of the huge sales points of the European Le Mans Series. Great to have James Collado here as well, sitting in for Daniel Serra. And that's the beauty of having Ferrari GT cars, which have factory drivers as part of the professional lineup.
And Nick Nielsen too, so race-winning drivers from Le Mans for the last 2 years from Ferrari, making guest appearances here. That's the weather at the moment. 17 degrees in the air, just a touch warmer, 1 degree warmer on track. No wind, Johnny, so any dampness on this track is going to be difficult to shift.
And that's unusual for here, because we're at a reasonable height as well, so often it can be pretty blustery, but yeah, that ordinarily would help to dry out the track. There's going to be a scenario where we'll have a very wet asphalt, but probably not raining at the start of the event, and that's going to be so tough to work out. It might be you put slicks on and you just have to try and keep the car on the straight and narrow for the first 5 or 6 laps whilst that dry line appears.
Indeed, looking now up the order in LMP2 Pro-Am. Not on pole position today. Giorgio Roda with Rennie Binder and Ben Viscal in the number 77 Proto competition. Huge qualifying success until yesterday from Giorgio Roda. Yet to win a race in LMP2. and didn't get pole because of an extraordinary qualifying performance from PJ Hyatt, who raced with Louis Delatraz and Dane Cameron in the number 99 AO by TF, Spike, the LMP2 Dragon, and again, PJ, in a rather less extensive career in P2, looking for his first win in these cars. This could be quite the battle.
It was less than a tenth and a half that separated Hyatt from Roda, and Roda was finding time here and there, and then I think the lap that he might have been able to leapfrog Hyatt again, he made a very slight error in the final sector, but it was an intriguing arm wrestle, really, at the front of LMP2 Pro-Am, and Spike the Dragon, together with its pilot, PJ Hyatt, coming out on top. And I said yesterday that those associated with Proton competition will be loving the fact that they've got this stern competition for the rest of the year. I mean, yes, they've not won a race, so they want to get that monkey off the back. But as far as qualifying had been concerned, Roda had that sewn up, but no longer this season.
Fifth in LMP2, 34 from Inter-Europol competition. Pedro Perino will be who starts the car. Simonau and Giotto to follow in a team that had a cracking season last year, didn't quite deliver the overall championship results they were hoping for to match their championship win in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Fourth are LMP2 winners, but not overall winners from last time out. Jamie Chadwick will start the car alongside, what a find, Mathis Gerbert and Danny Juncadella. Won the race in class on the debut in LMP2 for all three drivers. Remarkable. Edict Sports and the trajectory program for the Genesis Magma racing team. Grid beginning to clear now from the essential staff. Moving up the grid to third, Iron Links Proton. Watch out for this one, the number 9 car. Jonas Reed, Capietto and Caroli. Matteo Caroli was right at the thick of the action in qualifying yesterday. Will be Jonas Reed, starting on the same grid as his father. VDS Panis Racing on the front row. Ollie Gray will take to the track first before handing over to Esteban Masson and Charles Lacey in the 48 car that again was in the thick of the action in Barcelona. Cracking looking car this season from VDS Panis. This car fielded with help from TDS Racing, and our pole position car, thanks to Nick Yillily's efforts, but he shares the car with Tom Dillman and Kubert Smikowski, which I can always say until I put a microphone on, in the 43 Inter-Europol competition car.
It's on wets, Graham.
Yep, and Inter-Europol's first ever LMP2 pole position in the European Le Mans Series.
Which was astounding for me, because you think of great success for Inter-Europol competition, but they're still fairly new to the LMP2 division, in fact, and to have 2 cars last year was a big step forward. They have the 43 car, which is looking very strong again this year, namely because of the 2 absolute pros of Tom Dillman and Nick Yellerly, but that is not to negate the driving ability of Kuba Śmiechowski. And we have 2 huge French Olympic swimmer stars to wave the green flag, Gregory Mallet and Camille Lacourte, who have come down to Le Castellet to support the European Le Mans Series. So thank you to both of those as well. A 2-time swimming Olympic silver medalist, in fact, Gregory Mallet.
Camille, I believe, 5 times world champion, which is no mean feat at all. We're getting the board clear the grid. Soon going to be underway. So we've seen the pole position car is on wets. Been told as well, as we see just exactly where we've been and where we're going to be going. Imola next after Le Mans, and then Spa, back to Silverstone for the first time in 6 years, and then Portimão for the traditional season closer. Believe the only GT car to start the race on wets is the 55 Spirited race car. So watch for the relative pace, a fair number we don't know about, relative pace of those 2 cars, and it should give you an idea of where the good and bad choices are coming. I think there are still damp patches on this track. I'm not convinced that wets are the right move.
That's why it was very interesting for me that the 43 car and Inter-Europol competition have chosen the treaded Goodyear tyre. I think pretty much the only LMP2 car that has gone that direction.
Well, I can only guess that their weather forecast is showing that more rain is on the way.
So it's Kuba Śmiechowski to start from the pole position, drivers left of the front row. Ollie Gray alongside for the 48 VDS Panis Racing squad. Then Jonas Reed for Iron Links Proton and Jamie Chadwick in the class-winning Barcelona car 4 weeks ago. So that's the EDEX Sport machine that is leading the LMP2 Championship. Then Pedro Perino for Inter Europol in the sister car, and Tristan Vautier for CLX Pure Racing. Paul Lafargue with their base just around the corner from here, EDEX Sport, and alongside it's Francesco Simonazzi for Duquesne team. Then Matthias Kaiser, Algarve Pro Racing is 9th. Pipa Derani for CLX Motorsport alongside in 10th spot, and then Ryan Cullen and Cem Bolokbashi for Vector Sport and Nielsen Racing respectively. One more LMP2 car at the back of that baby grid, and it's Manuel Maldonado for the 22 United Autosports car, not the 48 as it's suggested there on the graphic. PJ Hyatt, AO by TF. There's already a slow Ferrari, which is the JMW car, but PJ Hyatt took a spectacular pole position yesterday in Pro-Am alongside Giorgio Roda's Proton competition car. Then Rodrigo Sales for TDS and Georgios Kolovos, a really good qualifying for the Greek as well, in the DKR Engineering number 3. Ahead of Daniel Schneider and Tony Wells, United and Nielsen respectively. Crichton Lentudis for Algarve Pro Racing, and Francois Perrodo did not qualify the car yesterday, but it is on the grid in 8th place. CLX Motorsport with another pole position in LMP3. Paul Lancher to start, but it was Adrian Clomanil who did the time. Jacek Zilonka for Team Virage will be over his right shoulder. And then it's Torsten Kratz and Fabian Michal for WTM and Euro International. RLRM Sports, Michael Jensen, Stefan Tribordini for M Racing in the bright pink number 68. Speaking of pink cars, the BWT-backed Inter Europol competition for Tim Kresik is 28th, with Antti Ramo for company in the number 4 DKR Engineering. And then the final 2 LMP3s, Jacques Wolf for Racing Spirit of Le Mans and Ultimate Louis Stern. Then into 13 LMGT3s, topped by the Aston Martin of Racing Spirit of Le Mans and Clement Matter, who did the time. Duncan Cameron's Ferrari for Spirit of Race, we think, is on wet, followed by Martin Berry's Iron Lynx Mercedes, Custodio Toledo's 50 Ferrari for Richard Mille AF Corsa. It's a Kessel Racing. Andrew Gilbert started 74. Next up, Celia Martin in the Iron Dames Porsche. Hiroshi Koizumi's TF Sport Corvette. With Proton competition returning driver Christian Reed in the 60 car to start 8th, ahead of Charlie Samani's AF Corsa Ferrari. JMW Motorsport Scott Noble. Now, will he be in position is the next big question, because he had a moment on one of these 2 rolling laps. Takeshi Kimura, who's been experiencing Ligier European Series action as well this weekend, and that is the lowest rung of the ACO rules ladder currently, but great for him to get some exposure in those cars. Kessel Racing, GR Racing's Mike Wainwright, Michael Birch is the final car on the grid, car 23, 44th in the bright orange or papaya McLaren.
Yeah, trouble as well for the TDS Racing car. Rodrigo Sales coming out of the final corner on the first formation lap. It is tricky out there. Another car that's had a bit of a rotation on that first formation lap was the number 11 Euro International LMP3. So they are finding there is trickiness with the prevailing conditions. At least one car with a windscreen wiper playing at the moment. So this is edgy stuff for the start of this race.
Yep. And I'll go so far to say as it's not raining at the moment, but this damp track with temperatures at 15, 16 degrees, 0 wind, is going to be like an ice rink in places, with cars and teams sensibly going with slicks because of how the track will kind of progress through the first stint. But it's going to be knife-edge stuff for the first few stints, bearing in mind how many bronze drivers are beginning. If you've got your pro in, you might be a bit more confident, but these bronzes are less experienced with these halfway house conditions, with very, very powerful cars beneath them.
To answer the question about the 66 car taking up its grid position, no, it hasn't. That's staying at the back of the grid. I think 11 has made its way back through the order to take up its grid position. We'll wait and see what happens with Rodrigo Sales, but you would imagine that he would do the same. So still clearly pretty edgy.
Well, there's no indication that we're going to keep the pace car out to become a safety car for the first few laps. It's not wet enough for that. Everyone's had ample opportunity to work out how much grip or how little grip there is out there. And maybe that is Inter Europol competition's thinking. Crucial to survive this stint. And it doesn't matter if we lose a few places towards the back end of it.
No, but the bigger problem, of course, is it's uneven grip. It's looks to me, around the chicane, it looks very greasy. It's clearly pretty greasy around turns 3, 4, 5, and as we saw from Rodrigo Sales, it's greasy at turn 15 as well. So cars close to the gaps, making their way back round towards the start grid. Is this the second rotation, or was that the first?
Do not forget exiting T11, cars to grid positions. Exiting T11, all cars to grid positions.
So there was also a moment between, I think, turns 5 and 6.
Thank you for the head of the race for doing it. Let's hope the rest do it properly. 2 lines of cars exiting T11, 5 car lengths is a maximum between categories.
And hearing from Steph Wentworth, it's raining. Well, well, well. So it's a matter of how much and how long. But all of a sudden, could it be that a choice to start on wet weather tyres proves to be inspirational?
Yeah. Since the start of the 2 formation laps, we've had yellows at turns 1 and 2. Well, that will be because of the Ferrari. Turn 5, which is Virage du Comp. And I don't know whether we saw anybody spinning at turn 5, but it looks like the yellows were out briefly there.
5 was the number 11.
Ah, yeah, you're international.
Yep.
And then the spin for Rodrigo Sales at turn 14, which is where all the cars are now. And the pace car is no longer with them. So it's every man and woman for himself right now in these trying, testing conditions. We're about to go racing for the second time in the season for the European Le Mans Series, but there are a huge amount of unknowns here because of the rain, which has started to pour again. And remember that the lead car, number 43, driven by Kuba Śmiechowski, is just about one of the only LMP2s on treaded wet weather tyres. Everybody else is going to be tippy-toeing their way through. There's already a spin for the 22 United Autosports car, joined by another that spun 2. And now the difficulty is trying to get back into the race as safely as you can with all the LMP3s and the GTs pouring their way through. Meanwhile, Duncan Cameron takes the lead in GT, and that's not a big surprise because he's on wet weather tyres as well, Graham Goodwin.
Standing water in a couple of places. We hadn't noticed a little earlier, but you're right, 2 cars went around. We'll soon say which they were. I think it's the EDEX Sport car. I think that might well be the 28 car that's gone around as well.
Bang on. 28, 22, both descending rapidly on the timing screen. That's Paul Lafargue in EDEX Sport, and it's Manuel Maldonado's United Autosports 22 car.
Meantime, fast starting Torsten Kratz is in amongst the LMP2 Pro-Ams in his number 12 Duqueine. There is a fair amount of spray now on the back straight. If this rain stays for much longer, I don't think they're going to be able to avoid coming in for wet weather tyres. Seeing LMP3 cars going by P2 cars on the straight here.
There's been so much to talk about. I don't think we've mentioned during this particular broadcast that we've got the chicanes back for the first time in 8 years. They were last run in 2017, so now an extra overtaking opportunity and a significant reduce in pace halfway or 2/3 of the way down the Mistral straight. It's nip and tuck stuff to try and do an overtake in these current conditions. I reckon going through 5 and 6, GT cars were able to overtake an LMP2 car. They've got way more mechanical grip at this stage.
Well, Śmiechowski and Matt Kaiser are driving away at the moment, and my guess is Matt Kaiser might well be on wets as well. So Matthias Kaiser in the 25 car and Kuba driving away from the rest of the field. What do I mean by that? Śmiechowski at the moment 2 seconds ahead of Kaiser. Kaiser 6.5 seconds clear of Ollie Gray in the VDS Panis racing car.
So treaded tyres, they're able to clear the water because of those grooves within them. We've had a big incident now towards the end of the lap. This is in the final sector, and is that the AF Corsa car? So that was the overall winner in Barcelona.
There's another car off. It's the 8 car. It's a Team Virage car with heavy damage.
Started second in category with Jacek Zielonka at the wheel. So have the 83 and the 8 connected with one another. Talking about those treaded tyres that are able to clear this water, whereas if you imagine a slick, well, that offers huge amounts of grip in the dry, but it just ends up with you aquaplaning if you hit standing water. The incident had already happened by this point, but there are bits of the 8 nose all over the road. It was a spin for the 83 initially.
Oh, that was a huge hit. Huge hit for the 8 car.
So 83 Francois Perrodo in all manner of problems, and then Jacek Zielonka, who may well have been on.
There's been trouble for PJ Hyatt as well.
So Hyatt's delayed too from the pole in LMP2 Pro-Am with Gon's safety car. because of the amount of debris that is in that third sector.
Francois Perraudot into the pits. That was a big hit to the front of that car and significant damage, and carrying a fair amount of a Ligier on the front as well. Not yet seen. You have now got the Team Virage car of Jacek Zielonka in the pits, but let's hope both drivers are okay. That was a big hit.
It certainly was. Zielonka up at almost a 45-degree angle because of the rate of contact, and that car amazingly has made it back to the pit lane. I don't think it's going to go any further, though.
That's done. That is as done as a car can be. Very, very unfortunate. Very much the innocent party there. Still see the bollard jammed underneath the front end of that destroyed Ligier. That car is done.
It was on slicks, I thought, because of the rate of knots that Zielonka was able to go through Beausset and into Bandor, that it might actually be on slick, on treaded tyres. I don't know whether any of the LMP3s have started on the wet weather.
Well, the first cars are coming through the incident zone, the debris zone. That's going to take just a little while to clear up. The 83 also in the garage. We'll get to see, I hope, just how much damage there is. They could be lucky here. What you don't know from this point is how much damage there is to the geometry of the suspension and steering under the bodywork. But these cars are very modular. AF Corsa will take a very good look at what's going on there. Come back to that. Safety car now on track. Where are we? Well, we've got the number 43 interior pole competition car, ruining the fact that this is the safety car out because they played a blinder, putting that car onto wet weather tyres. I think the same is true of the 25 car. The pace of Matthias Kaiser would seem to suggest that. Then Tristan Vautier, Ollie Gray and Jonas Reed for CLX and the 37, the 48 VDS Panis and the number 9 Iron Lynx Proton. 6th overall in the first of the LMP2 Pro-Ams. Tony Wells absolutely must be on wet weather tyres, I'm sure, for the number 27 car. Before we get into the remainder of the P2 field, 11th is the second car in LMP2 Pro-Am in the hands of Daniel Schneider. And then we get the first of the LMP3s with multiple P2 cars behind them. That's Torsten Kratz in the WTM by Rinaldi, number 12 car, and then the 68M Racing car of Stefan Tripodini, they're 13th and 14th. Down to 23rd, and it's the wet-shod Spirit of Race Ferrari of Duncan Cameron, who again have got a massive advantage over the rest of the field.
So just after midday, we got underway with a mixture of tyre compounds or capability being utilised, and the VDS car hadn't spotted at the time, tried to get the throttle down, and it just did not work. So that VDS car has since struggled a little bit with Ollie Gray at the wheel, but he tried to go at the same momentum as the 43 and could not live with that performance from the wet weather tyre on the yellow nose 43. That turns in perfectly, gingerly stuffed behind, and first of all we're going to see two LMP2s spin, the 28 E-Deck Sport car and the number 22 United Autosports for Paul Lafargue and Manuel Maldonado respectively. There's an indication of the instructions you get directly into your cockpit on that little screen. Green, green, green. But how hard do you push, particularly this far back in the field where the spray is starting to hamper visibility big time? And just turn in, try and straighten the car, turn in again, straighten it up. You just got to be so tentative with the throttle mainly, but also with the steering input. And then the car went completely left there, which we missed at the time. So that was one heavily delayed. Now, this was at the point where the GTs were a lot faster than the LMP2s, who just couldn't make their downforce work, and are recovering Paul Lafargue in the 28, Manuel Maldonado in the 22.
Confirmed, by the way, both APR cars started on wet weather tyres. So Crichton and Tudis in the 20 car. I think the car you were seeing making up ground was the Algarve Pro Racing number 25 car, scything through.
Who left the track after turn 2 and went sharp left?
I think it was the 48 car. Oh, that was the 15.
No, it's Jamie
trouble.
Chadwick.
Yes,
fully locked up.
It was the E-Deck Sport car. Yes,
which is number 18. Used to be 48, didn't it?
Yes, it did. That's my fault. So 48 is now VDS Panis. This is a wet shot Matthias Kaiser making a very rapid start indeed, carving through that field, as they were all struggling for grip, he was reveling in that, and in fact looking for the puddle to keep the tyres cool. That's the spin from Francois Perraudot, and absolutely nailed by the number 8 car. Ginetta also picking up a little bit of debris there as everybody scatters to try and avoid the carbon fibre debris field.
Some of it being bounced back onto the track through no fault of anyone in the kind of vicinity. You just have to aim for the bits where the debris is not. That was a combination of Francois trying to recover as quickly as possible. He was going then slightly in the wrong direction and collided with the 8, which was trying to go to the left and avoid that rejoining motion, and as a result the 8 is definitely out. Perhaps the 83 will be able to rejoin in the hands of Francois Perraudot. We will have to wait and see.
Safety car is taking the cars on one of the cut-throughs to avoid where the debris site is so they can work on clearing the track. So they of course are still in the process of taking a good look at that tyre.
The other question you may have is that if teams are thinking we're on the wrong tyre here, we will need to be changing to wets. You can't get in the pit lane legally at the moment because we're under a safety car which closes the pit lane entry for the first 3 laps.
Effectively 4, because it's after the 3rd lap, so it would be the 4th lap for it. Let's again see, that's the EDEX Sport car, I think, was hit by the United Autosports car. The RLR car in trouble behind it. Then we got to the top of the picture, the number 18 car running very wide.
I wonder whether PJ Hyatt was involved in that, though, as well, from the pole of LMP2 Pro-Am. I think he might have tagged the back of Manuel Maldonado, but not necessarily apportioning blame there, but there might have been contact for the 99 Spike the Dragon on the 22, and then the 99 struggled latterly during that opening lap.
Just got a quick fleeting glimpse, by the way, of the most important component in this incident for the Team Virage car. That was the crash box in the front of the LMP3 car, which would have taken a lot of the kinetic energy out of that impact. It's supposed to deform in an impact like that. It's supposed to take the energy out of it and not transfer that to the driver in the safety cell. And once the car may be done, another remarkable feat of engineering in modern racing.
Increase of the rain is now the latest message on our screen. So it's getting worse.
We're going to see a lot of cars coming in, I think, for wet weather tyres.
If the safety car stays out for a 4th lap, then at the end of the full completion of your 3rd lap behind the safety car, you can then come into the pit lane and change tyres, refuel potentially.
Looks like the hub of one of the front wheels of the 83 car, front left. So some shock has been transferred through to the car. Francois stays aboard and is pretty expressionless at this point. So, forecast. 2 hours in, some sunshine. Safety car is coming in on this lap.
So nobody's actually going to get a chance
not under yellow, they're
tyres.
not. No. So this is going to play back to the teams that are on the wet weather tyres. And again, I think we're going to see these lead 2 cars pull away because it's not got any drier since we went to safety car. And immediately look at this, they power away. By the time they've actually got to the line, I think there's about a second's gap. There is indeed 1.85 seconds through the 1st and 3rd place cars as they get to the line, just from getting the power down for the final turn.
Crazy amounts of, well, difference in grip. As we get later on in this hour, hopefully we'll get to see the drone footage of the start of that race again, as now the number 9 car is sideways. But there was, at the very start of the race, somebody went totally sideways across the curbing at turn 1. And I'm not including the 2 LMP2s. It was back in LMP3, I think.
It was the RLR car.
Yeah, okay.
It was
Pictures
the 15 car,
right.
100%.
Okay, so it lost it at the start of the braking area, then across not a gravel track, but a sort of dusty area, and came to rest in the middle of the racetrack. So we did see that at the time. The 9 car was up there fighting, but has now dropped a considerable amount of places in the hands of Jonas Reed in LMP2.
Let's make sure that he's got away from that incident. Hasn't cleared it yet, now does. So Jonas has made it through sector 1. So rejoins, losing 20 seconds. It's a real mixed bag of classes here.
Still raining, says Steph Wentworth. Let's just check how many laps we had under the safety car. It was 2, so we needed another one and the completion of that before anybody could have changed tyres if they'd wished to.
Fair number of cars with wipers in use now, and Steph telling us that a number of teams getting tyres ready. That's not a surprise at this point.
There's been a smallish incident on this lap at Virage du L'Hotel because the yellows were at turn 3, which is an incident we may well see in a moment or two. Duncan Cameron continues to lead LMGT3 on his wet tyres.
Change in the lead for LMP3 here, Johnny. This is the M Racing car getting onto terms with the 12 and going by. Pretty sure both these cars are on wets as well.
Kuba Śmiechowski over the line, and his pace is very good, as is Tony Wells. He's up to 4th position overall, Tony, on his wet weather tyres, and thoroughly enjoying the conditions as the race leader in Pro-Am.
Yeah, he's harassing the rear of Tristan Vautier's CLX Pure Racing 37 car.
2 more spins. One is the BWT Inter Europol competition car.
And the 35 from Ultimates.
So they were duking it out for which position? 88 was in 4th place, 35 in just behind it for Lewis Stern, and presumably they got together.
They did.
Turn 13, and that rotates Tim Kresick, who was ahead by half a car length. Side by side now between the Mercedes and the Aston Martin as the rain continues to pound down. They're going to be swallowed up by the United Autosports car now on a recovery drive. This was one of the 2 spinners at turn 1 on the first lap.
That's the battle for second place at the moment between Martin Berry and Clément Mathieu, our pole sitter.
Now the battle for the lead, heading for senior corner. That would have been brave from Matthias Kaiser, who has got Kuba Śmiechowski right in front of him. And if anything, the APR car looking stronger in this phase. Bright sunshine, it looks like, at Beausset. The paint schemes on both those cars look glimmering. As now, here comes Kaiser. He's side by side with Śmiechowski to the outside line of Bandor corner. Garlaban is next, and that's a right-hander. So if Kaiser can stay there, there's contact though. And he kept it amazingly just about in the right direction, and with it, gets the race lead.
While we watch that, you keep your eye on that one. There's lots more raindrops on the camera. Number of pit stoppers. 29 TDS Racing. Rodrigo Sales is in and out, presumably on wet weather tyres. So is BJ Hyatt. They're now at the back of the field. Hiroshi Kazumi has done the same. But rather remarkably, we didn't see a penalty coming. But the 50 Richard Mille AF Corsa Ferrari in the hands of Castellet Toledo appears to have just driven through the pit lane.
Well, was that a call for tyres, which then they said, no, abort, just stay out because we think it's going to get better. As now the Nielsen cars have switched around.
That's not the Nielsen cars, that's the Nielsen...
the CLX cars.
No, that's the Nielsen car ahead of the CLX car. Nielsen Racing's 27, which has a very CLX look about it at the moment, has gone by the 37. As the 37 thinks better of it now. Tristan Vautier pits behind him. I think that might have been the 18. So Algopro Racing's 25 in the hands of Matthias Kaiser leads the race from the Inter Europol car in the hands of Kuba Śmiechowski. Here's how that lead change happened. And it was Matthias Kaiser toughing it out, almost losing it over the curbs, but keeping it back on the straight and narrow. He was on the track. Double yellow, turn 10 exit. We'll get to that in just a moment. All sorts going on here.
No penalty for car 50, so that was a pit stop which was then said aborted to say, no, stay out. It's
Gaggle more LMP2 cars on pit lane.
It's either going to get drier or it's going to get wetter, so stick with the tyres you've got.
9:47, 22, 18 and the 28 all on pit lane now. So too is the Euro International and RLRM Sports LMP3 cars. It's time for wets, and they come in and they stream out, and we'll see a difference in pace. But at the moment, it's the 3 cars that started on wets that are making hay while the sun is not shining.
So the GT cars have now got well into the top half of the entry overall. We've got Duncan Cameron in 19th position of a 44 car field. one of which we've no longer got, of course, the 8 Virage car. It remains to be seen about the 83.
He's pulled out a 16-second gap on those wets over Martin Berry in the Iron Lynx number 63 car. That's the difference that wets are making.
So to give you an idea, the 55 car is now heading into the chicane on the Mistral, just at the point of the second place GT car going through turn 7 to straighten up and hit that long back straight.
BMW 66 car, the latest car on pit lane. So too is the GR Racing Ferrari. Mike Wainwright, Castellet Toledo comes back around this time for tyres. That'll be frustration for that team, I'm sure. CLX is 37, VDS Panis Racing 48, the 30 of Duquesne team, and the 24 of Nielsen Racing all on pit lane now.
Yeah, so a flurry of pit stoppers, as now there's a spin for Andrew Gilbert's number 74 Castellet Racing Ferrari, and that is on the exit of the Mistral chicane, the Nord chicane, and got a lot of curb. And that's like ice as well, catching the paint. That white line is all it takes when you're on slick tyres.
It's pouring down now. It's absolutely pouring down. And all of a sudden, there's no choice.
No further concerns about the start of the race, as now the engine cover of number 48 is going to be briefly removed. So they don't want to take it too far away to limit the amount of time that this pit stop will take.
Yeah, rear clip off to allow that to be done. So there's some kind of issue for the 48 front-running car last time out. This is going to cramp their start if this race stays green.
Is that roll bar settings?
Oh, I don't know. Or maybe.
Or some sort of
Seems
suspension.
to be further forward.
Okay. Some sort of suspension adjustment because of the weather.
Another replay here, which indicates we've got another incident, and that is Mike Wainwright's GR Racing car.
And that is the prescribed route that you must take if you make a mistake into turns 3 or 4, dictated by the driver's briefing. So you've got to go to the left-hand side of the bollards and rejoin as safely as possible.
It's tippy-toe stuff, isn't it, at the moment? The cars at the front of this race will be hoping this race stays green, because at the moment, for Algarve Pro Racing's 25 car and the 43 of Inter Europol, it's going very well indeed. We guess, by the way, the 27 Nielsen Racing, the 21 Daniel Snyder's United Autosports car, and we know the 20 LMP2 car, Algarve Pro Racing and Chrysler Tudis are also on wet weather tyres. They set third through 5th, and this could be a defining period of this race if it stays green.
That is a huge if at this stage, but yeah, you have to try and make hay if you possibly can, and then if a safety car is called later on, well, that's just unfortunately the racing gods intervening. But PJ Hyatt's going a lot better now. He's just set the best time in his number 99 car. He'll be on wets as well in Spike.
As an indication of just how topsy-turvy this is and was, as out to now come most of the GT field after changing tyres, the top 11 places in this race include cars from all 4 classes.
Nice.
They're the cars that would have stopped for, would have started on wet weather tyres at the beginning of this race. And Duncan Cameron is now up to 11th place overall, as pretty much everybody around him pits. His gap, by the way, to the second place car, which is Celia Martin in the Iron Dames number 85 car, just checking this out, is pretty much a minute.
VDS Panis Racing car of Ollie Gray again had to go deep into that area around turns 3 and 4 and take to the escape route, as Andrew Gilbert, after his recent spin, is now battling with Custodio Toledo. Toledo in the blue and white Ferrari, number 50, getting through. So these are all the cars that have recently stopped to change tyres. Toledo's running 10th, Gilbert in 11th. Down the inside line is the 24 Nielsen Racing car of Cembolok Bashi, but over the curbing at turn 2, the Ferrari S, Francesco Simonazzi for Duquesne.
Lets that place back as he must, taken off track, and very clearly so. Still looking through the one window we've got in this commentary booth, it is pouring with rain. We're sitting very close to where the chicane, the braking zone for the chicane, just outside. Overtake on the safety car incident involving cars 29 and 35 under review.
29 being the TDS racing car for Rodrigo Sales, and 35's
but
that's an LMP3 car, isn't it? So, okay, they will have found one another, and presumably LMP2 overtaking the P3 is my guess, but it may have been the other way around.
Just to let you know, by the way, the 83 AF Corsa car still in the garage after that very early collision with the number 8. Not expecting the 8 to come back. 83, maybe.
Depending on how valuable they consider running in this would be. I suppose Le Mans might be a bit changeable in terms of the weather, so they might want a bit of data in the bank as far as that is concerned. But there's a lot of repair work to be done to that car. It didn't do any running in qualifying yesterday afternoon.
So DKR and the 28 car, the recovering 28 car. That's early spin with the United car for EDEC Sports. Gap, by the way, between the last of the cars that in LMP2 that we believe started on wet weather tyres and the first of the cars that we know has changed is about 45 seconds. To the lead, the gap is 1 minute and 37 seconds. Good news from Steph Wentworth is that AF Corsa's 83 car is about to come back out in the pit apron and rejoin this race. So Francois Perodo will rejoin.
Francesco Simonazzi has now got back ahead of Cembol Bashi. So those two cars still fighting with one another down towards the Virage du L'Hôtel. So and the 29 car is under the microscope, considering perhaps some overtaking that was done illegally under the safety car. That is Rodrigo Sales, and behind him a recovering Jonas Reed after Jonas's spin at the Verrerie S a few laps ago.
When it comes to 25, this is early. What's this is about?
Now, has to be on wets because of the performance of the car.
The feeling the car.
They can't change time.
So attention.
Was it on wets? They look like yellow sidewalls.
It's wets. Not the same colour codings in the European Le Mans Series as it's wets.
That's blues lettering on the side of the wet weather tyres.
That was a dreaded tyre.
Okay. Well, they have a little square which has a W on it, but I'm pretty sure the Goodyear tyres in LMP2 also have the blue lettering, so that might have just been a trick of the light. So but why did the car pit? Still doesn't provide us an answer. They didn't touch the tyres in the end, but they gave it some fuel. The way goes Matthias Kaiser. Now, are they thinking, we want to try and get Kaiser out of that car as early as possible? He's got to do an hour, so maybe they've just split the stint.
He'll now do a full stint. I think you're exactly right, Johnny. I think that's what the strategy is. There, up the inside goes Jonas Reed. That is for 18th position at this stage of the race. His next target, Duncan Cameron.
Bizarre old race this.
Now it goes.
Made a fair old racket as it did so. What tyres are that car on? Surely wets as well, with the rain pouring down. Now there's a collection of cars, including two GTs that are side by side. Now the Mercedes is well up there, and the 63 car was right up there.
It's dropped back. I think that might have been a longer pit stop.
So that's Takeshi Kimura getting ahead in the Kessel Racing car guy Ferrari for 4th position in LMGT3, ahead of Martin Berry in his Mercedes.
And here comes the Corvette as well.
True.
So it's Koizumi in the now silver Corvette. The very bright yellow Ferrari, 3 very different cars, almost 3 wide, and Koizumi gets it done.
So he's picked 2 LMGT3 cars off for position there to put the 82 up to 4th. Kimura in 5th in the 57, highlighter yellow Ferrari, and the Mercedes is going to be faster through senior corner. So has the 57 now got a bit of an issue? Seem to have no speed at all through that very daunting right-hander.
Well, the other question to ask, of course, very many of our gentlemen drivers in the GT3 cars have got very little experience at this level and may have less experience still in wet weather conditions, and less experience still in wet weather conditions on these tyres in these cars. All sorts of things, but at the moment Duncan Cameron is just rollicking away here.
The other thing is Kimura's not pitted yet, so did they put him on slicks at the start, and he's just braving it out there, which is incredible in actual fact. Yeah, they're just about to come in that number 57 car, so that's why he was comparatively so slow through senior. He's on slick tyres in an absolute downpour. So too was the 60 car, which has spun. And to be honest, we can forgive the driver for that.
That's Christian Reed, the recently retired, then immediately unretired Christian Reed. More of that later.
So he's rejoined right in the thick of this battle, but now a lap down compared to these cars.
Yep, so Christian, as we watch him being...
oh, no, he's not a lap down, sorry. He is on the same lap as these.
Taking over from Claudio Schiavone. He hurt himself in testing earlier, tweaked his back. Claudio has been at the track, and we wish him well for a rapid recovery. But happily, they had the young talent that is Christian Reed on tap. So we've got a father and son in this race, in 2 different cars. There's Christian. Since retiring, he's driven 3 different LMGT3 cars. Just stepped out of the AMG that will be filled by this man, Martin Berry, in the WC next weekend. Remains to be seen, by the way, whether or not the other car might feature, checks notes, Christian Reed. If Claudio's not recovered in time, and a back injury, the inflammation that comes with it does not tend to go down quickly.
Kuba Śmiechowski now circulating ahead of PJ Hyatt, who goes a lap down compared to the LMP2 leader. And if Tony Wells is able to get by the American racer, then that again is a full lap within the same category.
So Tony running second overall after that stop for Matthias Kaiser. I can't believe that's anything other than tactical, and they are the tactical masters and mistresses Algarve Pro Racing.
Excellent driving there from the other Inter-Europol competition car to go around the outside of Mike Wainwright, then to the inside of the McLaren.
Michael Birch, yeah.
So who's in the 34 for the opening stint? LMP2.
Pedro Perino.
Superb. Dodging from one side of the track to the other. And yes, you're talking about an LMP2 performance versus GT, but you've got to know where the grip is beneath you.
This race will settle down by about Tuesday from what's been a confusing start, but just to fill you in if you are joining us late, damp track with weather threatening, but at that stage not looking likely, but damp track then rained, and the cars that chose to start on wet weather rubber have absolutely nailed it. Inter-Europol's Kuba Śmiechowski, I'll get it right eventually too, I'm really sorry, leads Tony Wells in the lead LMP2 Pro-Am car by 22 seconds. Then it's Matthias Kaiser in the second of the LMP2 cars, but that car has already stopped for fuel, so it's a tactical change from Algarve Pro Racing. Then it's the 21 United Autosports LMP2 Pro-Am car, Dan Schneider, head of Crackland Tudis in the other Algarve Pro car. All 5 of those cars starting on wet weather tyres. Pretty much everybody else had to stop for them and are beginning to make their way back towards that train. Also starting on wets, a pair of LMP3 cars. They currently sit 6th and 7th overall, ahead of, let me get this right, is it 17 LMP2 cars? Stefan Trebadini in the M Racing number 68 Ligier is ahead of Torsten Kratz in the WTM by Rinaldi Racing Duquesne. That pair separated by 13 seconds now. Final class to just round up. Another car that started on wet weather rubber, the 55 Spirit Race Ferrari of Duncan Cameron. He's leagues ahead, but starting to be reeled in now by Celia Martin in the Iron Dames number 85 Porsche, but gathering a major advantage in the early running. And remarkably, what we've seen, other than a very early safety car which did not allow anybody to pick, so it was only out for two laps, we've stayed on the green.
Nice use of the word leagues there, by the way, considering the current weather conditions. Yes. 20,000 leagues under the sea. We're not quite that bad.
Not yet.
A shout for Christian Reed. He's still on slick tyres, and then he's not coming in. I bet the team is saying, no, pit now this time, Christian. Come in now. You'll be much easier. and he's going, nah,
no,
I'm staying out.
I'll save
I've
the
had
money.
one spin.
I'll save the money.
I honestly think that could pay dividends. If he can get to the end of his stint, and bearing in mind as the bronze, he's got to do an hour and a half.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough, but hey, if he gets there, he's brought back a full pit stop on everybody else.
He's brought back the pit stop, but the key is where is he compared to Duncan Cameron? Doesn't really want to lose a lap.
No.
And at the moment, just trying to pick out on the tracker where Christian is in the middle of a gaggle of other cars, which makes it difficult. But Duncan Cameron is catching Christian Reed. And I think the problem now is, having chosen to stay out, he's sort of got to stay out.
Yeah,
now.
you have to commit to it. True. So it might unwind itself to being perhaps a top 5 finish, even better a podium. But the concern is that the class leader is on those wet weather tyres and absolutely blitzing the rest of the field. Duncan Cameron.
A bit of a moment here that we're now getting the now wet shod LMP2 cars catching those 2 breakaway LMP3s that started on wets. It's the 43 coming through. We'll leave the race passing Christian Reed in that very attractive black, white and orange Porsche.
But he's lost another place to Toledo's Richard Mille, of course, at Ferrari, which is on the wet tyre.
And remember, Toledo stumbled as well with having stopped twice or gone through the pit lane twice.
Yes.
So that's a show of the difference it's made in pace on the wet weather tyres. He's managed to offset not only a tyre stop, but also effectively a self-imposed by the team drive-through penalty. So 3 hours, 25 minutes to go. This is going to look very different to an awful lot of European Le Mans Series races. Still, Lindsay Portimão leads for the 43 from Tony Wells Nielsen Racing in LMP2 Pro Am. Well, if they can deliver on that gift from the strategic gods, that will be by far the best LMP2 Pro Am performance overall would have seen from Nielsen in the ELMS. It's the orange and black cars. They at least stand out on a gloomy day.
So Mike Wainwright nibbling at the tail end, the rear bumper of Michael Birch's car, the United Autosports run McLaren, and better drive perhaps off the corner for Wainwright.
Scott Noble catching this
through.
pair. Yeah.
Yeah, Scott Noble is just in behind the JMW Motorsport car after its spin during one of the rolling laps. Also an intriguing tussle between the Corvette of TF Sport, that's Hiroshi Koizumi running 3rd now in GT3, and behind is the Mercedes. The rain, if anything, is getting worse on the main straight.
Koizumi's having a great run here. Martin Berry getting to grips though now with the conditions and reeling the Corvette back in. Great to see the Corvette in its intended ELMS colour scheme. It's in the WC yellow scheme for Barcelona with a switch of chassis required. This car looks stunning. It's been a real crowd pleaser for the looks of the car. Here comes Hiroshi Koizumi. There is Martin Berry. Koizumi, a 2024 FIWC racer. Martin Berry, soon to be a 2025 WC racer alongside his ELMS commitments. Both very serious about their racing, but both do it with a great big broad grin.
Of course, real enthusiasts. The last pit stop for Scott Noble is now going to be looked at. There was a potential unsafe release for the JMW Motorsport Ferrari. So if they tried to wave that away as quickly as possible, but into the path of somebody else who was already in the fast lane, that's normally a hook, line and sinker penalty.
Keeping an eye on the relative lap times in LMGT3. Duncan Cameron with a 2:26 last time around. Celia Martin actually slower at a poor lap, that one, 2:32, but behind her, this pair, 2:25s. So they're catching the leader, but they're also catching Celia Martin at the moment, and they are, how far back? 8 seconds. A couple of 3 more laps at like this, and that gap could be bridgeable. Hiroshi Koizumi made his first entrance into this paddock in the Michelin Le Mans Cup. As you see his compatriots Takeshi Kimura having a struggle, I think.
Now he has now switched to wet weather tyres, but he was on slicks for quite some time. Couldn't get the car stopped into the Verrières.
Yeah, it'd be stone cold, unfortunately.
Yeah, and the way you generate heat is to go faster, is to try and turn through the corners a little more readily, but the grip just won't allow that, so it's diminishing returns often. Jamie Chadwick's number 18 EDEX Sport LMP2 car, winners in Barcelona. She's currently in 6th place. Pipo Derani about 5 seconds further up the road. The rain from a visibility issue is causing major dramas for a lot of these LMP2 cars as well. It's a very small working environment in the cockpit of one of these theoretically two-seater cars, but you are cramped into one side of it, generally left-hand drive, these Orecas, and peering through the tiniest windscreen, which can fog up very quickly. The windscreen wiper has limited effect.
Indeed. Anything on the screen with an oily nature is going to make life very difficult indeed.
Underneath the Iron Dames Porsche goes the overall race leader, Hubert Schmiechowski, in a bit of a groove now, 26 seconds away from the next car, which is an LMP2 Pro-Am for Tony Wells, so he leads his category. 3 of the top 5 are currently Pro-Am cars.
They are indeed. Car 22, United Autosports, is going to have Manuel Maldonado 10 seconds time added to the next pit stop for causing that collision with the 28. That's the way that's been seen. Worth pointing out, by the way, in the top 6 at the moment, 2nd and 6th, are both the Nielsen Racing cars. So they're having a great start to this race.
PJ Hyatt picking off this gathering of GTs. So that was the Corvette that they'd just overtaken, together with Martin Berry's Mercedes. Then after senior corner, he could mop up Celia Martin's Iron Dames Porsche.
You've got at the moment Rodrigo Sales, PJ Hyatt and Giorgio Roda. Sorry, it's Roda, Sales, Roda, Hyatt, pretty much together in line astern as they tried to make their way back up to the top 3 in LMP2 Pro-Am, all of which started on wets. So the gap from the 3rd place car in LMP2 Pro-Am, which is Crichton and Tudis, well, they're a lap up. There's a lap gap between those cars.
The 22 United Autosports P2 car had to go completely over the curb there, as now the Corvette has managed to get ahead of Celia Martin, and still the 22 United LMP2 car can't clear these GT cars.
Celia Martin is on slicks.
Okay, well that again is a terrific effort to have only just lost out on 2nd position as Koizumi and Berry descend upon that part of the racetrack and take the places away from her.
Now, apologies if you're on the other end of this broadcast. I've been screaming that for about half an hour, but only just noticed that Celia has not pitted. Therefore, that would look as if she started on slicks and has remained on slicks. That's a remarkable effort. It was stellar at Barcelona. Really very impressive. This continues that trajectory. Koizumi and Berry, though, both now by the Iron Dame.
Meanwhile, 4th position in Pro-Am, headed by Rodrigo Sales, but getting a good run out of turn 7 and onto the Mistral is Giorgio Roda. Has a little bit of a think to the outside line. He's not quite close enough. And behind them, oh, and Roda's gone too deep into the chicane. Behind them, PJ Hyatt. Now, is he close enough? Or has he had his own moment, in fact? I can't see PJ now.
There's PJ Hyatt gone.
He's gone straight on through the chicane. That's why we didn't see him. So he's had to thread his way through the cones.
Well, that would indicate that we've hit a tipping point at grip in that braking zone, wouldn't it? Because if both of them have made the same mistake, unless there's a little bit of mental follow your leader, and it can happen. But either way, Rodrigo Sales continues untroubled. Behind him, both his nearest challengers here, both hitting some trouble. They, by the way, battling for 16th position overall and 4th in LMP2 Pro-Am. 24 minutes, by the way, it was in pit in the garage for
Celia Martin mopping up the latest slide. Let's just have a look at these tyres. Yep, yellow sidewalls on those Goodyears. So they are, that's incredible from Celia Martin. She was so smooth on the braking, and then particularly the steering input into senior corner. But this was the very sideways moment couple of corners ago. He got through Beausset without really an issue. It was the exit of Senior which was the bigger drama. Back to this battle for 4th place in LMP2 Pro-Am. Sales in the Dayglow yellow and blue TDS car now might not be able to hold back Giorgio Roda. He's got a better exit out of the Verrerie S and into Virage du L'Hotel. Through goes Roda.
Yep. PJ Hyatt closing again after his moment at the chicane on the Mistral. So we're getting into all sorts of interesting battles underway. Matthias Kaiser, by the way, still trying to close in on Tony Wells, who still sits 2nd overall as we're watching this battle and leads the class that these 3 cars are contesting. Ken Bolabesi, by the way, has gone by Crichton and Tudis for 5th overall and 3rd in LMP2. So it's now an LMP2, LMP2 Pro-Am, LMP2, LMP2 Pro-Am, LMP2, LMP2 Pro-Am top 6, or it was, until Bolabesi's now gone by Dan Schneider for 4th overall.
Yes, the stripy nature of the dark blue, light blue was very attractive at the sharp end. We've got an LMP3 as high as 10th overall still, and we did have a GT car almost breaking into the top 10 after about 20-25 minutes. That's now righted itself, if you like, with Duncan Cameron still with a huge lead because they started, remember, on the grooved tyres. He's 25th and has 5 LMP3 cars between him and the 2nd placed GT car. And is that still about, what, over a minute's gap?
Minute and a half. Trouble!
For that's the 23 car, isn't it? In United Autosport? No, the 23 is in the
21, I think.
21, yeah. Used to be the 23. I'm doing your trick now. And very sideways moment was at the inside of Senior. So losing it at Senior corner and then spinning to the inside of it before that car got to Beausset. Another team cranking into life. This is the Iron Dames thinking now is the time to get Celia Martin off the slick tyres. Well, she's nearing the end of a fuel energy stint anyway.
Christian Reed is also on pit lane, and that I'm sure will be for wet weather tyres. This is the 22 and the 48 side by side.
And that was an overtake perhaps for the 48 car. Were they on? Yes, they are next to each other on the timing screen. Ollie Gray and his VDS Panis racing car getting ahead of the United of Manuel Maldonado.
Now the battle for 10th place. This is Jonas Reed trying to get onto terms with Pedro Perino, and they're struggling for grip as well. Jonas Reed gets alongside, neatly done there, took advantage of the interior pole car just losing momentum through the chicane, and the German driver is through and away. So trying to make up for some lost time earlier in this race. Celia Martin pits, so she managed to get through 46 minutes on wet weather tyres and pitted from 5th place. Well done, young lady.
So Schneider, after his recent spin, has lost another position, this time to Francesco Simonazzi.
That's a change as well.
Custodio Toledo's now ahead of the 59 Aston Martin of Clement Matter. So up to 5th position now for the American.
Yep, they're in close proximity to Johnny Samani, who's having a good run here in 4th, albeit 17 seconds back from Martin Berry. So this is a battling group of 3. Toledo at the moment looks to have the better form of the 3, but just an indication of just how much water we've now got on this track. Looking out the window, I think it may stop raining.
Again, it's tough to tell. The DKR Engineering number 3 has had a moment at Beausset, and there's only so much high-friction asphalt that can arrest that. The red stuff is grippier than the blue-striped asphalt, and car number 3 will be able to get back into the race. Georgios Kolovos for the Luxembourgish team, DKR.
And he's the next to last runner in either of the P2 classes. Before that moment, 24th overall. The only running P2 car behind him, in fact the only P2 car behind him, because the only car not running is the stricken number 18 Virage car. The only one behind him is the AF Corsa car 83, and that car is some 10 laps down on the leader.
Toledo with a spin at Senior, and that was in the middle of this pack that was for 4th, 5th and 6th places. He was pursuing Charlie Samani there in the Zebra liveried 51 Ferrari, and all on his own He's had a rotation. Now the Corvette's trying to get in, and he almost took Christian Ried with him. So that was the Corvette trying to make a stop, and the 60 car didn't want to do it. However, because the two were overlapping, Christian Ried was kind of taken to the standing water as Custodio Toledo now gets going again in car number 50. So all manner of things happening in the GT field. Just as we have in a moment or two a former GT driver to join us in the commentary box, so we'll be able to get some comment on those last few incidents. We'll get replays briefly in a moment as well, as pit stops commence for LMP2s.
That's Tony Wells from what was second overall. Matt Kaiser inherits that, and we're welcome for a while to the commentary booth. We've just seen some carnage there involving Corvettes. Someone who's no stranger to carnage in Corvettes, Ollie Gavin.
What a welcome. Thank you so much, Graham, for that lovely tee up. And yes, lovely weather here.
Isn't it?
Paul Ricard, it's the British have brought the weather with them. So
Martin Berry there, I think, with a bit of a minor moment as well. Trouble, we can see on pit lane for the 88 into Europol competition. Ligier with, there you go, significant front-end damage. Don't think we saw that instant, did we, Johnny?
I wonder whether it was involved in the spinning Christian Ried car, and I was very concerned, obviously, about the GTs, but I was the 88 in the near vicinity as well. We haven't yet seen a replay of all of that kicking off. Here we go, right on cue.
He comprehensively collected Christian Ried. Christian shrugs that off.
So the Corvette's trying to get in the pit lane. I wondered whether the 60 was guided in that direction, and the 88 hadn't quite expected it to go there. So it's going to be a very differently coloured nose to go on the 88 car now. Much more into Europol competition. Together with the BWT. Yeah, I know. We're trying to gather our thoughts and know precisely where anybody is in their stints right now,
I think
Ollie.
we're talking at the start of this race, Ollie, about tyre choice for these teams. I mean, you were, I think, on the grid.
yes, I was.
At that point, what would you have done?
I think I would have. I mean, it's easy to say now, but I would have stayed on wets. You know, this place is notorious. It's slow in drying, and there's so much humidity in the air, and there's so much cloud around, and it's treacherous out there. You've really, so I think the wets were going to be the right move, but a number of teams got pulled into running on the slicks, and it's certainly the GT class. You know, Duncan Cameron's just absolutely made hay. Well, there was no sun shining, but he's done a fine job. But it's tricky conditions, and there's a lot of nervous engineers and drivers out there right now.
I'm sure that's right. Still a lot of the bronze drivers. Trouble for the 37, and that's in the wall. So the 37 car in the hands of Alex Malikin. The CLX Pure Racing car in LMP2 from 12th place is in the wall.
That's the exit of Senior, so he's effectively lost it coming out of the rapid right-hander and then gone into the barrier. Now, this is terrible news for Kuba Śmiechowski, who's been spending most of this stint building a 50-second gap on everybody else. It's not going to really help Duncan Cameron, is it? Because there'll be a pass around which will collect all the GT cars as well. Yeah. This is precisely what we said. If you're continuing with the wet weather tyres, then just get away from everybody else as much as possible and pray to the racing gods that there isn't a safety car when we've got one.
But what didn't happen is he didn't make a lap on most of the competition, and that's the key thing here. Yeah. So, Ollie, tyre choice absolutely was critical, but it's then a matter of keeping this race under green, which with the assistance of Alex Malikin we've now not done. Yeah. So we're going to get back to a very different race again.
Yeah, we are, and it's going to be, again, the guys in the pit box are going to be working frantically, just working out drive times, energy levels, the tyre that they're on, which I believe nearly everybody's got to be on the wet tyre now, and just working through exactly where you are in your stint. And you know, there's going to be some that this is going to fall into their hands and are going to be able to sort of take advantage of it, and others it's really going to hurt. And this car here, you know, after that big lead that Kuba had built up, now he's going to have that completely erased.
Well, it doesn't really help Matt Kaiser either, because depends on when this goes back to green. So Algarve Pro Racing opted to pit that car, we think, to even out the kind of part stint that he would have needed.
They're all looking at their drive times as well,
absolutely,
and trying to sort of figure out, okay, how are we going to make this work with the rest of the race, and working sort of from the end of the race back.
Yeah, so Matt Kaiser holds that advantage, but this is going to negate some of that because it gives the others an opportunity to turn the tables on them. This is on the edge here strategically for so many teams.
Well, it's hopeless for timing because everyone needs to do an hour in these LMP2 cars. We've got to 53 minutes.
Yep.
Now, how long's a safety car going to stay out? You can't pit anyway for the first 3 complete laps of a safety car. If it stays out for a 4th, then maybe it does help a lot of them because they can get out after 60 minutes.
Looks like it will. If I had to look at it in the way that the car's in the barrier and what they're going to need to do and how easy it's going to be able to retrieve it. So.
And is there damage? This is the
Yes,
other point,
yeah.
because what we do know, boy do we know, through the European Le Mans Series and the Asian Le Mans Series for you and I, Ollie, is barrier damage can take a while.
Yes, it can.
There is Alex Malikin on the correct
Interested
side
to see
of the wall.
exactly what happened there. I think he might have just got off onto that exit curb and then the car's just like looped back around. To get into the wall there, you've got to be quite a long way out and then the car to loop back in.
So medical
flick back
staff
across.
talking to Alex for starters. That's what that's all about. The red car behind the Oreca is the medical intervention car. They'll be checking to make sure he's okay. So they'll have had a report about how heavy a touch with the barrier that was.
If the light's on inside the car, if that's
Indeed.
indicated that the G loading on the impact has cued him needing to go to the medical centre and be checked over.
But the plus side is it clearly hit one of those deformable structures
Yeah.
in front of the main barrier.
And you can see by the nose and the way that it's the damage that we can see. It doesn't look super heavy, but clearly he can't drive the car back.
Which also begs the question, is it the damage that was done by the impact, or did he have a failure before he hit the barrier?
Could have had contact with somebody.
Yeah.
Again, we haven't seen that replay.
So 5 minutes from the top of the first hour of this race. And boy, oh boy, there's been a lot going on in the first hour of this race. It is still behind the safety car, the number 43 Inter-Europol competition car, started on wet weather tyres by Kubisz Mikowski in the Polish Baker's car. From Algarve Pro Racing's Matthias Kaiser, who holds a fuel advantage over the cars behind him because they chose to pit the car midway through the stint to eat up the hour a little later. That might fall back into his grasp. Then we've got the 2 Nielsen Racing cars. There was a change just before the safety car because their pro car, in the hands of Ken Bolek-Basie, has overtaken Tony Wells, 3rd and 4th for
He's
Nielsen
done a
Racing.
fine job.
Hasn't he just?
Absolutely.
Started on wet weather tyres, but has made absolutely no errors and leads LMP2 Pro-Am. Then Duquesne team with the second of the cars that has had a tyre change in this race, and CLX Motorsports 47 are now going to be on board with the 37.
Looped it, lost the rear and into the barrier on the right side.
Oh, it was quite a crunch.
Yeah. It's going to take the right front corner off. He just lost it as he was GT cars behind in front of him, and he was just maybe lost a little bit of aero on the rear. Rear's just come around, and
The corner we
passenger.
couldn't see actually from that external shot is how bad the front right is. It's badly buckled.
It
So
also
that's
looked like he was trying to come back up the inside, set himself up to come back up the inside into the for the GT cars to pass them, and I think he was just getting a bit too ahead of himself.
Pole sitter Nick Yellerly is rushing to get ready, so pretty clearly we're going to see the lead car on pit lane as soon as they're able. Remember, 3 laps completed before the pit lane will open.
will they do the pass around before the pit lane opens, or if they know that we'll get to the stage where the pit lane opens, perhaps the pass around will be sorted once the stops are completed?
They'll do it when they feel it's safe to do so.
Yeah, they'll do it with that out on the racetrack. With these conditions as well, it's just it's pretty treacherous and tricky.
Emergency fuel we're hearing for Daniel Schneider. That's going to hurt their efforts. Daniel Schneider, if he needs fuel.
Schneider, when did he last pit?
He didn't, because he was on
hasn't been
wet.
at all.
So that might mean that some of these wet. Oh, that is a crunch. That might mean that we could Kubisz Mikowski need emergency service here.
Yeah.
If this car stays out, he probably will. This could be another wrinkle in the time zones here. It's 2 minutes to the top of the hour.
And therefore 2 minutes if you've been in the car from the start to be able to get out, although of course a pit stop doesn't count towards your driving time, so it might be just slightly more than an hour that some of these cars
It's just going to be over, I believe, isn't it?
But Śmiechowski's not been in, so that could pay dividends. You were talking about Schneider as well.
Schneider's been in, and we believe for fuel. It was just looking at how long that stop was. It was 48 seconds.
But you're right that prior to that recent stop for Schneider, that had been a 22-lap stint uninterrupted. The sorry state of Alex Malikin's car is now being moved, and we can remind you of the various events we've had from midday today. Well, first of all, the car that started alongside the Kuba Śmiechowski-driven 43 just couldn't get away on its slick tyres. Śmiechowski in the yellow and green Inter-Europol competition car started on the wet weather tyres. Then there was the contact between both the 28 and the 22 that resulted in a spin from the LMP2 field, Edex Sport and United Autosports. A huge slide as well through turn 1 for the RLR M Sport LMP3 car. This was where I thought perhaps PJ Hyatt had tagged the back, but I think the spins had already begun before Spike then just rattled the rear of Manuel Maldonado's car, and that was all looked at carefully, and the 99 eventually in the clear. Then more spins, and look out for the 8 LMP3 car that absolutely walloped Francois Perraudot's spun car, and the 8 immediately out on the spot. Incredibly, it did get back to the pits for Team Virage to assess, but quite obviously that car was going to go no further. The 83 car, which didn't do any qualifying yesterday, then picked up various bits of that LMP3 car. Synchronised spinning within LMP3 between the Inter-Europol car, which now has a completely different nose, by the way, on the 88, and the 35 Ultimate. And unsurprisingly, because of these horrendous weather conditions, we went into our first safety car. A spin for Andrew Gilbert's 74 Kessel Racing Ferrari as well, exiting the Nord chicane, just caught a bit too much curb and that white line, which is like ice with these wet conditions, particularly if you're on slicks. But big decisions to make at the start of the race. Those that haven't gone the slick route then quickly realised they'd have to change their minds, and the blue Goodyear writing replaced with the treaded tyre. Now down towards the hotel corner, scrapping with the WTM Duquesne from LMP3. Lots of standing water on the outside of turn 4, which is an awkward place. That's precisely where you want to be putting your LMP2 car if you're lapping slower cars. Really good dicing in amongst the GTs though, and particularly considering these are the bronze drivers, so lesser experienced, and you would have thought not particularly comfortable with these conditions, but we had a number of them circulating still on slicks, including Celia Martin in her Iron Dames Porsche. Eventually she was picked off by Hiroshi Koizumi's silver Corvette, and the arrows on her central screen flickering away to tell her where the next car was likely to try and get through. Corvette ran too deep, almost into the pit road, taking Christian Reed with him, but then Reed got a shunt up the rear from the number 88 LMP3 car, hence why it's had to have new bodywork attached. And this is the reason why we're under our latest safety car. Alexander Malikin losing it on his own, coming out of senior corner, and a big hit in the end into the plastic barriers combined with the concrete wall has ripped that front right away. And the rain is still coming down, Graham Goodwin.
Yep, neatly all explained. It's been a confusing first hour from everybody's perspective, but what we're left with is a running order that has the 43 car leading. 48 car is tucked in behind. Now, why would that be? That is a lap down. That's correct, isn't it? So the 48 car a lap down, but there's a group of LMP2 cars making their way back round to rejoin the safety car train. We'll talk about that as when pass around has happened while you've been going through the highlights. Ollie, from our perspective, even with the data we've got available to us, confusing situation. From a team's perspective, how on top of just exactly what the choices are would you expect the teams to be?
Well, there are some exceptionally good teams here running in the ELMS, but you know, everybody is working every ounce of knowledge and experience and data that they've got to try and work through with the very best strategy here and how they're going to get from here to the end of the race. It is treacherous conditions, and certainly the safety cars and the different options of tyre that the teams have started on and drivers have been running around on, you know, is now sort of all coming into the mix, and they're going to be working through that. Clearly the options now is rain tyres, but it's now going to be drive times and what predicting forward, trying to look at the radar and where you're going to go and what's left of just under 3 hours of racing here at Paul Ricard. They're going to be pulling on every ounce of knowledge and experience right now to get their car in the best position.
Looks to me like we're going to be a little... Safety car is going to come in this lap.
Yeah, you can see where they're all packing up and the safety car just pulling away, and it's going to be a fraught restart.
It is indeed, but what that is going to mean is we're not going to see that 43 car out leading for much longer, because it must need fuel at the moment. Most of the cars behind it have stopped for tyres and will have taken some fuel during that stop, but the interior car most certainly didn't. Green flag is shown, field under the control of the lead car here. I have to say, by the way, but on our tracker, the wave-by cars have not caught this train.
No, but the incident's been cleared, and well, you're going to have to try and make up that lost ground as best as you can. I still don't think anyone can legally pit, so there's a big squirm there for the Nielsen racing car. So that's one to keep our eye on as the class leader in LMP2 Pro Am. Clearly, inter-Europol competition are reasonably confident that Kuba Śmiechowski still doesn't need any fuel, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him in the pits the next time around. Others have managed to make a stop, but they were emergency stops under the safety car. The exception of Daniel Schneider, who did get in before that safety car period.
But must now stop again.
Oh, so it was in the safety car?
It was in the safety car period, I'm sure.
So
Dan must, I think, stop again its first available opportunity, which will be on the next lap. I'm pretty certain that's the case.
You generally can't follow the safety car into pit lane unless it's on its fourth or fifth lap, for instance. Those three had been completed, but we'd only had 2 laps of the safety car.
So we're 5 minutes into the second hour of an unusually rainy, not uniquely, but unusually rainy European Le Mans Series race here in the south of France at Paul Ricard. Śmiechowski has been passed by the VDS Panis car, and I think it's also going to see the 22 car through as well, but not quite there. Almost got the nose off the United Autosports car.
It's just treacherous conditions. Drivers are really hunting for the grip here, multiple different lines, and trying to figure out the squirming coming off of the chicane. They're trying to get the power down. And the spray as well is just something else to throw into the mix.
It's a mix here, by the way, of cars in the lead group and lapped cars desperate to get back onto the lead lap.
So although the 43 car has just been passed by the 48, that's not for the lead of the race, folks, and nor would it be if the 22 United Autosports car of Manuel Maldonado was able to get by, which he desperately tried to do at the chicane.
As indeed is the 28 car, VDX Sport. Those two cars still together on track, by the way, after getting together in turn 1.
Just trying to make up that time, aren't they?
Will Kuba pit now? And has he done enough time at 1 hour and 6 minutes? Well, he's not been in the pit, so clearly he's done enough time. You've only got to do an hour.
Well, we've seen Nick Yellerly ready, so I think they will pit that car very soon. Is it going to be now?
It's not on the main straight.
It's on pit lane. It's on pit lane. So 43, after what I have to say has been a blinding stint from Kuba Śmiechowski in what were increasingly difficult conditions. Great first hour.
Yeah, this could be a race-winning position for them.
Yeah.
Also in, the leader in LMP2 Pro Am, Tony Wells, has stopped because he's done his 60 minutes. Jonas Reed in the number 9 Iron Lynx Proton car comes down pit lane, together with George Algarve Pro Racing and the United Autosports car of Daniel Schneider back in. So that was to complete the stop that he has partially done in the safety car.
So that will have hurt them, without a shadow of a doubt, but not too awfully badly. And they were one of the cars, remember, that started on wet weather tyres. Car 29, meantime, is having 10 seconds added to the next pit stop. That's the TDS racing car of Rodrigo Sales, who's getting out of the car right now. This will be a 10-second longer stop for every taken on the safety car.
Maybe this is a slight change. They're looking gambling on it drying up, and this is maybe a slight difference in the nose between starting the wet and maybe it's going to go dry.
Ooh, don't get your hand away from there, Sunshine.
Yeah, I think that was miscommunication there. lots of shouting going on.
Car 35, the ultimate car, drive-through penalty and a penalty point. That was for the collision we saw with car 88 that turned both cars around at turn 14. There's been further problems to the 88s instead, of course.
Just going back to that pit stop, it's most probably Kuba's radioed in that there's been particular chassis imbalance that maybe they could adjust with a change of the nose. And so this is maybe something that's a little bit more suitable to these conditions that Nick have been asking for.
We're not really going to see how things actually plan out here until the first fuel stops for the cars that took tyres.
Yeah.
Because that's going to be the turnaround for this race. If it stays green now, but into the racing lead, by the way, we should say, the number 24 car of Nielsen Racing. So it's Nielsen Racing from Duquesne, from Algarve Pro's number 25 car, Matthias Kaiser. So Kaiser has been caught and passed by those other two cars. Kaiser, remember, did stop for fuel. He's not a million miles away, Matthias Kaiser, from a similar strategy to the cars that pitted early on for wets.
Yeah.
It's a far more realistic position for him than it is for the Inter-Europol car.
They kind of sliced his 60 minutes in half, didn't they, to try and, I don't know, maybe get him out of some traffic. Perhaps they felt they were being held up a little bit here and there. So after 26 minutes, we were puzzled by that pit stop at the time. But it could come back to get them a great result. There's the 88 with the very different paint scheme after they replaced the nose on that car as well. So that's a couple of the Inter-Europol competition cars now with new bodywork. But an expert stint from the pilot from the 43 car. So let's head to Steph Wentworth to catch up from his viewpoint.
Hello from the pit lane. I am joined by Jakub Smirkowski, driver of the number 43 Inter-Europol competition. You've just jumped out of the car. Amazing for you. What was the motive behind starting on the wet weather tyres? Because you were one of only a few cars that did that.
Yeah, I mean, we hope that it's going to rain a little bit. We saw the radar and it was like 50-50, so we took a chance on it. At the end, it worked out a little bit, but with the safety car, it negated everything. So it's a bit of a shame, but at the end of the day, I think was a pretty good run. And let's see what the others now can do, and I hope we can fight for the win.
And we just saw your teammate Nick Yellerly jump in the car. There was a nose change as well. Can you tell us what that was about?
Yeah, I had a small contact on the last lap. Small contact on the last lap, so we had to change the nose sadly, but okay, it's still a long way to go, and yeah, the race is still going, so we keep on pushing.
Best of luck, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's cost them a handful of seconds, 15, 20 seconds, more than a handful. So you can see the disappointment on both those counts, the nose change required after contact, but also the fact that safety car had done Ollie so much of that good work.
Yeah, I mean, Kuba drove brilliantly, and I think it was also a great tactical decision by their engineering staff to start them on the wet tyre. I mean, it was 50-50, but you know, I spoke to Kuba's engineer just before the start, and he said this place just drives up so slowly, and you know, looking at the moisture and the feeling, and he just said, we're going to go with wets. And sometimes it's just, you just get a feeling. You just got to go out and stand out there rather than be, let's say, in the back of the pit box and looking at all your screens. You've sometimes just got to go out into the pit lane and feel it.
One quick thing to add, by the way, because the other gap that closed up, of course, with that safety car was the gap in LMP2 still leading the race, Duncan Cameron. Now, what is that, an hour and 12 minutes into his run here, and his gap to Martin Berry in the Iron Lynx AMG second in class is 30 seconds, so still a very good lead from Duncan Cameron.
Yeah, he's driven very well, and again, there were another team to gamble on that rain tyre and paying massive dividends for them.
Jamie Chadwick is in an arm wrestle here with Ryan Cullen. She was just going through turns 13 and 14 into Virage Dupont. Again, feeling the grit and that slight distraction of a car wanting to get to the pit lane just in front. But the run off the chicane so crucial, heading up the hill into senior corner. Both of these cars still with a windscreen wiper flapping away at the maximum setting, as little as that does. And GT cars galore, because they've all been boxed back in again after the safety car. So the 51 Ferrari with a good run on the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin.
This is the battle for fourth place at the moment, behind the Iron Lynx and TF Sports cars that are chasing Duncan Cameron. It's Racing Spirit Le Mans 59 Aston Martin, the 51 AF Corsa car, the 74 Kessel Racing car, Richard Mills AF Corsa's number 50, all involved in that group.
So nearly all of the GT runners started on slick tyres except for Duncan Cameron, and part of that is down to these cars have ABS.
Yep.
You know, all of the P3 and the P2 cars do not have ABS, and so it's kind of a little bit more of a safer bet to start on the slick tyre for the GT3 runners, just because of that driver aid. But still, it was paid massive dividends for Duncan Cameron to start on that wet tyre.
Look, beyond that, the two bronze drivers that stayed out a long time on the slick tyre were Celia Martin and Chris Reed in the Porsche, known to have good traction because of that rear engine format for the GT3 Porsche.
And they were also committed to staying out, and I think that they were also committed to getting to that 30-minute mark so that they could just do that one stop and then get to the end of that following stint, and then they've done their drive time. And that's where Kessel are, and I think those two Porsches aren't at the moment. The 74 car and Christian Reed and the Iron Dames car, I believe that they can just do this one more stop and then their bronze driver is done.
Yeah, 90 minutes is the minimum that you've got to do if you've got a silver and a gold or a platinum.
Yeah, I was in the Kessel box, and his 74, excuse me, it wasn't the 74 car, it was the 57 car I was talking about. That's with Kimura-san, that needed to just get to that sort of 30-minute mark, 32-minute mark, so that then make a stop and then they can get the energy all the way to that sort of hour and a half in, 90 minutes, as you say, Johnny. So I think that's what they're banking on. It's still super treacherous out there. These conditions are really, really tough.
Dane Cameron brought the number 99 car, making his way and picking his way through that battling GT class, but finding it difficult.
Exactly, you know, you just got cars coming from left and right, and there is multiple lines that you can choose around here, and certain cars will operate at certain different parts of the racetrack. You're really hunting for the grip all the time, and that's one of the things as a P2 car coming through the field. You've got to really pick your points, as Duncan, as he's finding out here, just trying to get through. Dane is trying to pick his way, and then maybe just around the outside and then switching back to the inside. And you're just trying to look after your car but not lose any time.
Well, from Dane Cameron to Duncan Cameron, what a start to the race it's been for the Spirit of Race driver. They made the right choice, as it turned out to be, to this stage of the race. Started the car on wet weather tyres. He's continued around. He's now 14 minutes rather, from finishing his drive time.
Yep. I mean, you've got to subtract the amount of time that you've been in the pit lane, of course, so it's better to go slightly over than certainly running it as close to the 90 as you can. Jamie Chadwick fully side by side with the 25 of Matthias Kaiser, and who are totally tail end out as well, coming out of Virage Dupont to complete the lap. Jamie's still behind the Kaiser car.
Yeah, she's had her elbows out. She's getting stuck in. It's great to see. You know, she's really fighting for her spot on the track, and it's great racing at the moment.
Well, she's learning her trade in this. She's part of this Genesis Magna Racing trajectory program. They're looking not just at what the plan is at the start of their forthcoming hypercar program, but what happens beyond that. We had the chance a couple of evenings ago to speak to their team boss down at DDEC Sports. Fantastic new facility. And Jamie Chadwick knows what she's got to do, as does Matthias Gerbert in this car, as does Danny Ugadella in this car. They've got to show, as drivers that have achieved in other formulae, but want to achieve in prototypes, they've got what it takes to be part of the future plans of a very ambitious incoming hypercar and GTP program.
Gerbert's been very quick.
Hasn't he just?
Wow. He's been pretty impressive.
Oh, wide there.
Just getting out on that paint out there, and it just drags you out wide. And yes, you're looking for the line, you're looking for the grip, but as soon as you drop a wheel on that paint, it's tough to get back from that.
He's got some pressure behind as well, because Pedro Perino, who's had a good couple of opening stints, is now starting to arrive on the scene in 7th position. So they're all stacking up there for that 4th place competition.
This is the battle for the LMP2 Pro-Am lead. This is the Nielsen Racing number 27 car, as, by the way, the lead cars now start to come in for their first really routine pit stops after an hour and 18 minutes. So this is the battle for the lead between Nielsen Racing and Proton Competition. Both of these teams would dearly love a race win.
Well,
it's something Giorgio Roda, despite vast success in qualifying, has never yet won a race.
Just looking out the window here, it does look very, very bright. You can almost see blue sky up at sort of heading towards Scene, but then looking out the other window, we're seeing that the gentleman's still got his umbrella up. So there's plenty of spray. So this is going to add to the tension and the stress level in the pit boxes with the engineering staff, just trying to work out, okay, are we predicting what's going to happen here, tyre choices and drive times and all the pieces we've spoken about.
So here is the Nielsen Racing car from the lead. Basie into the lead.
Nielsen
Matt Kaiser
done a great job actually here in these wetter conditions. It's been tough for them in the dry. Didn't have a great Barcelona, and it certainly seemed they were a little bit off the pace here in the dry. But now in the rain, their cars have come to the front.
Both cars running in the top 6 in the early running here.
Yeah, and that's an indication as well to the engineering staff about how they're running their cars and how the cars are set up. Cars coming to the front of the rain, not so good in the dry. There's a bit of a signal for you.
Car 66, JMW's Ferrari, 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for an unsafe release for JMW. They're currently running 10th with Scott Noble. So that's going to hurt them because that will drop them on current times by a couple of places back. Car 22, safety car procedure, 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for United Autosports.
Lots of driver changes in amongst those pit stops. So Chen Bollock-Bashi's got out and Ferdy Habsburg takes over in the 24 Nielsen. Also Jamie Chadwick's out of the EDEC Sport, and it's Danny Juncadella now onto the wet stuff.
We're just seeing some pictures from inside the Nielsen box, and Chen was being slapped on the back, and lots of congratulations, handshakes, high fives.
It was a good stint.
A great stint by him, and it also just lifts the morale in the team. You know, when you're seeing a driver do that, you know, that's a real shot in the arm for all those guys down there at Nielsen.
Mark Scaife, then award mechanic amongst the team members offering congratulations. I don't think it's going to be long before we hear from the young Turkish driver, first year this year, of course, in LMP2.
Yeah, good to see. Really good to see.
Algar Pro Racing lead the race with Matthias Kaiser, Pedro Perino on pit lane now, and Matthias Kaiser's lead is going to extend it. He'll go longer than this current batch of pit stoppers because he stopped later for fuel.
Yeah.
Did not need to stop for tyres, stopped for fuel. So this is looking good again for the 25. You talked about the strategies that come out of LMP2 teams. Great to see Nielsen Racing on their game, but Algar Pro Racing have been the bar for so long in the European Le Mans Series.
Yeah, never ever discount them. They are ferocious in how they're thinking outside the box a lot of the time, and they're working the numbers and looking at the different options, and you know, they very rarely miss anything.
Awesome overtake there from Danny Juncadella around the outside of Enzo Fittipaldi. Bear in mind, these are new drivers going in and having to work the conditions out as best as they can. But an outgoing driver is now with Steph Wentworth.
Joined by Chen Bollock-Bassi, driver of the number 24 Nielsen Racing. Chen, what an interesting first stint, a very positive one for you. You ran very well, but it was difficult conditions.
It was definitely not easy. I think starting on the dry tires was a gamble. I'm not sure if it paid off because I saw the wet tires starters in front of me at the safety car, but it was tricky when it started raining especially. But then when we transitioned to wets, it was okay. I think it's just the problem is it's not stable conditions, but I enjoyed that, to be honest.
You guys working well as a team. What can you expect for the rest of the race from your teammates' perspective?
Oh yeah, I mean, I love my teammates. We've been working really hard. I think we've taken a good few steps since Barcelona. We still have a lot more steps to take, but we're on the good route. We're on the right way, and I have trust in my teammates, so hopefully they can just bring it back in P1.
Best of luck, thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Another quick point, by the way, is I'll come in a moment for a bit of feedback on what he was saying about the start there. Third place overall, just now down to fourth, and having not stopped yet in the race, the M Racing Ligier, the number 68 car in LMP3, third overall after an hour and 23 minutes. They must be running on fumes pretty much at this stage. Yes, we've had those 2 safety cars, but a great run to the front. They've stayed at the front, pulled away from the other car we know started on wet weather tyres, which was Torsten Kratz's WTM by Rinaldi. That car hasn't stopped either, but what is that, 12 positions further back in the order. What a great run from them racing.
I think what we're going to fall into now is as this spray is going away and the track is drying up, it's going to fall into that zone of the track just being extremely greasy, never really fully drying. Or is it going to fully dry up? I mean, all of the umbrellas have gone down now. There are obviously still some very wet spots, but I think teams will be certainly looking about how can we get to the next stop and then make that switch to the dry tyre.
Yeah, and that's again what a call that's going to be. Whoa. No intermediates, remember, these days in LMP2. 3 wide, almost coming into turn 1 between the 22, the 30, and that's one of the cool racing cars as the 34 car from Interpol just sets in behind. It's actually the 27 from Sergio Santa Camara, the LMP2 Pro leader in the mixer with that lot as well. That's the battle for 7th position overall. Cracking stuff as everybody adjusts to what have been pretty rapidly changing weather conditions, from greasy at the start to pretty much never quite got biblical, but it was certainly tricky enough.
And this is the point where you're wanting you're hoping your engineer is just set the tyre pressure exactly bang on as the track dries away. You know, the pressure's going to become pretty critical. You know, if you've got a little bit too much pressure in the tyre can really start to underperform, overheat. And you start really scrabbling and working for grip, and then you really start hunting for those wet spots on the track.
Don't get many tyres either. I mean, it's potentially helped out by the fact that it is wet, so they haven't really had to eat into their slick allocation. So you can be a bit more liberal, I suppose, with how you apply those through the course of the race. A little bit cruel on Ryan Nasani's part to push Jean-Baptiste Simonard at the start of this lap right towards that wet patch, which is between 13 and 14, and Simonard did very well to stop in time, but that's one of the real danger spots heading into turn 14 on it.
Yeah, it is, but it's going to be, it's just deep there from the United car, got in just a little bit too heavy there. Karen tried to carry a bit too much speed, giving up the spot, but it's the way now that the cars will start to walk around on these wet weather tyres as they start, the tread blocks just start to overheat and the car just starts to wander and walk, and the P2 cars are a really amazing. That 07 chassis has got a great platform, but it can put a huge amount of energy into these rain tyres.
Information to the pit lane.
So I should say, by the way, that 22 car is a lap down on the rest of the cars around it. So
plus
Yoshiko
1
Izumi
penalty point
is going to get a
on
drive-through
his
penalty
for
and 1
dangerous
penalty
driving
point
at
for
pit
dangerous
entry.
driving
Car
entering
82
pit lane.
has
It's
a drive-through
this
penalty
here
plus
from
1
the
penalty point on his
outside to
license
the inside
for dangerous driving at pit entry, causing a collision
just a change of lanes there and just cleaning up Christian, and he would have been a complete passenger with that going, what is going on here?
Couldn't work out whether the 88 was also trying to get in the pit lane and just couldn't get there because of that confusion in front between the 2 GTs. But
it could easily be just, he was like, I don't know where to go, right over there's a bit of time I can get to, and I'm not going to try not to hit anybody, and he cleaned out Christian, unfortunately.
Yeah, but Koizumi just needed to actually back off and go around the back of Christian Reed to then get in the pit lane that way.
As we were saying, it was drying up. It's now raining really heavily again, coming up the back straight here into the chicane.
No immediate signs of any prospect of slick tyres here. Remarkably, the 2 Interpol cars have found each other in a battle for 12th position.
Yes,
43 and 34.
So Nick Yellerly in the 43, the yellow-nosed, and then the green, so the inverted colours, green in the front, yellow in the back for Jean-Baptiste Simonard.
I was about to say we should make clear the yellow-nosed comment was about the car and not Nick.
It is. Oh, I don't know, it's a chilly day.
Absolutely.
There to be a blue nose more so.
Matt Kaiser leads this race, by the way, is off strategy with everybody else, but leads the race by 52 seconds. And he is coming to the end of his required running in the car. But at the moment, an inspired choice again on strategy from Algarve Pro Racing. We'll see how it all pans out.
There's a 74 Kessel Racing Ferrari stopped just before turn 13, and it's been in the barrier as well. So has that tagged on the rear right, perhaps? Not going to go anywhere in a hurry.
He's trying to get the car moving again.
Andrew's so close to getting to finish his drive time there, and I was about to say that
1 more
hour
lap.
and a half in, and as Andrew just got tagged.
Oh, it was the 48.
Yeah.
It was the 48 car. Did he hit the barrier?
He did.
And he hit it quite hard as well.
He did. That's going to need some attention, and he's close to pit entry, so he'll be straight in.
It was the 48, I'm sure, the VDS Panis car involved in that incident.
Esteban Masson, so they've switched to, switched drivers now to their gold.
An hour and 28 minutes into this race, and the LMP3 leader makes its first pit stop.
Wow. This goes to show, doesn't it, these conditions, how far you can stretch the energy window, you know, and get yourself really deep into the race.
This is the battle for the lead in LMP2 Pro Am, and it's gone the way of Giorgio Roda. Actually, it's not Roda anymore, is it? It's Rennie Binder now aboard the car. Goes past Sergio Setikamara in the Nielsen Racing 27 car.
The 30 didn't see him there. He was about to turn in, and Rennie Binder just threw it up the inside there. Fortunately, the 30 just saw him at the last second out of the corner of his eye. But it's tricky conditions here with all of this, with the rain lights on, with the spray, with other cars being around you, and also the side windows, all the pieces that you're used to be able to see out of in these conditions. They can get really fogged up, or just the mucky water gets on there and it can't get cleaned off. And so, you know, your vision is very much tunnel vision.
Yeah. You don't get a tear off the side windows, do you? There you go.
I've been lobbying for it for years.
Greedy, that's what I say.
I love a tear off, you know.
Into the pit lane from the lead, Matthias Kaiser, Algarve Pro Racing's number 25 car, also in. Duncan Cameron, what a great stint from him to start this race, and that will be his time. Is it done?
He didn't get out. I don't think he got out of the car, did he?
We're not at an hour and a half yet.
You can't do it yet. No, we're not. We're at an hour and 29.
Oh my word!
Oh, that's disastrous.
Some of these cars. Well, these cars will have been in, but yeah, if it's run out of fuel now, he's got to stay in.
He has.
He couldn't quite make his fuel number.
And that was one of the. When I was down with Kessel at the start of the race, that was one of the key things that they were working through. And these guys just like one lap short.
Yeah.
It's not hit the fuel number.
Remember, it's timed from pit in to pit out, or from green flag to pit in, and then if you spend, let's say, a minute in the pit lane, that doesn't count to your drive time. But we're not even there now. We need another 10 seconds yet.
You needed one more lap.
Maybe that's all it'll be. But no, surely Duncan's going to be in for a good sort of half an hour or so.
He's
wait for the next opportunity, because hey, the weather compounding down as it is.
I think
there's going to be another safety car.
There is going to be another opportunity. I think that's pretty likely here.
Yeah, it's probably best not to put a microphone on the nose of Matt Griffin right now. But under investigation, car 88. That's what has been a much trouble run from the Interpol Ligier pit stop infringements, and an incident involving cars 20 and car 12 at turn 8 under investigation for causing a collision.
A lot of new drivers will be getting in the car shortly, and they'll all be hunting and looking for where that grip is. Yes, they've been talking to their teammates on where they work and where they've been on the track, but every driver has their own interpretation of where the grip is and how they feel that their car can run on that tyre at that particular time. And so you're going to see some imaginative lines into certain corners.
Indeed. Into the car, the 25 car, Théo Pourchaire, in the 25 Algarve Pro Racing car that led the race until that pit stop. The 74 car, meanwhile, hearing from Steph Wentworth after that clash.
Yeah, it's gone in the box.
Is in the box. So
you can see the engineer Diego, there he is on the right front corner. He's just he's the engineer, and they'll be working on, okay, what do we need to fix here just to get the car back out again.
It's actually stood up to that damage pretty, or the impact pretty well. They're having to get a new door, so obviously that's
the mirror we saw in the middle of the track.
Kind of took a slap, didn't it, to the barrier?
True.
So Andrew was absolutely not at fault there. He got completely tagged by the P2 car and sent in the wall, and that's a tough one for him.
So the key question here, Ollie, is we know how modular this car is, that extraordinary piece of engineering, that rear clip. It's whether or not it took a hit on the wheel and then through into the drivetrain from there.
They're looking quite hard at the rear of the car.
Miguel Molina in the back of the garage as well, due to be in that car at a later stage, they hope.
Yeah. The cars have come through the gloom here down into turn 1.
Well, I think the spray on the Mistral is as worse as it's been now, as bad as it's been, I should say. So it's really difficult to work out who is who from a long shot. The GT class now led by Martin Berry's Mercedes. He's made at least one stop, so still looking at probably another lap to be absolutely sure that he's done his sufficient drive time. These are all still the bronzes who've done a mega job.
Oh, it's really testing out there. It's super tricky, all for the pros, and you put those bronzes in, and they've done an amazing job to keep it clean and keep it on the track and moving forward. And some of these guys haven't even really driven these cars that much in the rain.
Mike Wainwright on pit lane. That's the end of his running time. Yellows at turns 3 and 4. That's debris, and a full course yellow is coming. So full course yellow is coming in 30 seconds time to clear that debris.
Still doesn't provide an opportunity for Duncan Cameron to pit, because the full course yellow locks you out of the pit lane.
That fuel number is
20
we were just
disaster for
him.
Melina talking to Andrew Gilbert, and Andrew Gilbert's still in the car because he has to
We'll
stay
be
in the car
going
'cause he
full
hasn't
course
done his
yellow
full
in
drive
exactly
time. So it's really
10,
tough on these guys.
9,
I think Andrew's
8,
one of the guys.
7,
I was talking to
6,
Fran
5,
Releda just
4,
before I came down
3,
here, and he was saying that
2,
Andrew's not driven this
1,
car in the rain.
full course yellow, full course yellow.
No.
We
Full
will be
course yellow
intervening
comes
He
between
did do
pit exit and
extremely well,
P1
and he just gets
from
tagged.
driver's
And I know
left.
that the P2 cars have also been spooking Andrew a little over this last weekend, and he was talking about that from Barcelona as well.
It's a big adjust, isn't it?
It is. It's
On
a
the
huge
start
adjustment
finish
in multi-class
straight up
racing,
to
particularly the
T1,
P2
all
cars, and there's a
cars
lot
left.
of them, and you know how that they taking slightly different lines, and they're coming in very late into some of those moves that they're putting on you into certain corners, and it can feel like as a GT driver you're getting quite bombarded.
Yeah.
But also, I suppose as a GT driver, you get used to the driving style of a silver or a bronze in a P2, but we're now at a point where the golds and the platinums are taking over, and they're not looking to lose any time whatsoever. That was Esteban Masson in the VDS Panis Racing P2 that collided into the side of Andrew Gilbert. That's been noted. We'll let you know when we get a decision either way.
I can tell you from what we're seeing from,
At
you can see
T10,
the Kessel Racing
totally
garage.
left. At
There is a
T10,
tension
we're totally
ahead of
left.
that
We're
bodywork
sending
section,
marshals
so
from
that
the right
has
hand
had
side.
some kind of impact.
Yeah, you've got Charlie Hollins there, who's his driver coach, talking to Andrew there about what's happened, what vision they've seen, and just offering him some advice. But it's tough times for them down there. They were looking in pretty good order, and Andrew was just trying to click off his laps, and only a matter of minutes away from handing the car over to Fran. But that's still racing luck sometimes.
Charlie, remember, a single season WC driver for Red River Sport back in the day. Johnny Molam's team.
Interestingly, that incident's been it's listed as the 28 car rather than the 48, but we're pretty confident it was the VDS car that.
Pretty certain that was the VDS car.
Yeah,
Certainly
so
had
maybe
all the colouring.
that'll be reviewed, but it is now under an incident involving the 74 Ferrari close to that corner is now being looked at.
Okay, well, we'll wait.
It's the
for
most
them
neutral
to-
way of putting it.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, by the way, as things under the full course yellow settle just for a moment, it's Matteo Capietto in the number 9 Iron Lynx Proton car, a car that has had an incident in this race, leads the race, still from the 24 Nielsen Racing car, now in the hands of Ferdy Habsburg. Vlad Lomko for Vector Sports sits third after
We
a
have to
great result
intervene
from
again
Vector,
on the start-finish
at
straight after
Barcelona.
the bridge.
EDEX Sports number
All
18
drivers
is now in
were
the hands of
totally
Daniel
to the
Cadella,
right.
and
All
that car
drivers
sits
were
fourth.
totally
Before
to
we
the
get
right.
to the lead car in LMP2 Pro-Am, that is Rennie Binder aboard the 77 Proton competition car, a team, a crew looking for a first win in LMP2 Pro-Am. Nielsen Racing's second car, their lead car in LMP2 Pro-Am sits second in the order of that class, 7th overall, and then Clem Novalak is aboard the TDS Racing number 29 car, sitting third. LMP3 is led by M Racing, having made that first pit stop. They sit 18th
We are removing
overall
full
ahead of
course
the
yellow
Ultimate
at 13,
and CLX
38,
Motorsport
30 in
35 and
25
17.
seconds.
Liget's fourth place, dropping back a little
20
in that
seconds.
stop cycle. It's Torsten
20 seconds to remove
by
full course
Rinaldi
yellow.
Racing number 12, Duquesne.
We are
Back,
removing
fifth
full
place
course
is
yellow
the Ginetta.
in 10,
Antti Ramo
9,
in the
8,
Vehicle Engineering number
7,
4. LMGT3, as you quite
5,
rightly said, gentlemen,
4,
now led by
3,
the Iron Lynx AMG, the 63 car of Martin
full
Berry,
course
ahead
yellow
of
removed,
Castellet
full course
Toledo.
yellow
We go
removed.
back to green flag running in the 50 Richard Mille, of course, of Ferrari, and then Racing Spirit Le Mans 59 Aston Martin in the hands of Clément Mathieu. And we've got a number of drivers that are about to be getting out of these GT3 cars.
Yeah, absolutely. There's going to be a lot of activity coming up here AF course, I think we're just seeing them getting ready in the pit lane. But at this restart, you're trying to get everything going again. These guys would have, brakes would have cooled off, tyres would have cooled off, and they're just trying to get themselves switched back on again. It's the top part of the racetrack here, and it certainly looks a lot drier than it is down at the lower part. And this could present quite a challenge for the drivers and the teams. You know, if there's one part of the track that fully dries out or really gets to a dry line, and the other part soaking wet, that does become a real challenge.
The other thing we haven't got anything of today is wind. Normally this place can be a bit blustery, which can help dry a track out, but that's a struggle as well. A big wet patch on the approach to Virage du Pont, after the corner known as Virage du Lac, which means lake, of course, and we have got a huge lake between turns 13 and 14. Sometimes you'll end up in that, whether you like it or not, because you're in a quicker car trying to pass, let's say, a collection of GT cars into that final corner. Again, though, that period of full course yellow means that you're not up to date with the current track conditions. So the first lap out of it, very precarious indeed.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, Danny Juncadella here doing a brilliant job in this Genesis Magna racing car. And he just getting caught up behind this 296 Ferrari, trying to go around the outside here. I believe that's Scott Noble still on board that car. He had quite a challenge at the start of the race to get himself going. But here's the first stops here for the GT3 cars and the 296 here for AF course.
Yeah, Castellet Toledo will be out of that car. I'll make a quick apology and correction, by the way. 77 has won a race. They won at Portimão last year, with thanks to Jeff Carter from the media office. You remember what I didn't? 21 car of, it's not still Daniel Schneider, is it? Is Ollie Jarvis.
He got turned around.
It's 22.
We lost the rear, or it might have had a bit of contact there. Did well to keep it out the wall. We're going to be on board here.
So that's Gregoire Sauce in the 22 car.
Just got in too deep there on the brakes coming into the chicane. Chose the right move going down the escape road, and now he's just got to make sure he doesn't take an advantage, so he's just short shifting before he gets back on the throttle. Gone to another set of wets there in the 50 car. He changed those.
Andrew Gilbert returning to the race.
Nice.
We're hearing from Steph, so 74 moves again.
Good effort from the Kessel Racing crew. Let's hope the issue is fixed. Of course, that's going to be laps down now, but they will hope that perhaps the misfortunes they've had will be matched elsewhere and pick up some points.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a sort of a damage limitation for them at this point.
Just watching some of the bigger names struggling to make efforts through this this field. Nick Yellowleach still behind that group of LMP2 Pro-Am cars, albeit now, of course, with pro drivers aboard.
Just see there, the TDS car got run all the way out. He was trying to go around the outside of Scott Noble, who was coming in the pit lane, and maybe it's a bit of a late call, I don't know, but he got pushed. The TDS car got pushed all the way to the outside and gave back second place to the Nielsen car.
He'd only just grabbed that place, Clem Novalak, so he'll be looking for that back as soon as possible.
There's a bit of a lopsided look to the TDS car. That's because the decal, which serves as the visor on the top of the roof of that car, is peeling back slowly to reveal a bit more of the cockpit. Those two cars are going to run side by side past the 88, which has been repaired.
Yeah, the TDS just got better traction. You saw as he came off of the chicane there at turn 2, he could just drive off the corner better. And the Nielsen car's just straggling. You see with the way he turned in there, he just started to lose the rear. Maybe the pressures have gone up on the rear of the car there, and he's just struggling for rear grip, rear traction.
Bit of an ELMS retro look at the moment to that Enduro car. Remember Oregon teams for some years past, and the frontal aspect of that car makes it look very like their own livery, but it's not. It should be all over pink. It isn't, as a result of the second of two big incidents that car's had so far this race.
I see what you're saying there, Johnny. It's pulling away, peeling up, isn't it? That
the visor,
yeah, livery.
Unintended tear off for that one.
Nice.
Everybody loves a tear off.
Well, we might lose that entirely by the end of the race, because the airflow is huge down this Mistral, even though we are using the chicane this weekend.
Don't want is any of that peeling off and going in the airbox.
No, and we have seen that before.
Yeah.
We've seen that with a factory Audi back in the day. Meantime, next target for Clem Novalak is Enzo Fittipaldi in the 47 CLX Motorsport car in LMP2 rather than Pro-Am. So we've not at the moment got a Pro-Am car leading, but we have got 3 in the top 10. In fact, 3 in the top 8. correction now from race control that it is indeed an incident involving car 48 and 74 that's under review. We saw that.
You were right, Johnny.
That's a first.
We were all right.
Just got to mark that one up.
Yes, indeed.
Well, I think I had one moment yesterday when I was right as well. 2 in a weekend is a total unknown for me.
Six coming 3, so what else are you going to be right with? We'll have to wait and see.
Life.
That's a
just
reason
life.
to stick with us for the next 2.25 hours. Now, the TDS car has finally got ahead of Enzo Fittipaldi. He ran a bit too deep into the Bandor corner, and Fittipaldi picked off in the 47 CLX then.
So 4.3 seconds is now the gap for the lead in LMP2 Pro-Am. And that's now Proton Competition's Rennie Binder from Clem Novalak for TDS, then the Nilsson Racing 27 car. That's your 1, 2, 3 in LMP2 Pro-Am, and they sit 5th, 6th and 8th overall at the moment. And the gap from the lead, by the way, from the leader in LMP2 Pro-Am is only 25 seconds.
These conditions have been super tough and tricky, and also all of these caution periods and safety cars have really helped sort of keep the race together, and nobody's really been able to stretch their legs, have they, and get away.
So just looking at the damage that was done, if you like, in terms of the competitiveness for a win for Spirit of Race, for having to make that stop, I'm beginning to question, well, it would have been, of course, because they were able to fuel the cars when they changed tyres, with Duncan Cameron having one fewer stop at that point.
Yeah.
Of course, as Charlie Samani just pits now, so his time is done. The gap between Duncan Cameron and Martin Berry, 33 seconds from it's pretty much cost him a minute, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Massimo Capietto, who is leading at this phase of the race with the number 9 car. He took that over from Jonas Reed in the previous pit stop. On to lap 42, they go. This almost 8-second lead over Ferdinand Habsburg. But everybody is, well, I wouldn't say necessarily on all different strategies, but there are different routes through this race being employed because of the cautions and where they've landed. Some having to make fuel stops and then top them up as soon as we came out of the most recent safety car. Is it getting drier out there in any spots? I think generally the pace of the race is improving.
There's no rain. I'm looking at puddles outside the booth at the moment. No rain there. Just a quick note to say, Rennie Binder has responded to the pace of Clem Novalak. They're both going quicker than their cars, respective cars, have gone to any point this point. And if anything, Binder on the last lap around just pulling away another half a second.
I think we're going to see Martin Berry on pit lane very, very shortly here. The Iron Links guys are out in the lane, so I think that they're priming themselves for a stop. And I mean, it should be all these guys, all of these bronzes should be done with their drive time now.
And as you say, he does indeed pit from the lead, and he pits, by the way, for what's the lead? It is 13 seconds. That is some effort from Martin Berry.
Driven well, been smart in the conditions.
Hour and 45 minutes aboard the car, putting aside the strategic woe that's been dealt out to Duncan Cameron. That's a standout performance from Martin Berry. Followed down pit lane, by the way, 13 seconds later, by Clement Mathieu.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a few of them now. A bit of a tidal wave, I think.
The difficulty now, of course, for Spirit of Race is what do you do with Duncan Cameron? He's got a car that's pretty much fully fueled. He doesn't have to stay in the car anymore.
No.
But are you going to burn more time on pit lane, or with the relative pace of the bronze against the silvers and golds?
And that's where the team's going to be sitting there working all of the numbers and trying to work out, okay, where are they going to be losing the least? And just trying to make sure that they're making the right call to give their car the very best chance.
They're going to be praying for a virtual safety car.
Yeah, they are.
And it doesn't look like coming any moment soon.
But you just never know in these conditions. We're just seeing here on track, you know, going really wide there with both of those 296s and the P2 car coming back up the inside. The TDS car, they're trying to find its way through, I believe. And it is very, very tricky. Right now, everybody's using a very sort of different line to try and make sure they're picking up as much pace as they can, but also looking after the tyres that are on the car. It really does have to, you are as a driver really guessing as you're coming up to pass the slower traffic, where do I place, where do I go, where's the point that I look to make the move.
So Lorcan Hannafin rejoins in second place in the Iron Lynx AMG. Now just looking as he clears the first timing section, just what the gap is. Give you an idea of just exactly where things are going to stand. He comes through, and the gap to Duncan Cameron is 34 seconds, but the pit stop was 1 minute and 14. So on countback, that is going to mean, even with a good pit stop, the Spirit of Race car is going to be 30 seconds back when that counts back out. Desperately bad luck. I reckon Cameron with the safety car.
I reckon he
safety
was
car
4 minutes short. So when he came in and he needed energy, it was 1 hour and 29 minutes on the clock for the race. They'd already made one pit stop though, remember, so he really needed about 4.5 more minutes, and the problem is now he's been in the car for another 15, nearly 20 minutes.
He needed a longer safety car, is what he needed, and it would have been pretty much home free at that point. But unfortunately for him, it's not worked out the way they hoped it would. Still, Matteo Capietto leads the race. We're aboard now the number 18 car, running 4th place with Danny Gadella. Danny is just a second back from Vlad Lomko. That's the next, rather closer than that, in fact.
Well, here they are on track, aren't they? These two.
This is the battle
going
for
at it. Multiple different lines here. Lomko going right round the outside. Danny just giving him the room, but then got pinched off at the exit there, and he couldn't get the power down. Really hurt himself coming off of that corner. Dropped the gap here, and is Danny going to go in the box? No, he's not. He's just using, again, a very, very wide sort of wet line, trying to look after these rain tyres. And I think if Danny could get by him, I think he could stretch away. But it's just all about how much you're using the tyre to try and get by. Following the car as well, you're going to start washing out your front tyres.
That was the karting line from your Cadet, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was.
Don't get anywhere near the inside of the corner where the natural camber will take the water. You've got to go to the highest part of the circuit.
And it's also the rubber that's on the track, and also how that mixes with the rain tyre. And you are literally experimenting all the time, hunting all the time for the grip.
Excellent to watch. I mean, he's applying, the GT mentality to an LMP2 car, and incredible result again, we'll echo, in Barcelona. 3 drivers who'd never raced LMP2 before, winning their class in their debut.
Andrew Gilbert, so in the background, heading for pit lane. That will be his drive time done. It looks as if that Castellet Racing car is fixed, albeit now laps down. So it's now going to be a run to get to the finish for the 74 car, and in the hope that perhaps misfortune strikes elsewhere and they can grab some points today.
Just noticing also the 51 car, they switched to Davide Rigon.
That's early.
Yeah, and again, there's numerous different strategies that teams are employing here, mixing up, with the conditions and how they're going to play it out, and use their resource all the way through to the end of the race here. 2 hours and 10 minutes to go. It really is a point of you've just got to work through. The McLaren was going slow there. We didn't have an issue. These P2 runners coming through.
There's aboard the McLaren. It's Garnet Patson aboard the car at the moment. Silver rank driver and very quick. Garnet from South Australia. Won't be that used to these conditions, I'm sure. Local track, The Bend, Motorsport Park. One-time visit from the Asia Le Mans series there, and owned by, co-owned by current WC racer Yasser Shaheen.
So Nick Yellowly just getting through. Was that Nick Yellowly getting through?
Yeah,
there?
it was.
It is.
Yeah. Sergio Sete Camara.
So that's it. Is Nick now managing to make progress? He's going to be next target for him is Enzo Fittipaldi. Still, by the way, René Binder ahead of Clem Novalak in that battle for LMP2 Pro-Am and 5th overall. These conditions are making it tough to get to and past.
Yeah, it's greasy. That's where it gets to at this point. There's not that much spray coming up, and you're just trying to not overheat your tyres. You can sort of see the way that the cars have all come through and into this fast left-hander. It's all like drifting across the road. Whereas a P2 car, with the way that platform often works, it's just very planted, very flat, really carves a corner very aggressively.
Side by side between the Iron Dames Porsche and the Racing Spirit Le Mans Aston Martin. It's a position change there, up and into In fact, that was a challenge from the Racing Spirit Le Mans car. Silvio Martin still aboard that car.
Yeah, we're still seeing a lot of the bronze runners on board the GT3 cars, and yeah, it's certainly a point where I was expecting to see a few more of them change through, and this is the Nielsen car coming through, gone deep on the brakes through the chicane there, going down at the runoff.
From a GT perspective, I think it's just a bit awkward to have pitted a lot of these bronzes earlier than they have done. I mean, Celia Martin's now, Duncan Cameron had to stay in.
Yes.
So we have the change in the Mike Wainwright car, so the GR Racing car, that's finally happened. But there are others that, for instance, Celia Martin's still in her car, and they're trying to get to, a reasonable end to the energy.
Yeah.
Christian Reed still in his car as well. It wasn't really a phase where he could have got out.
He just enjoys it.
Well,
I think
maybe.
Christian's just
When's his
fending off,
next drive going to happen?
fending off retirement.
Well, I'm also wondering which car is going to drive next. I mean, he's been in Mercedes, Porsches,
Mustang.
Yeah, Mustang, and you know, maybe he's going to try an Aston next time.
He's just hungry for it. You can tell.
Maybe he could end up in a Ferrari.
Really? Go that far?
Well, but putting aside, joking aside, it is unfortunately possible we'll see him next weekend in an MG if Claudio has not recovered from his back pain. And I hope he has.
That's an AMG, not an MG. You sort of mumbled that bit. Only because we're driving an MG this weekend.
He's had to put his teeth back in there.
Still, this battle here between the Vector Sport car and Edec Sports number 18, Danny Ugadella, on terms with Vlad Lomko. They are dropping back, by the way, from the lead two cars, 77 and 29, and that's a fumble there from...
Well, he got kind of pushed out onto that curb as he's on the brakes into turn one.
That was the change. That was the 29 going through and taking the lead in LMP2 Pro-Am, and in defence of that, Rennie Binder finding there was no grip.
Yeah, well, it's generally not when you get out there on that painted surface and it's wet and there's an awful lot of standing water there. It's not going to be more grip, it's definitely going to be less.
Also, there are so many different combinations of chicane in that bit. You can go left, right, left as we're doing this weekend, but there's also a south chicane which goes in the opposite direction and the mirror image, and then there are different routes through as well. So if you get the braking point wrong, who knows where you'll end up and which bit of white paint or red paint you're next going to hit.
It gets pretty confusing when you get out there.
Which way's the track going again? If you've had a spin there, you do have to sort of just take a moment and think, no, it's definitely this way.
Yeah, definitely.
You've raced it before, Ollie?
Yes, long time ago. It was in black and white.
It was in black and white.
It wasn't in chariots, it was in a car.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Which car?
GT car.
It was a GT car, it was a Corvette, it was in the sort of World Championship, GT1.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Mad Croc I drove here.
So that was the DK engineering one car?
Yeah, no, I think it was it was the DKR engine, yeah, but they had a combination.
With SRT?
That's it.
Yeah, Salazar.
Yeah, Salazar, yeah. That was a lot of fun. The race here was pretty crazy. That was a long time ago.
2010, 2011?
It was 2010. Yeah. They were brilliant cars, amazing GT1 cars.
Here we go, Danny Ugadella looking for, again, an opportunity of a nibble at Vlad Lomko.
He's been he's sizing this up, and look at them going very, very wide there at turn one, missing the apex by a long way, and that was by design.
Yeah, that's the deliberate, again, stay out of the muck on the inside of the bend, which is the natural racing line. They've both worked that out now, so Vlad Lomko and Danny Ugadella are having an intriguing fight.
And it seems they generate their lap time in different ways. Danny's dropping back a long way and he soon catches up, and it's just the way that they're driving their cars, and maybe it's that Danny, GT mentality and how he's generating his time in the race car.
Lenny Binder's back ahead of Clem Novalak. Is he back ahead, or did he not give that position up?
It's so hard to know in these.
Didn't see.
Yeah.
Well, that's crucial, because if it is going to draw anyone's attention in the race control office, then there'll be a message to say it's under review. There's also a puddle of water just at the turning point there. For René Binder.
He went in a bit deep there and he just ran right through it. And my experience is that that's generally not the fastest way to do it. It's a good way of unhooking the car and chasing it all the way in, which it looked like he did.
Nick Yelly, by the way, is catching this pair because of this battle, of no doubt. At the moment, he's a couple of seconds a lap quicker, 5 seconds now back. So we should start to see the yellow and green car in the background, the other yellow car in the background of Nick Yellerly in 7th place and looking to get onto terms with this pair of battling P2s.
We just saw on one of the shots we've got here in the commentary box, we saw the Kessel 57 car coming in for a stop and Kimura-san getting out and Ben Tuck getting on board.
Okay.
It's good to see Kimura-san, solid stint. Tough with him starting on the slick tyres and going a long way on those tyres.
He's had a busy weekend, added as a late change for the Ligier European Series. I think Kimura-san's first runs in prototypes.
I believe it is, yes, and seemed to enjoy it. And, yeah, but he's had a very busy weekend. An enjoyable weekend, though.
There you go. Clem Novalak looks to the inside, looks to the outside, tries the dummy, does the outside line and goes through. Cracking run there from Clem Novalak. Sold him the dummy to the inside, pulled to the outside. It's the other way around, sorry. But makes the move beautifully there. But Billy Binder didn't enjoy that experience. He's having to go back immediately. And while this is all going on, I am watching and...
Oh, he's got to the inside and he's got him back. There's going to be contact here, and there was a little bit of contact there between the 29 and the 77. These guys have just got to be cool. There's still 2 hours of racing here, and if they get too aggressive with one another and get in the side of one another, they could put their own cars in peril.
Look in the background, Nick Yellerly is jetting towards this pair. Second and a half, almost 2 seconds up. Here, Duncan Cameron is taking the earliest available opportunity. I'm guessing this is going to be strategy-led in terms of timing. It is pretty much on top of the hour.
Yeah.
And that's the change for the 55 car. Duncan Cameron out of the car after, with a minute short of 2 hours aboard the car.
Yeah. They should be able to get now just with one more stop to the end of the race with the energy on board.
An hour and 55 minutes just about in total for Duncan Cameron, when he only needed to do the 90, but he's driven well and they've had to just weather that storm. Still just about in the mix, but considering the huge advantage they had during the opening hour, that's a bitter pill to swallow, you might say. Still not top in this LMP2 Pro-Am battle. Easy for me to say, as Novalak's on the fight back again.
There's going to be another factor here, as we've got car 68 gets a drive-through penalty for the pass-around procedure. That's the race-leading LMP3 car.
29 just went in the box.
29 in the box. The other factor in this battle, by the way, is a car that it was catching that, I think, and also in is Nick Yellerly, by the way. So he... And the leader, the number 9 car, is on pit lane as well. So Ferdy Habsburg leads for Nielsen Racing again. So the 68M racing car does indeed have a minute and 42 seconds gap, and is going to get a drive-through penalty for the pass-around procedure. Whatever's happened there, they've deemed that a drive-through is going to be sufficient, but a massive lead.
And a long look at that, haven't they, the officials?
Haven't they just? But they were class leaders. Surely they didn't pass around whilst in the lead.
Was it? They didn't take the pass around. No.
They didn't. No, they were the leader.
Yeah. But did they? Well, yeah. Did they take a pass around when they weren't eligible for it, and then maybe back off? I don't know. It could have been all sorts of things, but clearly something. Generally, there's no smoke without fire with those messages on our screen. Yeah. So they've found something suspicious.
Danny Juncadea was trying to get past the Iron Lynx car there and took a little bit of a risk, quite a big risk actually, coming across that apex curb, coming onto the back straight there, and I think who's on board the Iron Lynx car certainly were not happy.
Capietto, I think, wasn't it?
Sorry, Iron Dames, sorry.
And Dames' car is now still Celia Martin.
Yeah, Celia was not impressed with the move, but it's multi-class racing. Everybody's trying to exist out there together.
So Lorcan Hannafin leads in GT3 from the 86 car with Tom Fleming aboard. There is Tom in the black and orange striped car, not the black and orange car, the grey and orange car behind. That's the McLaren from United Autosports. That car sits 10th in the hands of Garner Padson. So a lap apart, these two cars. Tom Fleming.
Just seeing the difference in performance there of the P2 car and the GT3 car. Well, maybe on newer tyres, and then the P2 car, the way it managed to just drive clean around the outside, and difference in weight, and also a little bit of downforce there. But also look at the 9 car, the way it was sort of drifting into the corner, really sliding those rain tyres.
And he's just on a pit. I wonder if that's his new tyres for Capietto. So he's trying to get onto terms with Théo Pourchaire ahead.
Just got to be careful and look after those rain tyres. You'll soon overheat them and those blocks will just start deforming.
Both those cars have led this race. Meanwhile, for the head of the race, Ferdy Habsburg into the 207s, way quicker than anybody else around him at the moment. 20 seconds up on the Vector Sport car of Vlad Lomko, still under pressure for that position from Danny Juncadella. These pair, as I say, 20 seconds and 20 seconds plus back from Ferdy Habsburg in the 24 Nielsen Racing car.
You could just see as Danny came through and on through that left-hand kink, he was nearly flat but not quite, had to lift, and it was a real flick of the rear. He was just chasing it across and it got him out onto that exit curb, and oh, it's knife-edge stuff here. These guys are right on the ragged edge.
Yeah, great fight this. Danny learning, I'm sure, with every single lap about the capabilities of this package. Shouldn't forget, as Johnny said a little earlier in the show, the Barcelona race, his first ever race, and a win, a class win, albeit in an LMP2 car.
It's not a bad strategy, actually, just to sit behind Vlad Lomko at times, just because Vlad's been driving these cars for a season more, just to work out precisely how fast you can go into certain corners, and as the track dries, because it's going to be Vlad who makes a mistake, and Juncadella can potentially react if he's a bit further behind.
Just great to see, you know. Danny was so on it there, real precision, managed to sort of just get the car to the edge of the track and just was drifting it around just on the inside of the white line, right millimetre stuff. Fantastic to see.
Fascinating career moment for Danny Juncadella. So long with Mercedes-AMG, switched now to be a Corvette factory driver, and now with this parallel programme with the Genesis Magma Racing trajectory programme and LMP2. Also, if I remember rightly, is an F1 sim driver.
Yeah, for Aston Martin, I believe.
That might be right. A driver of, he's a quiet guy.
He's pretty much out the same mould as like Antonio Garcia.
Yeah.
In that respect, very, very calm, very understated, but an absolute assassin on the track.
At 77 on pit lane from the lead in LMP2 Pro-Am. This is the last of that lead group to make its latest pit stop. Rennie Binder. Still this battle goes on.
He's going to get him shortly. Danny is going to get him. He's dropped back significantly at times, and then he's always caught him again, and you just feel that if he can get by, he'll just step away.
You know, I said what I said a little earlier about the 77 car being still ahead of the 29. Just seen a message on track on the screens. Investigation 77 and 29, overtaking off track and lasting advantage. I don't think he gave the place up.
Oh, what when he went off at turn 1?
I don't think he
dropped the wheels
place
on the curb and he went down the escape road.
Because we didn't see the 29 back ahead after that. If that's a big mistake, because that was a clear overtake off track.
Yeah.
Well, even more difficult to do now because Nick Yellowly's got between the two of them. So Binder's rejoined. I'll just let that settle down after Rennie Binder's most recent stop. But if you're going to have to start to concede a couple of places now until you get to the car that you illegally overtook, that's
well, at this stage it's a penalty. He's not. It's
because
too
he's
late.
not done it at this stage.
No, they've been through the better part of a stint in a pit stop now, so it will be a penalty.
And it's going to be a drive-through. It wouldn't be time added, surely.
If it's what we think we saw, then that would drop him back. Would it drop him back? Might well cost him a couple of places in class. A couple of 3 places in terms of the overall
3 in
order.
total because of Nick Yellowly working his way through. So Binder's on an outlap. Novalak second in that Pro-Am category, behind the Austrian, and then you've got Sergio Sete Camara for Nielsen Racing in the 27 car. That's the car that Tony Wells started in, isn't it? So Tony was a long-time leader, up to something like 4th overall in the opening hour.
So
seeing a dry line there into turns 4 and 5.
Oh, and that could be interesting as things progress in that way. I think we're about to get into the last iterations of bronze time, or bronze lappery in LMGT3. Sarah Bovey is ready to go for the Iron Dames. And Silvio Martin is on pit lane as I speak, which leaves the last of the bronze drivers out there. Once Celia gets out the car, is a guy that wasn't supposed to be driving this weekend, Christian Reed. He won't give it up.
Yeah, just can't shoehorn him out of the car, can you? He's just welded in there as the Iron Dames come on pit lane.
There you go, Celia Martin out. Good stint from her. Heroic stuff, staying on slicks for a very long time.
So Celia's done just over 2 hours. Christian's going to do even longer than that, and that is well over half the race when these bronzes only have to do 90. So we got underway for the second round of the European Le Mans Series 4 weeks after the opener in Barcelona, with conditions very changeable indeed. Lots of wet weather prior to the green flag, and that persisted for this first hour. But look at the RLR M Sport LMP3 absolutely sideways across the inside of turn number 1, and ahead of that 2 LMP2 cars spinning, one after contact into the rear of the other. 22 United and the 28 EDEC Sport spinning directly in front of the PJ Hyatt car. Huge crash for Jacek Zielonka over the nose of the Francois Perraudot 83 car, and as that spun and then tried to recover quickly, the 8 had absolutely nowhere to go, and the bits of Ligier that were left in the middle of the road from the Team Virage car were then skittled by fellow runners. These two spun together as well from LMP3, so the 88 into Europole and the Ultimate. So that would provoke our first safety car. And the timing wasn't great because it got very, very wet immediately afterwards. So when we were racing again, Andrew Gilbert lost his Ferrari on the curb there. Parts of it, the red and white paving like ice, so very easily done. And those that were brave enough to start on slick tyres having to bite the bullet by this phase and put on the blue sidewalled Goodyear Eagle tyres with their deep grooves. Good fighting in peculiar lines for various cars, including the Duquesne machine heading down into Virage du Camp and getting by the WTM by Rinaldi Duquesne from LMP3. Also 3 GT cars absolutely together, topped by Hiroshi Koizumi's silver Corvette, but then Alexander Malikin had a big slide coming out of the senior corner, so fast on the way in, and you carry big mid-corner speed as well, but he got it slightly too wrong, maybe having to duck underneath a couple of GTs immediately after that. It was a big hit for the driver formerly known from the champion in the GTs in the World Endurance Championship. A little bit of damage for Kuba Śmiechowski, so they had to change the nose of that car at its first pit stop. Frantic stuff from the Polish squad, and Kuba got out at that point. Nick Yellerly took over, fighting into the Virage du Pont. The bridge corner was also very interesting because of that dampness to driver's right on the approach to turn 14. Then we were treated to a stellar battle at the head of LMP2 Pro-Am, including the 77 car, most recently being driven by René Binder. 68 in LMP3 have been having a great race as well, and to this point continue to lead with Stefan Trobodini at the wheel. Side-by-side action as well between Danny Juncadella, the new driver to go into the number 18. He was hunting down Vladislav Lomko for Vector Sport for a long time, but at this moment in time hunting around various other LMP2 runners in that top 3. It's the 47 CLX car with Enzo Fittipaldi at the wheel, and Juncadella would eventually get through. But all sorts of unconventional lines having to be utilised because of the junk on the road on the natural racing line. So the higher points of the circuit have been used, particularly at the start of the lap into the Verrerie S, and also at the end as well between Virage du Lac, Virage du Pont. So easy to just drop a couple of wheels off onto the runoff there, and that just draws the rest of the car the wrong side of the white line at Beausset. This was contact for Andrew Gilbert from Esteban Masson's number 48 VDS car. Masson wanting to get through in a hurry, but not really giving the GT racer enough space, and big damage to the right-hand side of that Ferrari. Would need to spend a lengthy period of time in the garage getting fixed. But we've had 54 laps of this race. On ordinary conditions, we would have had a heck of a lot more than that, but the the wet weather has slowed the pace, plus a couple of safety cars along the way. It is Ferdinand Habsburg, though, who leads in the 24 Nielsen car.
Just to say we've got an incident on the review. It's car 25, the Algarve Pro Racing Pro car, and car 43 into Europol's car. Both those cars have led this race under review, causing a collision at turn 3. And as we weave through the overall order, with that 68 car still leading in LMP3 and Einlynx's AMG, with the Lorcan Hannafin now at the wheel, leading LMGT3. We're going to say thanks and farewell to Ollie Gavin. Thanks for popping in. I know you only came in to get out of the rain, but you know.
I didn't bring my rain jacket with me, so you have to come in and hide somewhere.
Yeah,
so.
Once he gets talking, you can't stop him.
Yeah, well, thanks a lot, fellas, for having me along, and it's been a pleasure as always.
Well, fingers crossed we get more action of the likes we've seen so far. Ollie Gavin leaves us now, which leaves you and I at just a lonely commentary booth together.
Almost like a broom cupboard, isn't it?
It is rather.
But it's fine. And it's nice to have a driver in here who actually knows what they're talking about, frankly, because most of us are just guessing for 4 hours in the afternoon.
Just wish you could see what we could see, which is Ollie Gavin in a Mansfield broom cupboard, bent almost double trying to get out the door. But off he goes. Great stuff.
Ollie Calzone, I'm going to call him from now on.
Hour and 46 minutes to go. Nielsen Racing to 24 and Ferdy Habsburg's hands on pit lane. So the Einlynx number 9 car at the moment on a different strategy retakes the lead of this race. It has led before. Daniel Castellet has stayed out. He will just cycle through into second place. Pretty much anything could happen here. Georgios Kolovos, by the way, 10 seconds added to the next pit stop and a penalty point for causing a collision with the JMW Motorsport Ferrari. So that's going to spoil a bit of the run for the Deco Engineering car. Now in the hands of Rod Her and down in 7th place in LMP2 Pro-Am.
What strikes me on the timing screen right now is the amount of green numbers that are appearing, which tells us it's getting quicker and quicker out there, and therefore drier.
And we've had 2 fastest laps of the race that happened on the same lap. Just, what is that, 2 laps ago. It's now the fastest lap of the race is in the hands of Jean-Baptiste Simonauer, who sits in 3rd place in the 34 into Europol car, a 2:06.155, and 2:06s and 2:07s are the order of the day right now. So we'll wait and see how that all pans out.
But also the pace is increasing in the other classes. LMP3, Theodore Jensen's now fastest out there. Erwin Bastard, the fastest GT racer in his number 59 Aston Martin.
Missed the beginning of what happened there. There was trouble there for the 24 Nielsen Racing car. That is the 5th place car overall, 4th in LMP2, but that's dropped down the order to the hands of Ferdy Habsburg on his outlap. I think he may well have had a bit of a moment. Just saw the end of it, him staggering away from something, and I'm hoping he's not got damage.
Well, off the road again at the chicane. So, and these are live pictures rather than the previous incident being replayed. So that red stripe on the nose of car 24 shows that it's continuing on now. A He-Man stint from this gentleman joining Steph.
From the pit lane, joined by Christian Reed, driver of the number 60 Proton competition. Christian, welcome back. It's wonderful to have you back here.
Thank you. Yeah, wonderful to be back. Just was expecting a bit more sunshine, but it's good to be back.
And over 2 hours of driving time, we simply could not get you out of the car. How were the conditions improving from the beginning of the race when it was so wet towards now when we've had a bit of a dry spell?
Yeah, you know, we gambled on a little bit more sun and we tried to stay out on the slicks as long as possible, but you know, then we got more rain, we had to pit, and so we just tried to change strategy on less pit stops, and this is, I had 2 stints and had good fun.
All right, and what can we expect from you and the team? You're in a fairly decent position.
Sorry?
You're in a good position right now.
I don't know, I have no idea.
Well, I'll let you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, it just goes to show Christian Reed there with his Porsche 911 RSR overalls on from the last time he would have been in the European Le Mans Series back in GTE days. This only, by the way, the 2nd time he's ever raced in a GT3 Porsche, despite 30 years of racing Porsches. Just 1 previous iteration. As we've got trouble there for the Vector Sport car, the number 10 car, in the hands of Vlad Lomko, spinning out, 9th place, rejoining the track. So Chris Reed, 1 off, sharing a car with, oddly enough, Mathieu Vazevier here at Paul Ricard in the French GT Championship in 2014 with a one-off appearance. What happened here is this looking for grip, and there was none. Bit of a puff of brakes, running wide, and then an attempt to rejoin, finding, I think, a little bit of standing water and lucky not to collect the other cars coming through turn 2. Yeah, trying to get the power in. So he's back underway. Einlink's Proton lead the race from 7 seconds. Matteo Capietto from Danny Castellet in the EDEX Sport number 18 car, who's just put in the fastest lap of the race in the first lap under 2:06. So this track is beginning to dry. We're not quite at that tipping point yet, but it looks very much, if these the clouds are continuing to clear here with 1 hour and 42 minutes to go, we might get there. We might get there. Could we get to the stage where slicks could be required side by side between the number 77 car and the 43, Nick Yellerly and Rennie Binder? Yellerly up the inside, takes the position and moves up into 3rd place. And for the first time in quite a while, LMP2 rather than LMP2 Pro-Am cars fill the top 3 positions. Albeit the next 3 are all Pro-Am cars, led by the 77 car, Rennie Binder. Then Clem Novalak, who's 10 seconds back. Nielsen Racing, Sergio Cassetti Camara in the 27 car is in 6th, with Ferdy Habsburg, after whatever that whoopsie was on his outlap, in 7th place, having led the race before his last pit stop. Keeping on his lap times, they are some way off at the moment. The 206s and 207s, has that car got a problem? Minute and 41 hour and 41 minutes to go. Chases galore. Einlink's Protons number 9 leads the race. Proton Competition lead the 77 car, this car, so they've got the lead in both LMP2 classes at the moment. M Racing still leading in LMP3 despite that drive-through penalty for Stefan Tribbiani, not only piece of friends, Graham. That car continues to lead despite the drive-through penalty for the M Racing car, and Einlink's AMG leads in LMGT3. Further fastest lap of the race, we've just had the first lap on the 2:06. Dane Cameron produces the first one on the 2:05 as he is engaged in his chase in LMP2 Pro-Am. 15th overall. Next target for Dane is the Duquesne team number 30 of Roy Nissany. More purple sectors coming. So 2:04.996 for the AO by TF Spike, the LMP2 Dragon car. Lance Lomco with the programme. Telex Motorsports Theo Jensen, winner last time out. So the gap looking like now 52 seconds back from the M Racing Ligier. Leo Weiss a further 55 seconds back. Big gaps, but some differences in strategy again amongst the LMP3 cars. Some of those big gaps will come down as the longer pit stop cycles switcheroo around.
I have returned to the booth. Thank you for filling there as I took my own pit stop. There was a bit of a queue. That was the only problem. What have I missed then?
I'll give you a cue. So not a lot. Fastest laps are beginning to come, thick and fast. Einlink's Proton and Proton Competition lead in both LMP2 classes, and both cars in the top 4. No real change in LMP3 despite the penalty pit stop for the 68M Racing car, and no major changes on to LMGT3. Warning flag for Tom Fleming in the 86 GR Racing car. He's just on his outlap. There's twists still to come here.
Oh yeah.
Dane Cameron sets, in fact, my apologies, it's Roy Nissany puts in the fastest lap of the race now. A 2:01.430. He knows he's under attack from Dane Cameron.
47 cars made a very slight mistake at the very S as well, so just dropped a couple of tyres the wrong side of the white line, and that meant that Nissany was able to swallow that car up.
Indeed he did. Gregoire Saucy now improves the fastest time, and with a big jump, it's a 2:01.430. We might be getting into a tipping point here for dry weather tyres.
Well, the amount of green that's on the screen, you've mentioned about the fastest laps that have been coming thick and fast. Gregoire Saucy's now the quickest driver out there with a 2:01.4 in the 22 United Autosports car. Charlie Eastwood's quicker than anybody else in the GT category as well. And unsurprisingly, here come the slicks for at least the Iron Lynx Mercedes.
When was Gregoire Saucy last on pit lane?
I can check that for you. Car number 22. So United Autosports, and is it getting light on fuel? Is that another reason why it has been going so fast? Well, according to this,
he's on slicks.
According to this, just 3 laps to go.
I think he's on slicks.
Well, that is the tipping point then, because he's now the quickest driver out there.
And he's just put in another, two purple sectors. Ferdy Habsburg has gone quicker in the first sector, and I wonder whether or not that's what happened with Ferdy Habsburg. Did they put him out on slicks early? I wonder if that's what they did, because we saw him struggling on his outlap at 2 different parts of the circuit. I think Ferdy may be on slicks.
Yeah. And maybe went just slightly too early, but said, well, it will get better, we promise.
And
Ferdy.
he too is in the 2:01s. I'm sure that's what's happened. So if we're right, we've got a gaggle of cars out on slick tyres at the moment in rapidly improving conditions. Esteban Masson, another man with purple sectors.
TDS just gone straight on at the chicane, so that car may be on very old wet weather tyres. Clement Novalak, he's been battling with René Binder, remember, for the LMP2 Pro-Am League for a number of minutes.
Yeah, Saucy now with a 1:58, so he's carved another 3 seconds out of, well, 2 laps ago, the fastest lap was a 2:04. And 2 laps before that, it was a 2:06, so 8 seconds quicker than the fastest lap of this race was 4 laps ago. That's how quickly lap times are improving. So if you've not sampled a dry, wet race before, strap yourselves in. Things are about to change very rapidly indeed.
Well, were the 25 Algarve Pro Racing crew brave enough to put Théo Pourchaire onto slick tyres, considering his pit stop happened a lap before Ferdy Habsburg's, and if Habsburg's was early, then that's even more talent potentially that Pourchaire, we know he's got plenty of, will have needed. Roy Nissany, what are his lap times like in the number 30 car? Because he pitted at the same time as well.
I'm certain he's on slicks as well.
So generally, if cars have pitted within the last 5 laps, we're guessing, as Nissany struggled to get his car stopped, he is definitely on the slick medium tyre though. Just a single dry compound brought to these races. Goodyear reckon certainly within the European Le Mans Series, it's unlikely that they will need anything different, i.e. a soft or a hard compound. It's generally all the little yellow badges with the letter M in between. That tells us that it's a come one, come all type slick compound that does a fabulous job for these Orica 07s. Remember that all the GT fields are on Goodyear tyres as well. And just, again, the 1 slick and the 1 wet tyre for all of these races. No intermediates. 34 car having a good jostle with the number 10 of the Vector Sport crew, so that's into Europole competition just ahead of the British squad. Jean-Baptiste Simonauer under pressure from Vladislav Lomko. And they have dueling GT cars in front of them. The 51 Ferrari of Davide Rigon and the Porsche of the Iron Dames. But remember, the Iron Dames car has lost ground because they put Celia Martin in, or had to keep Celia Martin in, for well over 2 hours as things panned out.
They did another fastest lap of the race, 1:58.1, so it's still coming down. The fastest lap time, and it does so immediately again. So 44 seconds was the gap to the leader from 4th placed Ferdy Habsburg. The last time I looked, it's now 38 seconds, and he's put in a 1:58.0 as both the leading cars and the LMP2 Crown behind him. The 27 Nielsen car and the 29 TDS car currently 5th and 6th overall on pit lane. And I'm sure that's for slicks.
Yeah, so if you've pitted in the last 3, 4, 5 laps, those cars will be on slicks. Others that haven't had the chance to do that because they weren't in their fuel window can finally do so now. But the time that may have been lost in the intervening period as now Lomco gets a good run down into the first corner on the number 25 car. So Lomco heading by Théo Pourchaire. So what sort of tyres is Pourchaire on there for? He's pitted not that long ago, unless he's... No, he wouldn't be doubling because the previous stint would have to have been wet. Did they keep the wet weather tyres on in that Algarve Pro car, number 25?
Well, looks to me as if a 203, a mid 203 is a good time on a wet tyre, because that's broadly speaking what we're seeing from the cars ahead of Ferdy Habsburg. Ferdy, to give you an idea, took 6.5 seconds out of the leader's time on the last lap. That's the difference between a car running well on wet weather tyres and a car running well on slicks at the moment. And that gap that was 44 seconds 2 laps ago is now 34 seconds.
So a pit stop a moment or two ago for the 27 Nielsen car. They were changing over to medium tyres.
James Allen now aboard that car.
So they've cycled through quite a lot of drivers, or all 3 of those drivers, maybe earlier on than we might have expected.
Esteban Masson, latest to lower the bar, or raise the bar if you like, in terms of fastest lap, a 1:55 now. Vastly more pace available. Ferdy Habsburg moves up to 30s in the 1:55s. 44 seconds becomes 30. 14 seconds taken out of Matteo Capietto's lead in 3 laps.
Here we go then. This is the pendulum swinging in the opposite direction from those cars that are out on the wet tyres. How long will they be kept there?
Well, you're now into the realms of losing so much time, you probably can't afford to wait. And that's, of course, going to compromise strategy. If you're forced to pit outside your fuel window and under green, well, that's a pretty desperate measure. But the rate of difference between a fast car at the moment on a wet weather tyre, well, Matteo Capietto's one and the 203.1.
But the issue for someone like Théo Pourchaire, who I think is still on wet,
I think you're right.
He's got to do an hour, and he's only on 58 minutes.
I don't think he can. I don't think they can.
Well, that's the game plan, is to try and keep them in so that they've done the 1 hour, which is the minimum according to the rules, and that's regardless of grading. So there's a real dilemma to be played with elsewhere in the pit lane as we head there now with Steph.
I am joined by Stefan Trivardini, driver of the number 68M Racing. You've just jumped out of the car, 2 hours and 20 minutes, so a very long stint from you. How did it go?
Yeah, it's really, really long. I think it's my longest stint ever. Happy with the tire because it was a gamble at the beginning to choose between slick and wet. And finally the team make a mega job with the wet tire. The first part of the race was really nice for me, really a lot of fun in the car with the wet condition. But the last 40 minutes with a drier track, it was really, really more complicated, more slippery. Really hard. We have to fight a lot with the car every time, but really happy about what we achieved with the team. I hope now Quentin, my teammate, will do the job also to finish. I hope P1 because it's my home race here. So really happy, really happy.
And despite the drive-through penalty and the challenges, you guys are still in a really good position. Currently in the podium positions in LMP3. Can you maintain that? Okay, yeah. For the penalty, I just follow the explanation on the radio with the pass around. I have nothing to, I understand nothing. So I tell the radio what I have to do, but it was a bit tricky. I don't know what happened really. I was in the car. So a bit of bad luck with that drive-through because really I can do nothing more. I just follow the radio. But yeah, we are still fighting for the podium and I hope better. All right, best of luck. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
Well, it's now the qualifying driver, Quintin Antonel, at the wheel of the 68 car. But as Stefan expertly explained there, all he can do is follow the instruction from his engineer. And if he's then therefore broken the rules, well, it's not necessarily my fault. So, but there is a penalty as a team to be served, and that has put the 68 car down to second position.
Into the pit lane for Matteo Capieto from the lead of the race. Fastest lap of the race now, Esteban Masson, a 1:53 now from Masson. So it's catapulting forward in terms of pace. 2 penalties to tell you about. Ollie Caldwell, 10 seconds to the next pit stop and 1 penalty point for causing a collision. And the same penalty is going to Roy Nassani. I think that was, I'm just looking exactly which, it was another causing a collision for the Duquesne team driver.
I'm going to say Théo Pourchaire is going to pit at the end of this lap, because that is now an hour done and he's still losing time, you know, 6-7 seconds a lap or so. So they've got to get him off those tyres, and they can also take Théo out of the car should they wish, but he's a rapid driver and I'm sure he'd like a bit of time on those slick tyres.
I think that this is the point. It's you're now losing more time than you would basically, by less time than coming in and changing tyres than you would lose being left out for an hour or 40 minutes on those tyres. Correction, by the way, on our timing screens, don't think it was Roy Nassani. It's now Laurence Herr in the number 3 car that gets 10 seconds added to the next pit stop and 1 penalty point. Nassani, meantime, is through to, what is that, 4th place for Duquesne on the current cycle. Here comes the 34 car, Jean-Baptiste Simonat. That's going to be a driver change for into Europol. Still battles galore up and down this field. Fernie Habsburg has inherited the lead, and quite a big one. 36 seconds by dint of putting that car early onto the slick tyre. He took pain, I think, probably for 2-3 laps, and then has absolutely jetted forward. Also going super quick at the moment. It's another fastest lap of the race last time around. Esteban Masson. He's only down in 14th place, but the pace he's going at the moment, he's going to be catching cars and passing cars at will very soon.
New fastest lap for the GT category now in the hands of Lorcan Hannafin. So he's done that at the last time around, but it's improved again by Ricardo Pera in a different car. He's in the 86 GR Racing Ferrari. So the lap times continue to tumble, irrespective of what class you're in, and that's purely because we're going from a wet track to a dry track. In fact, I think by far the majority of the field all improved last time around by the look of the green times. Now to the first corner is the scrapping within LMP3. So the 17 car's just pitted, the race leader, and up the inside will go the 31 car, which is
unlapping himself.
Okay, that now makes sense. So that's Marius Fossard getting back through. But it's the 11 car of Ian Aguilera doing battle with the 88 of Reece Gold, and they are 5th and 6th with that unlapped car, or sorry, lapped car, about to be unlapped perhaps in between the two of them. That is a wheel running loose with a medium tyre compound on it, I can tell you.
It's got bloody grip there.
Superb. But that suggests again that's a car that's recently been into the pits to get the medium compound, and there is a car somewhere out on the racetrack with only 3 wheels on the wagon.
Does that count as track limits?
It does now, although they are self-policing because it's rattled down the concrete barrier. So what car's that come from? It's the APR car? No, it's the 9.
It's the 9 car that's led this race. Matteo Caroli, having just, I think, come out onto track, is back in with 3 wheels on the wagon. Oh dear.
So straight back in it will go, and that is one tyre they're not going to be able to use again either. So remember that the allocation is heavily restricted. Let's hope they've got a spare that they can easily pluck from the garage.
And that wheel will need to be removed. And that car is going into the garage, so it's damage to either bodywork or the hub of that car as a result of the wheel departing. That is utter disaster for the Iron Lynx Proton squad. And I'm absolutely certain we're going to have to see some form of intervention unless that wheel can be recovered. And I don't think it can from over that wall. we're going to get at least a yellow flag to cover recovery of it. My guess would be a full course yellow.
So just looking down to see whether that was the outlet for Cairoli. I'm pretty sure it was.
Because we've just seen something pop up as an unsafe release. In other words, car was not ready to go, therefore it shouldn't have been released.
Okay, so an unsafe release in that definition of the phrase,
yes,
rather than being put into the path of another car.
Correct. Yeah, that's yes.
Usually the same messaging, but covering a multitude of sins. Lorenzo Fluxa takes over from Théo Pourchaire, so I do think that was a driver time concern for Pourchaire, wanting to get his hour in.
Oh, trouble for the 28.
And that's in the wall heavily for EDEX Sport.
That's a job for Utet.
So he's collected the baton. Now I'm struggling from that tight angle to know precisely where that is. It is turn 6 or 7. No, it's coming out of 6 and just before the kink at 7.
That's an odd place to go off.
It is rather, as you had contact therefore to put him there. So it's the short burst of throttle that you need between turn 5 and 6.
Safety car deployed. Safety car
deployed. It's a safety car that again will absolutely ruin the race for Nielsen Racing. There was another car involved. 34 LMP2 car. That's the green-nosed car from Inter-Europe competition.
Car 24, slow down. I need to put the safety car in front of you
as well. So they've gone side by side into and through that corner, and that's
car 24, please slow down. I need to put the safety car in front of you.
How much further can therefore the 34 car go, driven by Luca Giotto now? Had those cars recently pitted is the next question.
Let's watch again. This is the damage that we're looking at the side of the green car here. There's the damage you can see, bits falling off it. That car is going to have to pit, I'm sure of it.
So Van Outert in the 28 car going no further. Giotto should make it back to the garage, but how much damage is going to need to be repaired when they get there?
Safety car is out, has not yet picked up the leader. This is going to be gutting stuff for Nielsen Racing, who had a better part of a minute's lead here, Johnny.
That might have been an outlet for Giotto, and well, possibly the 28 as well, depending on where they were on their pit stop cycle.
Again, this is the wheel being lost from the number 9 car there. Car then runs across the high deck surface, and there is the wheel. It doesn't cross the track, does it? I think it does, you know. No, it doesn't.
That's the camber of the road.
Great roll holding for these
terrific. And maybe a bit of the high friction asphalt as well, helping to contain that tyre incredibly. And then it gets the camber gets quite steep, so it will deliver it in towards the wall. Joop van Outert 7 laps into his stint when he had that clash with Luca Giotto, who may well have been on an outlet. Théo Pourchaire at APR is out of his car, and now with Steph though.
Joined now in the pit lane by Théo Pourchaire, driver of the number 25 Algarve Pro Racing. Welcome. It is your home race. How does it feel to race in front of the French fans?
Yeah, it feels amazing to be racing at home in France. Yeah, I mean, I had a pretty decent stint, changing conditions, really tough. Heavy rain at the beginning and then a dry track at the end. But, you know, I got spun around at the beginning, and I mean, some of the drivers are not really fair, you know, and then an Iron Leagues car, I think, pushed me in the chicane, but, you know, a bit too aggressive, some of them, but it's fine. The car is okay, and Lorenzo will finish the race and hopefully do a good job, you know.
You've transitioned from single-seaters, obviously, as we've seen you before, into the world of endurance racing, of course, ahead of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. What have you learned in the last couple of races that you'll be able to take to you, the biggest endurance race in the world?
Well, I mean, I think today I learned a lot because, you know, I started with heavy rain, wet tires, and I finished on a drying track with wet tires, you know, destroyed wet tires. So really fun, but really tough, and I think I can expect those conditions in Le Mans as well. So yeah, really looking forward to this one, one of the biggest races in the world, and hopefully we will do our best to win it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, as you said, the tyres destroyed at the end, but important to keep the car, or him, in the race for as long as possible so he could tick off his 60 minutes in, well, 1 and a bit stints. There's the Giotto Van Outert incident again.
They both basically drove off the track. Look like potentially locked together. There's the damage to Giotto's car.
It's not carrying a race number anymore on that left-hand side.
Which is something they will have to fix.
Indeed.
But were those two cars locked together?
Possibly. I mean, is it possible to interlock door mirrors on these things? The mirrors are particularly strong.
Just point out, I'm pretty sure that Job Venuta is still in that car.
Yeah, and the marshal's job is to put it into a safe location, but then if Job can drive it back, then he's entitled to do that. That's something else that someone like Théo Pourchaire has got to become used to, because if you're in a single-seater race and you have a crash like that, that's out. You are out on the spot. But here, with the Le Mans style of racing, if you can get it back to the pits, no matter what sort of state it's in, then you can do that and then set about the repairs, just like they're doing at Iron Links Proton with this number 9 car.
So all of a sudden, from a position where it looked like we were going into a period of sustained high-speed action, 3 LMP2 cars in trouble in 2 separate incidents. Number 9 car losing its front right wheel just after Matteo Caroni brought the car out of the pits. And then the 34 and the 28 getting together, turn 3. Sorry, turn 6.
6, yeah. Exit of 6.
Looks like he's ready to go. They're just getting all the kit and caboodle out of the way. So Job feels he can get that car back, and he can, by the look of things, albeit not as the maker intended. He'd Exports and Orica, both based on the Technopark here at Paul Ricard. It's taken one hell of a rattle.
It has, but I wonder whether it will be solved with just taking the nose off and replacing it with a new one. They're going to have to check the suspension and certainly the steering of that car. But with it being a sideways glance rather than a full ball contact into the wall, he may have got away with that.
Well, we saw the other car that had been involved. It looks to me like, yeah, both the headlights have been deranged by that. So it's a front clip.
Car 28.
Left corner destroyed.
Car 28.
That's going to lose
to the
bits.
side, let the cars pass.
Do about that, I'm afraid.
Car 28, move to the side, let the
Again,
cars
very
pass.
well
You're
behaved
losing
bit of
debris on
bodywork
track,
though, similar to
you're
the
delaying
tyre
the procedures.
that Cairoli lost, doesn't it? Just jumped to the extremities of the circuit.
I'm not going to describe this as good luck for Unlinked Proton, because it's not, but the fact that we're on a safety car better news than it otherwise would be. They're losing less time, but still enough to effectively negate their run. This was a car that led the race for quite a period, so unlucky for the team in one regard. One might say careless for the team in another.
Still some yellow at turn 5 now.
That could be just to allow vehicles to get back to their holding positions.
Okay. But also the tyre wall didn't look in great shape, so maybe they're going to have to just sort that out, make sure that it is safe again. Because if anybody else spears off in a similar place, you want the tyre wall to be as strong as possible.
Well, remarkably, Johnny, we're 15 minutes away from the final hour here.
Yeah.
That seems to have kind of flown by in some regards. Job Venuta has managed to bring the 28 car back to pit lane. That will cramp their style, no doubt at all about it. Already at the tail of the LMP2 field, so they're effectively counted out of realistic points scoring opportunity.
Start seeing if your cars are eligible for the pass around. Please start checking if your cars are eligible for pass around.
Now removed.
Safety car is currently on
just a
its
bit more
lap
debris.
2.
But if you're right and both cars came out of the pit lane.
No, Job was about 7 laps into his stint.
Right, okay.
Giotto, I think, was on an out lap. So I just wonder whether Giotto was being a bit forceful to prevent Job from getting by, as Giotto's tyres were being heated, because you can't do that before they go on the car. That's what the out lap is intended to do.
I can tell you that they're not just fitting a front clip to the 28 Orica. You can see it there just having been completed. They've checked both front corners, and away Job Venuta goes.
All cars to where exiting
still the number 9
T5
crew
were totally left. All
completing
cars
work on the front
exiting
right corner
T5 were
of
totally
their
left.
Orica.
No
Minute and
zigzagging
14
at this
minutes
stage.
to go. Under the safety car, Ferdy Habsburg leads for Nielsen Racing from Vector Sports. Their number 10 car in the hands of Vlad Lomko. Then Enzo Fittipaldi for CLX
for the pass
Motorsport,
around. Prepare
47.
for the pass around.
It's another very different looking top three.
And all of these gaps that are shown at the moment, some of them will condense, depending on whether there's traffic in between certain cars. Remember, it's a pass around. the European style. So if anyone is locked between the safety car ahead of you and your class leader behind you, you will be permitted to make up the majority of that lap again in the pass around or a wave by. But there are some scenarios where, for instance, there might be traffic between Ferdinand Habsburg, the race leader, and Vlad Lomkos, the second place car. That's not going to get waved and therefore unlocked. That's more like the IMSA way of doing a pass around. So we will have lapped cars together with obviously the laps on the lead, the cars on the lead lap when we get underway. However, better news for the number 9. It's obviously lost laps being sitting in the garage for as long as it did. We're trying to gather together some championship points if possible.
Cars which did the pass around.
They're going to be 12 now, so they're going to have to hope for retirement.
They are indeed, I'm afraid, at the moment, and that'll be, I'm pretty sure, a pretty fired up Matteo Caroli.
The pass around. You may please
so precisely what caused that loose wheel, we're not sure, but was it the car being waved away too early before the tyre or before the wheel had been completely bolted on?
Yeah, pass around is about to get underway, if indeed it is required. So the Audi safety car has the field all together behind him, including the damaged Inter Europol car. So LMP2 and the overall lead, Nielsen Racing 24 car, the leader there. Proton Competition 77, now in the hands of Ben Viscal, leads LMP2 Pro-Am. And it's Pro-Am cars in the 5 positions from 6th down to 10th. And because of this safety car, they're going to be very closely
zigzag behind the safety car.
Matched.
Cars which did the pass around, please pick up the pace.
In fact, by the time I read out that the pass around was ready, they'd all gone. So that's why it was quite a short safety car queue.
Well, best place to do it is the Mistral Straight, even though the chicane is in use this weekend.
For the cars which did the pass around, track is clear,
to one side of the circuit, those that are eligible for the pass around the other, and one fell swoop, they all apply the accelerator and go around past the safety car and attempt to catch up with the back of this train. We're going to have one more lap with the safety car out on the road at least.
Yeah, what this safety car has done is to basically equalise all the fields, but particularly the one that matters here in terms of race position is going to be LMP3, because now with the gaps we've got with the leading cars in this order, it's going to matter if you've left your long stop late. That could be a race losing situation. So the question, I guess, for you, Johnny Palmer, because you've got the magic box in front of you, is have M Racing taken their 2 long stops?
Let's try and work that out. So you're talking about the 68 M Racing car, and they have done 1,
yes, they
2
have. Yes, they
long
have.
stops. They being 1 minute and 45 seconds or longer. So they did, I reckon, 1 minute and 46 in their first stop and 1 minute and 47 in their third stop. The other reason for coming in was a drive-through.
Yes, they did.
That was because of the
safety car instructed to go at full
speed.
speed. Safety car instructed to go at full speed. We're currently
right, so they've
on
got
the
2
lap of the
under their belt
car.
already. They've only got to do 2, but they're not going to make the finish from this point.
I suspect what he was talking about, I wonder whether he pulled out of line and he shouldn't have done, which prevented then the other LMP3 cars from overtaking for a short while, delayed. That strikes me as a likely suggestion, likely reason for that.
Yeah. So those that are going to stay behind the safety car have to stay well over to the right, for instance, might be the left. But anyway, that's determined in the driver's briefing, and then only to cross the track to the other side and to potentially take the pass around, you have to have been in that official list that is issued by Race Direction. And if he fainted to that other side of the road incorrectly, but then jinked back again, but in the process delayed some other cars, then yeah, maybe that does warrant a drive-through.
Well, we can see the second part of this train there. The cars just entering our shot at the top of shot under the bridge. That's the cars that have passed around, so we're going to be together again. There might well be one more lap behind this safety car once that's done. We're then going to be approaching the final hour, Johnny. It's about 4-minute lap behind the safety car. We're at 1 minute and 8, an hour and 8 minutes at the moment.
Please remind drivers, no overtaking before the line.
Safety car is coming in.
Let's close that line as compact
just
as
tell
possible,
that from the
please.
body language of the cars behind. Ferdinand Habsburg dropping away from the safety car as the lights were extinguished on the roof bar. So it's Habsburg in the 24 car. In behind, in second place, is Vlad Lomko, but he's 3 cars further back, isn't he? So those 2 in between, the second and the third place cars on the road, are not currently on the lead lap. Vlad Lomko is the 47 car immediately behind him. Enzo Fittipaldi is in third, so he's also on the lead lap. This is the very slightly confusing nature of a restart. It'll all become very clear in a moment.
But remember, a couple of the cars immediately behind the leader are very quick cars that have just been either off strategy or delayed. They'll want to be back on that lead lap.
True.
So it's not just a matter of Ferdy Habsburg driving away. He's going to have his mirrors full of some very quick cars wanting to get by him and get back onto the lead lap.
And that actually might provide the opportunity that Vlad Lomko needs, but he's going to have to fend off the CLX car of Enzo Fittipaldi first, and this is a battle for second and third places. So it's the white, red and black car of Vlad Lomko, then the CLX car, then Roy Nissany in the black and green, which is currently fourth.
But also behind them, the mercurial Mathis Joubert in the silver, grey and orange car. We're on board now with young Mathis Joubert, driver of the day at Barcelona. He's looking to see what he can do to get in the mix here. He's only 4 seconds off the lead, albeit with cars ahead of him. But if ever there's a driver with his dander up and with his stock high, Mathis Joubert is the name on that door, and he's already tucked in behind Roy Nissany, a fellow LMP2 rookie this year. What can Joubert do about that? And what about Ben Viscal? Well, he's just a couple of seconds back leading Pro-Am, but he's 6th overall. Next car behind Joubert. Ferdy Habsburg has got away here, 2.8 seconds.
You said he was going to have his mirrors full of what is actually, it's the 25 car of Lorenzo Fluxa and Luca Giotto's Inter Europol competition car, but neither of them can live with Habsburg's pace. He has gone up the road as somebody else peels off into pit lane.
Look like United Autosports car. In fact, Ferdy Habsburg's on pit lane.
Ah, well, that might be the reason why he's so fast, because he's relatively light on fuel. Well. So the Nielsen car is in, and that will leave Vlad Lomko as the race leader now in car number 10.
Vector Sport lead the race from CLX Motorsport, Duquesne team under EDEC Sport. Flurry of other cars join them. VDS Panis Racing's Esteban Masson, he's been on a flyer, he's on pit lane. So too is Gregoire Saucy for United Autosports. And the 3rd place car in LMP3 from Ultimate, they too hit pit lane.
The Habsburg pit stop is nothing to do with fuel. That is entirely down to getting their final driver in for the hour. Now who's that going to be? For Philippe Albuquerque.
Well,
Albuquerque's got to be in the car for 60 minutes. So that has determined, unfortunately, the fact that they've got to get out of the race lead. They would not have given that up otherwise.
Side by side by side. As the GR Racing car tries to get by the number 60 Proton competition car. That's not for position. GR Racing in the hands of Ricky Perret running 3rd. Back to this stream of LMP2 cars.
Now, the other thing to think about is Vector Sport, who become the new race leader, they're in the same dilemma as the 24 Nielsen gang, because Pietro Fittipaldi's got to be in the number 10 for an hour or slightly more. And bear in mind, they've got to factor in a pit stop as well, because an LMP2 car, even under full green conditions, can't do anything like an hour. So the 10 car will have to stop shortly. The 47 car with Enzo Fittipaldi at the wheel. How many drivers have they managed to get through so far? Only the 2. So 47 surely going to be down pit road next time around as well, and that will be to put Manuel Espirito Santo in the car. In fact, they come now.
One quick message, by the way. I'm hearing on output we are talking over Eduardo Freitas. We're not hearing those messages at all. So apologies, we wouldn't do that normally. So apologies if that's spoiling part of your viewing and listening pleasure. But we're not having those messages through our ears or any warning that they're coming. Tom Dillman, the 43 car, fastest lap of the race, 1:52.459, going through what will be penultimate pit stops for the cars you see on pit lane in this cycle. EDEC Sports' Mathis Joubert leads the race as the cars ahead of him all pit. Drive-through penalty meanwhile for the 77 car. That is the Pro-Am lead car in the hands of Bent Viscal, not following race director's instructions at turn 1, 2 and lasting advantage. That was the battle we saw with the 29 car earlier in the race.
Yes, I think it was. So search back through radio messages, or rather messages from race control, just to confirm that. But
that is going to be costly.
That's been lingering for a number of hours, actually.
That's going to be costly because of the safety car putting the group together, and that is going to drop that car out of the top 4 or 5.
Yeah.
Incident involving cars 28 and 34 at turn 6 under review. I'm quoting what we're seeing here, forcing off track.
Yeah, again, these things need to be looked at, and sometimes that's the phraseology which is pretty much spot on. So, who forced whom may be a different question, but Giotto was on the outside, and the car that ended up in the wall was Joop van Uitert's EDEC Sport car.
Yep. Ben Viscal in that number 77 car. He's going to be coming down pit lane, puts in the fastest lap of the race. Maybe in frustration and anger as well as talent attached to that. But Ben will be down pit lane within the next couple of laps and will have to cede the lead in LMP2 Pro-Am and second place overall at this stage.
It was the 29 car TDS that was the other one involved with the turn 1 incident, and car 77 as that straight lined the Ferrari S, but then didn't give the position back again. So this is the time to plug your final drivers in, as a moment or two ago down the inside the 21 United Autosports car tried to thread its way underneath the APR.
Yeah, 20, that's for 4th in LMP2 Pro-Am, but this is effectively at the moment a battle for a potential podium position with the penalty looming for the 77 car. These cars are less than 10 seconds behind that lead car, and therefore a drive-through penalty absolutely will vault them up the order.
We had other pit-stopping cars, as we mentioned at the time, and then kind of got overtaken by other things. Still with his RLR M Sport replay, first of all, carrying some damage on the front left corner and then washing out into Beausset. Oh, and spewing some liquid actually down the left-hand side, I reckon. So has that been in the wall somewhere or collided with another car? It's car 15 in LMP3.
There's that car in the order way down in the hands of Guillaume Orion. He's coming to the end of the lap and somewhat delayed on this current lap.
So the 30 Duquesne car pitted, Roy Nassani out and Richard de Giras in. Also, Manuel Espirito Santo as expected into the 47 car. Now he's the silver, he's very quick, but they burned through all of their pro time effectively and now put in the silver towards the end in the 47 CLX car. Pietro Fittipaldi needed to get in the Vector Sport car 10 to make sure that he does the 60 minutes. We are now inside that final 60 minutes of today's 4 hours of Le Castellet.
15 car, I can tell you, has made it back to pit lane, is going into the garage. This is the defending championship winning car, remember, from RLRM Sport, but that's been in the wars, if not in the wall. Fastest lap of the race is from a fired-up Matteo Caroli, trying to get back into contact with the LMP2 field and making his way through the LMP3 leaders at the moment. EDEC Sport lead the race from Proton Competition 77 car, LMP2 Pro-Am leader, but with a drive-through penalty required.
Prior to Cairoli's lap, Joop van Uitert did a 152.1, so there's obviously nothing wrong now with that repaired 28 EDEC Sport car. Cairoli, as you say, down into the 151s, and 2 great laps from Thomas Laurent and Louis Delatraz in their Pro-Am cars, down in the low 152s as well.
Yeah, and Louis Delatraz in the 99 Aero by TF car, another purple sector on this time around. He is 21 seconds off the overall lead. Let's talk about the de facto leader of the LMP2 Pro-Am class, which is Matthias Besch, who will inherit the lead. 19 seconds is the gap between TDS Racing's Matthias Besch and Louis Delatraz in the currently 6th place car in Pro-Am, 8th overall. The top 8 cars, 6 are Pro-Am runners at the moment. Remarkable stuff.
Yeah, and again, but it's as a result of a race, the legacy of a race affected by safety car once more. And if you used all your bronze driving time before some of those safety cars, what we have now, 3 different safety car phases, for a total of 9 laps. And all of a sudden, these identical LMP2 cars are as competitive as one another. So you've got an LMP2 car first overall, and the next one is 7th overall.
Also, by the way, Proton Competitions, Bent Viscal still pushing hard and staying out. Thinking they're going to be taking their drive-through at the last possible moment. But sticking with Bent Viscal is Matthias Besch. They can sniff a win here, and potentially an overall win at that, because they're less than 2 seconds off Mathis Jobert in the overall lead. Leadex Sports number 18 squad would dearly like to take a second class but their first overall win in LMP2. This has been a topsy-turvy race. I'm trying to work out in my own head how many different cars have led here.
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, good luck with that. Adrian Clomenil is starting to hunt down Quentin Antonel. Clomenil, the star in not just yesterday's qualifying in LMP3, but also in Barcelona a month ago. And he's down in the 2 minutes .1, which is significantly faster than the LMP3 race leader, the M Racing 68.
Well, I think at least 6 LMP2 class cars have led this race overall. The 18 is leading at the moment, 43 certainly led into Europol competition. Nielsen Racing's 24 did, Vector Sport have led. And we've also seen the 25 leading this race as well. And the Iron Lynx Proton number 9. So all of those cars have led at some point, and principally on pace.
Yes. Yeah, and they say the rain in motor racing is a real leveller. Well, I would say that that's indicative from the lap chart as well. The fact that so many different cars have had their chance to shine. And as far up that we got the LMP3s and the GTs at one point. We had an LMP3, I remember, in the top 10 overall.
Oh yeah, the LMP3 ran as high as 3rd. Are you kidding? I know it did. And the highest I think we saw a GT car was Duncan Cameron got as high as 10th.
Right. I knew it was on the verges of the top 10.
That was with those early tyre stops from the prototypes ahead.
Delatraz quick again. Still not quite as quick as Cairoli's time, but it's a 1:51.3. That's easily the fastest LMP2 Pro-Am time. The sad thing for AO by TF is that he's bogged down in 6th position in class.
It's damaged the rear of that 35 car. It's under pressure now from a rampant Wyatt Brickercheck. Although the pair of them are clearly a lap down. And that's is the Ginetta taking that position. See the damage to the left rear of the Ultimate car. Both a lap down to the overall race leader, the number 68 M Racing car.
So it's M Racing and, well, there's a big gap actually back to
CLX. It's only 5 seconds, the gap.
It's now right in itself. I can't quite get the levels right. Antonel to Clomenil, no, it's 3 and a bit seconds, and they're the cars that are then a huge amount ahead of the rest of the pack in LMP3.
Right. So the battle now for the final podium position looks set to be between Euro International's Ian Aguilera and Decar Engineering's Wyatt Brickercheck. Bent Viscal takes the drive-through now.
So pulling out of 7th position overall, 5th place in LMP2 Pro-Am. That was 6th place in LMP2 Pro-Am. In fact, remember that highest place of the next LMP2s was 7th. Well, Tom Dillman will climb a place. Still need to keep our eye on that fight, though, between the 1st and 2nd place cars in LMP3. It's down to 3.5 seconds due to Clomenil's outright pace that he has shown so many times before. And now, these will be the final pit stops for the GT runners.
Absolutely, that includes a pit stop for the number 55 car, Matt Griffin, and that car, David Perel, by the way, being put in for the final stint today. That car under investigation to do with an incident with the 15 car. We don't know which way that was, but we did see the the aftermath of that for causing a collision. Meantime, Nick Yellerly, 10 seconds added to the next pit stop and a penalty point, causing a collision with car 12 at turn 8. So that is the 43 car, the second place car in LMP2 into Europol competition, now in the hands of Tom Dillman, 6th overall, behind that gaggle of LMP2 Pro-Am cars. Ben Viscar, by the way, having completed his drive-through, comes out behind Louis Delatraz in the AO by TF car, who is flying.
The 12 car that Yellerly clashed with is the WTM by Rinaldi racing car. That was at the chicane, turn 8 and 9, the Nord chicane on the Mistral. I don't actually recall seeing that, but I may have been away at the time. Ben Viscal rejoins. What's the gap down to? Well, it's actually opened up very slightly between Quintin Antonel and Adrien Clomenil at the sharp end of LMP3. About 4 seconds or so. So there's been a reaction from Antonel. He's just done his fastest lap, the car's fastest lap of the race with the 2:02.4.
Yeah, the battle that's absolutely on is the battle for, frankly, all the places in LMP2 Pro-Am. That's now headed by Matthias Besch. He's pushing hard, not just for the win in the class, but the win overall. He's 1.5 seconds back from Matthias Schubert. So it's the battle de Mats. Matthias Schubert and Matthias Besch. 18 Edex Sport leads overall and LMP2. LMP2 Pro-Am second overall, 29 TDS Racing. James Allen 2 seconds back, and pretty much on the same pace as the cars ahead, with Alex Quinn trying to get into that fight as well for the number 20 from Algar Pro Racing. Marino Sato is right there. Then Tom Dillman, but he's got that penalty potentially hanging over him. He has got that penalty, a 10-second penalty. Then Louis Delatraz, who is on a tear with about 8 seconds to catch up to Marino Sato. But once he's there, if he can get there, it really is a cat amongst the pigeons. It's a drive-through penalty as well, though, for car 20, not following race director's instructions. So 2 of the top 5 in LMP2 Pro-Am the last few minutes getting those penalties. So that is going to see Alex Quinn drop back. And all of a sudden, United Autosports into the podium position. So Louis Delatraz's next effort is to get onto a podium position.
This is a headache that Adrien Clomenil really does not need, because he's got Wyatt Bricard all over the back of him. They are not on the same lap, however, but it might be wise from a Clomenil point of view to just allow the Ginetta through. He very nearly did, in fact, because they went either side of the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin. 17 still ahead on the road of the number 4 car, and even if the Ford Ginetta got by, Clomenil would still be second.
This would be encouraging for DK Engineering, a car that looks like it's got competitive pace at this stage of a race.
And this far into the race as well.
It's very early days for this programme. They'll be, I'm sure, delighted with that.
But that's why the gap from first to second has sort of stabilised, because Clomenil's got his hands full trying to hold back Wyatt Bricard, and I just wonder whether, just go a little bit wide on the exit of one of the medium speed corners and allow Wyatt through, because it will be a distraction no more. But Clomenil doesn't want to lose any time on Quintin Antonel in the M Racing 68, bright pink car that is about 3 seconds or so further up the road.
LMP2 Pro-Am, 2 cars in the 151s, and they're the 2 cars at the moment in 5th and 6th places. So Louis Delatraz and Ben Viscal, separated by at the moment 9 seconds, are catching all of the cars ahead of them, including the 2 LMP2 class cars. Could be another extraordinary finish here, Johnny. It's shaping up beautifully with under 50 minutes to go. Do not go away.
If you're wondering about the situation in LMP3 for the 17 car and how many of the longer pit stops they've done, they have completed there too. This is the Matteo Cairoli number 9 car, which lost a wheel and tyre not too long ago, and yeah, this car has picked up even further damage. So where has this happened, and can he get it back to the garage? It's on the long back straight, the Mistral.
It's on the opposite corner.
So which tyre actually departed?
It was the front right.
So the front right, and this is now the front left, or the rear left. No, it is the front left. But is it as a result of going round with only 3 wheels connected, or is it entirely unrelated? Very difficult for us to see. And the number 9 car is going to be slow back to the garage.
So number 9 car making its way back slowly. And that looks like, well, it's effectively over for the number 9 car as a competitive proposition. Get the car back out, they might, well, has the points now as well. Alex Quinn has served his drive-through penalty. He sort of cycles back behind Ben Fiscal, who's just himself served a penalty. So the only car in the top 8 that we've got to make an adjustment for is Tom Dillman, who's got 10 seconds to add to the final pit stop. Louis Delatraz is closing in on Dillman, and therefore everybody else ahead of him. And Ben Fiscal is going with Delatraz. This is compressing nicely, Johnny, setting us up for what could be quite a final stint for these drivers.
Doesn't really need a late race caution because it's sort of doing it itself. Those gaps are condensing nicely. Remembering back 4 weeks ago in Barcelona when we had that really quick restart of just 2 laps under green to decide it, and that changed the overall position, you might remember. Now the 88 into Europole competition, LMP3 muscling its way ahead of Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin, the green and red car in the hands of Valentin Haas-Clos. So LMGT3 had been being led by Lorcan Hannafin. He's now in to the pit lane in the number 63 Iron Lynx car for that team's final stop.
Also, Marino Sato, didn't Marino have a penalty applied, or am I imagining that?
Marino Sato, tell me what car?
21.
Okay.
He's on pit road now with 46 minutes to go. And we're hearing car 43, team manager immediately to the stewards. Is there more drama? And
no, there's no obvious penalty for car 21.
Right, in which case that's just a regular pit stop. And that's going to be on the ragged edge towards the end of this race with 46 minutes to go. 34 car on pit road. This is the car with damage. And a very, very hot rear brake. That's on fire.
Yeah, that's more serious than we would like to see, although the team are just carrying... Oh no, they are going to attend to it. So the rear clip and the engine cover is going to come off. And a fire extinguisher is going to be offered to them as well, whether they liked it or not, in actual fact.
Yeah, they didn't like it.
Well, trying to assess any potential damage that may have been done.
Well,
was that a pit lane marshal rather than a member of the team?
No, it was a member of the team.
It was a member of the team. So it's an internal disagreement.
Yeah.
And now that rear left is not going to shift, even if they wanted to take that tyre off because of the amount of heat. There's welding gone on there. They've got it off now, I can tell you, out of picture.
So Louis Delatraz, with that latest pit stop for United Autosports, for the moment cycles up into 3rd place in LMP2 Pro and 5th place overall. Team manager car 28 now being asked to go to race control. Now that...
It'll be about the Job Van Auter Luca Giotto incident, won't it? And generally, when it's difficult to call, they'll get team managers and representatives from both sides of the argument to put those forward.
So Alex Quinn now makes a pit stop. He's already been down pit road for a drive-through. I think that's correct, yes. And now is in for what should be the final pit stop for the number 20 car. Edek Sport still lead, 2 seconds to the good. Mathis Jobert from Matthias Besch. Both a pretty equal pace, 155s, but they're amongst the slowest at the moment, albeit with a little bit of traffic, of the lead group. Nielsen Racing's James Allen is right with Matthias Besch for the lead in LMP2 Pro-Am, 3rd overall. Tom Dillman with a 10-second penalty hanging over him sits just behind, in fact 4 seconds behind James Allen. Louis Delatraz is 6 seconds behind that. So Delatraz looking set to gather another place, but does need a final stop. We've got double yellows at the chicane.
It's because of a bollard which sits in the middle of the road. Always good to see the word bollard incorporated into our race control messages.
That might well be. World Bollard Association will be impressed with that work.
Intriguing spelling of the word bollard, just with the one L. Maybe that's the French translation.
Bollard.
Yeah, the bollard. Well, it's been removed by a brave marshal under local yellows as well. I wouldn't fancy that, going out into the middle of the chicane. And speaking of which, being off track, way wide, coming out of the senior corner towards Beausset.
That was a very odd line.
Well, almost in the realms of having to pay to get back in there for the 51 Ferrari.
Who's that?
Conrad Lausen. Oh, yeah, because they put Regon into that car. Oh, he spun there.
And that was in a battle with GR Racing's Ricky Perra for the lead.
Hence why there was so much on the line, perhaps. And Conrad, no shortage of speed whatsoever. I'm sure he's enjoying this responsibility of finishing the race off as the silver. But grip just really at a premium, and now he's going to have to get his head down, rejoin. Those tyres will be in a sorry state. Can he reel in? Well, Perra was on an in-lap, so it's now Lilou Wadou who becomes the new race leader in LMGT3 for Richard Mille and Corsa.
Well, with 42 minutes to go on pace, any one, I think, of the top 5 LMP2 Pro cars can make this podium. LMP2, rather more extended gaps for them. Mathis Chebert, bear in mind there's the 10-second penalty for the Interpol car that sits in second at their final pit stop. Puts potentially second place in LMP2 in the hands of Nielsen Racing, with Felipe Albuquerque certainly in the realms of a podium position for them. Could Nielsen be on the podium in both classes? They've had a cracking run today. Made some good strategic calls when the weather got its worst. In comes the 29 car from the lead in LMP2 Pro-Am, also in the 27 Nielsen Racing car, which briefly takes the class lead just in terms of the way the pit stops happen. Interpol Competitions 43 is on pit lane, as is Louis Delatraz. It's a battle on pit lane now for the glory, the honour, the podium positions in LMP2 Pro-Am. Looking to see just exactly where Marino Sato cycles back to here.
The lead change has happened in LMP3. We were building that one up, but Adrien Clomanil has got ahead of Canton Antonel. Pure pace, that really, and down to consistency from Clomanil, the qualification specialist. So CLX back on the trajectory to take another win.
Griffin Peoples brings in the WTM by Rinaldi Duquesne very slowly.
It's out of fuel. Can't see anything wrong with the car externally.
Oh, by the way, in the background comes the 34 car. And out come the battling P2 cars. 29 ahead of... Is that the 27 car? It is. James Allen. So the 2 Nielsen Racing cars currently sit 3rd and 4th overall.
It was a very long stint for Marius Fossart. 26 laps in total, I make it, but there was a fair bit of yellow in amongst that. Well, the safety car, the latest safety car, which has brought back a bit of fuel reliability.
This is Griffin Peoples in this car.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, you're right. That's a little bit of an error on my part. Let me just refresh. But it could still be that the car is out of fuel. It's needed to be pushed the remaining distance. But how long was the Peebles stint?
In comes the leader. While you're looking for that, Matthias Chebert with 70 seconds advantage over Felipe Albuquerque, who does need to stop once more. And this could be an Edic Sport stop to take the overall win. Round come the chasing pack. Felipe Albuquerque just a little way ahead. No, it is. He's at the lead of this group, in fact. So it is Nielsen Racing's Felipe Albuquerque ahead of the battle for the lead in LMP2 Pro-Am. Headed still by Matthias Besch. He's got his mirrors full of James Allen. Marino Sato has indeed cycled back round into 3rd. So the top 3 in LMP2 Pro-Am separated by 1 second. Vector Sport. So
yeah, no, for Griffin Peebles, that's only a 10-lap stint, so
he's
it
in trouble
can't be
then.
fuel.
And we're hearing from Steph Wentworth, and we can see on one of our monitors into the garage for the number 12. Wretched luck for the single Duquesne runners in the European Le Mans Series, W10 bar Rinaldi. Louis Delatraz off pit lane, and where does he cycle back into? Still fourth in LMP2 Pro-Am, 14 seconds off the overall lead, which means he's 10 seconds from the lead in LMP2 Pro-Am, 9 seconds in fact. The number 9 car, just to add to the bitter pills, and it's already in the garage, gets a drive-through penalty for unsafe release, so that will be the least of their worries at the moment. Mathis Joubert rejoins, retains the lead by 4 seconds, and that is the lead. Behind, that grey car is Felipe Albuquerque, and then the stream behind is the battle for LMP2 Pro-Am, with the Vector Sport car in the middle of it.
So the two Nielsen cars together, not quite together on track, but they are second and third on the timing screen, and the one with the horizontal red bar across the nose of that car, that's Albuquerque.
Yes,
behind is James
he
Allen.
may need to stop again. I'm pretty sure Felipe does need to stop again.
Yeah. James Allen fighting off Marino Sato, who's only a couple of seconds in
So what's
behind.
happened to Besh?
And Besh in 29.
He's been on. He must have. Besh was ahead of them. So TDS is Matthias Besh. I think he may have had a moment.
Well, what are the sector times?
Well, he was 36 seconds in the middle sector against 35.5 for the others, but it was so close. I think there may have been a bit of a moment from Matthias Besh that we've not seen.
Yeah.
But either way, it is Nielsen Racing's James Allen leads from Marino Sato for United Autosports, then TDS Racing, and AO by TF in 4th place. The gap to look for now is for the final podium position, Matthias Besh and Louis Delatraz in the AO by TF number 99 car. That's 4.2 seconds with 36 minutes to go. The one thing I can pretty much guarantee is this order will not stay while we're talking about this. Remember the Goodyear Wingfoot Award.
You nearly called it the Goodwin.
Ah, stop it. Choose the most valuable driver of the race. Vote on the Instagram account, the @ELMS_official Instagram account for the European Le Mans Series. You get to choose who, in the 3 categories that are shod by our good friends at Goodyear, who is your driver of the race. And there is a shortlist being offered on those Instagram stories. And we'll be showing the Podium Award for the Wingfoot Award at the end of the show. Please do join in with that. And I can tell you the nominees are not just the top pros, it's some of the silver and, for that matter, the bronze drivers that have stood out all weekend. 35 minutes to go. Top 7 cars separated by 11 seconds, top 6 by 8. Delatraz is catching Matthias Besh. Matthias Besh's last lap.
I think Besh has had a pit stop recently. That's
now they all have.
Yeah, but that's what took him.
He came out in front.
Okay, but there was a greyed out time. We get a greyed out time when it's the completion of an outlap.
Yes.
And he had a greyed out time when you were questioning why he was behind. He'd done a 2 minutes 13, which is 20 seconds slower. But of course, that's timed from the control line in the pit stop and out again.
I'm pretty sure Matthias Besh pitted at the same time as the other cars in LMP2.
He didn't pit at the same time as Sato, I can tell you.
No, Sato definitely came in earlier.
Right.
He was on the same strategy as James Allen.
So they had a fluff in the pit stop then?
No, because he came out ahead of them.
That's bizarre.
So he's had a problem out on track, and his lap times are not quite there. So 156 last time and 155 this time against 153s around him. So I wonder if he has got a bit of a problem he's driving around here.
Yeah.
Because Louis Delatraz, who was 4 seconds back, is now 1.5 seconds back. He is rapidly catching Matthias Number 12 car, meanwhile, we're hearing the WTM by Rinaldi Racing Duquesne is a retirement with a broken drive shaft for Griffin Peoples.
Horrendous luck sometimes, and yeah, Peoples got it back into the pit lane, which of course meant that we were able to avoid in the overall race any sort of major caution, so we're grateful to the Australian for that, but the car will do no more running.
Where is Felipe Albuquerque on his current field strategy? I'm pretty certain he has to stop again.
16 laps
in. Yeah, he's
in.
got to stop again.
So, and remember that Ferdinand Habsburg did a 17-lap stint prior to that because they got to get Albuquerque in. But you were never going to get to the end of the race with 65 minutes remaining on the clock in an LMP2 car. So they've got a bit of a luxury as to where they want to, or when they want to pit that car. As close to the checkered flag is the general rule.
Esteban Masson is the latest to get a drive-through penalty in the number 48 car. That car currently sits 11th overall, 6th in LMP2. Drive-through penalty and 1 penalty point for Esteban for causing the collision we saw with Andrew Gilbert in the 74 Castle Racing car quite some time ago. The one thing I think we could be reasonably confident of at the moment, Johnny, is to say there will be an LMP2 Pro car on the podium.
Again, yeah, it may not be winning outright as it did 4 weeks ago, but once again, a race that has delivered plenty of safety car, and after the bronze stint is completed, will give the Pro-Am cars exactly the same sort of shout at a good result as the standard LMP2 driver lineups.
Well, Nielsen Racing will be enjoying this moment with their 2 cars lapping together. They are still 3rd and 4th overall, and 2nd overall, 2nd and 3rd overall, 2nd overall and leading LMP2 Pro-Am, even though we know Felipe Albuquerque will need another pit stop. They'll be enjoying this moment. It's been a vastly improved performance from Nielsen Racing this weekend.
Yeah.
Ian Aguilera, meanwhile, puts in the fastest time of his race, and he's closing in. No, he's not. I apologize, looking at the wrong thing. He's got a big gap, hasn't he, to Conti and Antonello.
Lilu Wadu will have to make a stop in the not too distant future, whereas Fabian Schiller, when did he take over that car from Lorcan Hannafin? After the hour mark, so he'll be fine to the finish. So Lilu Wadu's in a bit of a false position.
Yeah, and actually she's in the danger zone of potentially even being off the podium here.
Yeah.
Because Fab Schiller's 53 seconds back from Lilu, but behind him, 6 and 3.5 seconds behind are David Perel and Ricky Perra. And a decent pit stop for an LMGT3 car, albeit they will not have to put all that much fuel in, is over a minute. It's going to be tight.
They've just done fuel for Lorenzo Fluxer's Algarve Pro Racing 25, so he's rejoined in 8th position in LMP2.
They'll have tales to tell. That was a car that was right up there, got involved in someone else's incident after that. But the 25, I'm sure we'll hear from Algarve Pro that they felt there was a better result there for them today, half an hour to go.
They became more restricted by driver time, and when they couldn't put drivers in the car, so they couldn't react to the weather quick enough because Théo Pourchaire had to do his hour.
This is AO by TF's Louis Delatraz catching Matthias Besch.
So this is Pro-Am fight, 3rd and 4th.
It is 3rd and 4th for 6th overall, and Matthias Besch just does not seem to have all the pace you'd expect in that car. He's back down into a decent lap time now, but here we're going to find out because we're in traffic. Besch goes to the inside. He's followed through by Louis Delatraz.
But Besch was bottled up behind at least one of those Ferraris. He jinxed to the left-hand side into Senior, and that meant that Delatraz had to get off the throttle and couldn't carry his momentum through that fast turn 10 right-hander.
Matthias Besch, terrifically difficult to pass.
Yeah.
He's a feisty fella, is Matthias. LMP3 traffic this time up the inside from Louis Delatraz. He takes the place. Neatly done, cleanly done. Still has some traffic to deal with.
I think knowing how stubborn Besch can be, that was the time to do it. Now round the outside of the 31 LMP3.
And I think he's got that done, and Besch has now got his mirrors full of the F Corsa car of Mathieu Vazevière. This pair have got a lot of history, and that's the 83 car gradually making its way back after the long stop early on, the incident for Francois Perraudot that involved the Virage Ligier 60 car, now in the hands of Alessio Peccariello, running in 9th in LMGT3.
But as you've said, arriving on the scene now is that silver-coloured 83 car.
Oh, there's a touch to the back of the Oreca there from the 60.
There was from the 60 Porsche. So actually getting the hurry up from a GT car as they threaded their way through turns 5 and 6. Here's the Vector Sport car, number 10 on pit road for its final pit stop.
Yep, we waits for Felipe Albuquerque and his final run down pit lane.
So Pietro Fittipaldi has already been serviced and they gave him fuel and probably not, well, they might have been able to afford some tyres because we only started using the slick compound from about half distance.
It was a 55 second stop on pit lane. Charles Malaysia, he's had a drive-through.
25 seconds?
Yes. VDS Panis Racing, if that was dealt, it seems to be a long time ago since it was. Albuquerque, by the way, is catching the leader, despite the fact he does need that pit stop, but of course he's got the lighter car now. James Allen still tracking the pair of cars ahead.
It was the Esteban Masson and Andrew Gilbert incident.
Yes,
that's a drive-through that has been ongoing for a long time.
Through on the Ginetta comes the 24 car of Felipe Albuquerque, pushing on. There's our race leader in LMP3. He's looking set to be quite an extraordinary start to the season in LMP3 from CLX Motorsport. 1-2 in both Michelin Le Mans Cup races. The win last time around in Barcelona.
But what a find Adrian Clomenil has been. I mean, we knew about him from the Michelin Le Mans Cup from last year when he raced with Cool Racing. So it's the same team, but this 18-year-old from Bayer is certainly setting the world alight as far as his pace is concerned in an LMP3 car, coming from a Formula 4 background. But Clomenil not only good on a Saturday, but when you plug him in for the final few stints on a Sunday afternoon, he has romped away now, having got by another quick driver in LMP3, the M Racing's Quentin Antonel, but no answer to this speed right now. They are slightly off strategy in that I think we're still waiting for a final stop potentially for the Clomenil car.
Here comes Lila Wadou from the lead in LMGT3. As you said, slightly false reading with this pit stop required. With thanks to James Newbold, glad you're listening in, mate, at home. Explains that Matthias Besch was rather dive-bombed by James Allen into the final turn early in his final stint, and
was ultimated to the side of the Mercedes, but in a sandwich manoeuvre. I think he was trying to get away from the LMP2 car on the inside and didn't realise a GT car was on his outside.
To complete the explanation, that compromised Matthias's exit for the final turn, which allowed Marina Sato to take the position. So thanks for that explanation, not something we saw. This is going to be our new, we think, LMGT3 leader. No, Lila Wadou, I think, is going to emerge ahead of Fabian Schiller.
Still, with that pit stop needing to be done and now completed, waiting for Schiller to appear.
There he is.
And further back, yes.
Well. So here we go.
So this is a straight fight to the finish now with the remaining 25 minutes, and might be change, as there so often is in the LMGT3s, because the race distance will be dictated by the overall leader.
Just 50 seconds on pit lane required by the Richard Mille F Corsa squad, so 50 seconds for the number 50. 24 minutes left to go, and it's a matter of what is the car that Fab Schiller has got underneath him in this chase to the flag. Mathis Joubert still holding Felipe Albuquerque. Albuquerque getting ever closer to the point where he must be down pit lane. Louis Delatraz is with Marino Sato for second in LMP2 Pro-Am. And after that, there's a further 4.5 seconds for the race lead in class. James Allen. Don't count out this. This is 23 minutes to make up, what is that? 5 seconds and 2 places. Delatraz is on an absolute run here, reigning overall champion, now in LMP2 Pro-Am, enjoying this challenge. Car 28, the latest, we're being told, under investigation. EDEC Sports Job Van Uter for a safety car procedure. We'll worry about that a little later. The gap between Lilou Wadou and Fab Schiller at the next timing line, 7 seconds.
Out of the final corner, over the start-finish line goes Marino Sato and Louis Delatraz, separated by not very much at all. Also into pit lane, Philippe Albuquerque, as we were predicting. Yep. I reckon both LMP3s are going to have to pit one more time as well at some point in the next 5 minutes, maybe. Well, they pitted 5 laps apart, so I'd expect Antonel in before Clomanil, but neither are going to make it to the finish from here on fuel. But the fight between 2nd and 3rd in Pro-Am, 3rd and 4th overall, here it is down at Virage du Camp.
It begs the question, when was the 11 last in?
Does that bring Ian Aguilera back into the mixture?
I think he's too far back.
I think he probably is as well.
So James Allen, by the way, with that pit stop from Nielsen Racing's Philippe Albuquerque, gets into 2nd place. Again, it's another Nielsen car, though. They'll take that for $1 from United Autosports, Marino Sato and Louis Delatraz, with Matthias Besch now 5th. So 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th place cars, all LMP2 Pro-Am cars, and separated by handfuls of seconds. Louis Delatraz is now with Marino Sato. There we have it. There is the battle behind this pair, by the way. Following through with the progress of Louis Delatraz is Mathieu Vazevière, who is laps and laps down because of that problem early on for the AF Corsa car. This is a real battle, and this is for an overall podium as well as 2nd in LMP2 Pro-Am. Another extraordinary set of circumstances today.
I reckon the Euro International LMP3 car pitted on the hour, as in at 3 o'clock, and you should be able to make it to the finish on that amount of fuel in an LMP3, particularly with these more fuel-efficient Toyota engines now that we've got for season 2025 and beyond. So the question is, can Aguilera stay out? And therefore, and here comes the M Racing Antonel car.
Yep.
Now, I'd expect Clomanil to have to pit about 5 laps later, because that was the sequence about an hour ago for these two. So how close can Aguilera get? Like you say, it's a bit
gap.
Too much of a gap, isn't it?
Because it's a minute and a half.
Okay, but it's a short amount of fuel that has to go in these cars now.
I think it's just too far.
You've only got to put 20 minutes of fuel in, as opposed to the hour that we've had, of course, always up until this point for those LMP3 cars.
Also want to watch, by the way, and on a charge at the moment, back up through the order, is Tom Dillman in the 43 car, 2nd in LMP2, but 6th overall, as we take a look at Louis Delatraz trying to find a way around Marino Sato, who, by the way, is having a really good stint today.
Yeah, Sato's been impressive in that 3rd placed overall LMP2 Pro-Am car. The Japanese for United Autosports, just 6 seconds away from James Allen, but the bigger position up for grabs is that the one that Delatraz is sniffing around as they head into Beausset, the Double Droite.
Car 28, EDEC Sport, they've had one heck of an afternoon, and it's going to end badly with a 3-minute stop-and-go penalty for a safety car infringement. That reads to me like taking a pass around they shouldn't have had. Yeah.
3 minutes is, well, just over a lap time. It's about 2 laps, almost. And designed to send a message.
Yes, don't do that again.
Here's Sato and Delatraz closer than they've been for the last few laps. Delatraz always supersonic into that final corner, has dive-bombed many a car over the years, and I'm sure he's probably eyeing that potential opportunity up in the closing laps, but Sato will be wise to it. Isn't it just so much more liberating to be able to use all the width of the track now and the conventional racing lines that were definitely off limits for the first 2 hours of this race?
This is Tom Dillman, the Inter-Europol number 43 car. A quick message from Cara de Vlaming, their ex-PR and all Lady Friday, I think we should, on Saturday, on Sunday. Great to hear that you're with us. And into Europol, looking to pick up an on-track position. It's not a position in their class, will not affect their points position in the Teams Championship. But pride at stake here. 18 minutes to go. Behind that, the 77 car. That again with Ben Viscal closing faster still. That could get interesting because that is for position with Matthias Besch.
Keeping an eye out for the new leader, if there is one, in LMP3. It remains, I reckon, the CLX Motorsport Adrian Clomenil. The gap was relatively narrow between those top two. Back to M Racing.
Yeah.
M Racing pitted first. Now Clomenil's been in. That's still correcting itself, I think. It showed 55 seconds. Now it's down to 18. I think it might be less than that,
well,
but
we'll see.
Clomenil still got the lead.
We'll see at the end of this lap what the real world totals are. Certainly, Ian Aguilera's way too far ahead for that to be any impact at all. Look for him to complete his next. He is 51 seconds back from the second place M Racing car. The gap for the lead in LMP3 is 18 seconds.
The incident involving the 35 Ultimate car and the 63 Mercedes is now going to be looked at. I don't think the Mercedes was, personally, don't think it was at fault, so that shouldn't jeopardise Fabian Schiller's position.
He is catching, by the way, Lilou Madou, but not by much. Took about half a second out of the leading Ferrari last time around. Will need to maintain that level of momentum for the remainder of the race to be there by the end of it.
But they will be intrigued by that review and whether it's going to come back to bite. It was 3 into 1 not going, basically, into Virage du Camp, and the Ultimate LMP3 car stuck in the middle.
For me, that looked pretty much a racing incident.
I don't think Schiller did anything wrong. He was trying to get through the corner, and as I say, the LMP3 car sort of jumped left to avoid a P2 on its right and into the Mercedes.
My view of that incident was if anybody was at fault, it was likely the Ultimate car.
Yeah,
but I think it would be harsh. I think that was a real racing incident. Not easy to see.
No.
Still underway, this battle between the 99 AO by TF Orica, Louis Delatraz at the wheel, Marino Sato for the 21 United Autosports car, and is the tyres that Louis got underneath him beginning to cry enough. Well, you know, called these things wrong before. Tom Dillman has gone by Matthias Besch, by the way. He's now 6 seconds back from this battle. So he tries to leapfrog his way up the order. He's got a fresher car underneath him. There's every chance that might happen. And Matthias Besch is now checking his mirrors because closing up is Ben Viscal. It's Dillman, Besch, Viscal.
Gap between the top two in LMP3 is 18 and a bit seconds now, so really dominant for CLX Motorsports. Adrian Clomenil in his number 17 car. Paul Lachaire began that. Theodor Jensen, who was last weekend finishing second in a Danish Legends race, and I don't mean Legends as in, you know, old school Le Mans heroes that from Dane Train. I'm talking about the 5/8 scale replica Legends cars that Theodor Jensen, on his weekends off, he goes racing in those, and I think got a second overall to a bit of a Danish master in that category, so he could race everything.
No further action on the 63.35 at turn 5. I think that is
racing incident.
Completely correct. 14 minutes to go. 4.7 seconds is the gap, and that gap is not closing. It's going out between Matthias Joubert and James Allen, the two class leaders, LMP2 and LMP2 Pro, that fill positions 1 and 2 overall. Marino Sato 4 seconds back and catching James Allen at the moment, still with his mirrors full of Louis Delatraz. So this pair are catching the leader, and last time around with a bit of traffic for James, 2 seconds quicker.
Very different line into Beausset, the latter bit of Beausset there by Spike, the Dragon, and Delatraz at the wheel. It's just that little bit more manoeuvrable now than the car ahead of Marino Sato. So taking plenty of curb, the Swiss, trying to just outfox his competitor in the United Autosports car. They're going to go to the high side of the Iron Dames Porsche. No way through there, but that's just Louis Delatraz testing the water, perhaps. If they'd been able to go a bit faster without that GT car there, that's the place to get overtaken, I would have thought.
Just a bit of an update on LMGT3 as we watch this battle, because it's a cracker. That is that all of a sudden, Fab Schiller is closing the gap on Lilo Wadu, but also for third place, David Perel under immediate peril from Ricky Perra.
So closing the gap despite getting a bit roughed up into turn 5 by the 24 Nielsen car.
That explains why he's just had a slow sector time.
Philippe Albuquerque wanting to make use of the gap and dives down on the inside of Virage du Camp to lose his car as little time as possible. He's right with Richard de Guerres, 5th and 6th in LMP2, but down in 11th and 12th overall.
Yeah, this is the car, remember, that was second for so long. Still looking, Rino Sato will be disappointed he couldn't get his way through there, and now he's under attack from Louis Delatraz. Can he go up the inside? He's got a good line out. I think this might be it. I think Delatraz has got him.
Far better drive off the corner, and to be fair to Marino Sato, he's given him plenty of racing room. He wants to use the toe to maybe repay the favour into Beausset, but the speed is just not there, and that's tyre life. I think I agree with you. So Sato just can't do it. Now 2 Ferraris absolutely together, and the GR Racing car is in front.
That's the change
of the 55. So this was the one we were building up to. However, is it quite finished yet? Because both cars well over to almost the concrete wall.
Well, this is aggressive stuff from both these drivers. 3 lights on the side of the 86. He's having to defend.
So it's Perra up against David Perel. And now this short, sharp straight towards turns 3, 4 and 5 into Hotel Corner. Camp is this much harder stop into turn 5. And then what's Perra's exit like out of 6 and 7? This was all set up then, coming through Virage du Lac, and there you go. That's the Delatraz overtake that I was expecting in the B2s, when it actually came from Ricardo Perra.
There was a gap, and he filled it beautifully. It was exactly Ferrari 296 GT3 shape, which was lucky.
Yeah. And Ricardo Perra not going to be asked twice there. Absolutely slammed the car up the inside. No contact though.
This is the replay of, it was Marino Sato bought a little by, tried to take the 66 car into the braking zone, didn't find the room, and that was all that Louis Delatraz needed.
Being wheeled on by Tom Ferrier's engineering staff, then down in the AO by TF Sport garage, and Spike up another position. All the headlines going this way yesterday when PJ Hyatt put in a sparkling qualifying time to put the car ahead of the other 7 within LMP2 Pro-Am.
10 minutes to go. Mathis Jobert leads the race. Redex Sports in the number 18 car that finished 2nd overall and won the LMP2 class last time out. Leads the Nielsen Racing number 27 car by 3.5 seconds. That gap has come down a little. And then 4.5 seconds back to the 99 AO by TF. Louis Delatraz pedalled, Spike the Dragon car. 2nd in Pro-Am, 3rd overall. United Autosports Marino Sato still in a podium position in LMP2 Pro-Am. 2 seconds back after that recent pass from Louis Delatraz. Tom Dillman closing in on the Japanese driver for what would be 4th place overall. He's 2nd in LMP2. Ben Viscal all over Matthias Besch for 4th in LMP2 Pro-Am and 6th overall. Car 35, meanwhile, has got a mandatory pit stop infringement, gets a 3-second stop and go penalty. That car is down in 4th in LMP3. Keeping an eye on what's going on with LMGT3. The clock is ticking down. Fab Schiller under 4 seconds back now. Ricky Perra is catching Fab Schiller.
So Ferrari, now been unleashed from the fellow 296, the Spirit of Race, is only a couple of seconds to find on Fab Schiller in the Iron Lynx Mercedes. Himself having to go slightly offline to allow 1 or 2 LMP2s through, and that will give Liliwadu some a break from the pressure, the timing screen pressure that Schiller was starting to apply. And Schiller more concerned then about the advancing black with the orange piping Ferrari from GR Racing, number 86. Separated by 4 seconds first to second, 2 seconds second to third. Perel still nagging away though behind Perret. So if that fight gets a little bit tasty between Schiller and Perret in a few laps' time, then Perel may still have a shout on a podium as well.
Also between cars, 28, that was Jon Vanuta, 34, Luca Giotto. The forcing off track investigation will be investigated after this race. 8 minutes to go.
And the natural condensing of the order, we've got GT, LMP3 and the overall race leader all together on track. In fact, they went 3 wide. Mathis Jobert under huge pressure from James Allen.
James Allen has closed that gap by 3 seconds in traffic. Allen is right there.
He is.
This could be
less than a second as they crossed the control line.
Still traffic for Mathis Jobert, but what was, 3.8 seconds, now 0.8 of a second. Delatraz still 4.4 seconds back, and in this traffic, Jobert does make it through past another of the cars, but it's leapfrog time now, and it really is edge of the seat stuff.
It was almost 2 seconds that James Allen gained on the orange and black car of EDEX Sport because Mathis was having to just bide his time. He's having to go 3 abreast with cars on the back straight. He was only a few moments ago 3 abreast on the start finish.
You can see also closing there is Louis Delatraz, but he has got cars between him. The battle he really is now for the overall lead. Under 7 minutes to go. Mathis Jobert has cleared the traffic. He's now got clear air in front of him, but James Allen's only got the 1 car between them. He's cleared that, and all of a sudden the gap is 1.5 seconds, Johnny.
The Australian has been incredibly clinical through traffic, and that's maybe what Mathis Jobert doesn't have up his sleeve, is the experience of dealing with that. He's frighteningly quick, but when it really gets the important phase of the race, James Allen has years over Mathis Jobert and being able to deal with LMP3s and GTs at pace. But is Jobert visibly pulling away now that they're both into clear air again? It's nip and tuck. I wouldn't be surprised to see these lap times, this individual lap time for Jobert compared to Allen, being near enough identical.
Track limits warning for David Perel, who's in that fight for the final podium position for LMGT3. They come to the end of the lap. It's a 1:54.8 from Mathis Jobert. It's a 1:55.3 from James Allen. 1.4 seconds is the gap. 5.5 minutes to go. Not done yet.
Delatraz, Dillman, Sato all stream across the line almost as one. 1.7 seconds the gap from Delatraz back to Tom Dillman. He won't be too bothered about that. Running second in LMP2 Pro Am, but that's quite a lot to ask of Spike the Dragon now. 6 seconds to try and close in on James Allen, who is on a tear.
Yeah, I think that that traffic is done for that potential challenge. This is all about the overall race win. There we are. That is the gap. 5 minutes to go, and it comes down to this. A race that started on a grey afternoon. Rain then fell, and then fell harder. Tyre choice critical at the start, critical at that point. Now under bright sunshine here at Le Castellet, and into the final 5 minutes of the race. 1.7 seconds at the moment. It does look like Mathis Jobert in clear air has got the quicker car.
Ricardo Perret is within a second of Fabian Schiller's Mercedes for second position in LMGT3. And are they both closing in on Lilou Wadou? They certainly did last time around. She was in the 208s.
Wingfoot Award winners, Clement Louverlac in LMP2 Pro Am. Duncan Cameron, it is in the Sprinter race car in the LMGT3 car. I think the one I missed as I was looking at the timing screen, it is Ferdy Habsburg for the 24 Nielsen racing car. Oh, bit of goal for the Corvette right at the end of the race.
What a shame. 4 minutes to go, but the car clearly is not going to make the finish. But We're absolutely enthralled by this run to the finish for James Allen. Can he eat any more into the 0.4 of a second gap? And now United Autosport's Marino Sato is homing in on Tom Dillman.
No, it's the other way around. He's just been passed by Dillman.
Well, no, he's been following him for a little while. Okay.
He's coming back at him. Dillman was behind Sato, but Dillman is now under threat again from Sato.
Yeah, and the other one I spotted was Matthias Besch and Bent Viscal, only separated by half a second. That would be just off the podium in LMP2 Pro Am.
3 minutes to go, 2 seconds the gap. Looking at the places in LMGT3, under 2 seconds. Fab Schiller from Lilou Wadou. Ricky Perra is with Fab Schiller. Top 3 in LMGT3, 2.7 seconds, 3 minutes.
Yep. So Wadou under massive pressure now. Amazingly, she was able to complete her pit stop. Richard-Mille AF Corsa turned that Ferrari around without her losing the lead. But ever since then, Fabian Schiller's Iron Lynx Mercedes and the Ricardo Perra GR Racing Ferrari have been getting closer and closer. David Perel's just in the distance there as well.
Any kind of instant between any two of these, he's there ready to pounce. 1, 2, 3, LMGT3, 2.5 minutes to go. Anybody's race.
2 seconds. The gap from Jobert to Allen. We've been spending too much time together. We're basically morphing into the same person. 5.3 seconds the distance back to Delatraz. So Allen continues to, I was going to say drop Delatraz. They're about even Stevens now, both in the 1 minute 53.4s.
I think Louis knows he's not going to do this on pace at this stage. He's lost, or rather he didn't gain time through traffic. The big gain there was James Allen putting the overall leader under pressure, but Matthias Jobert soaked that up.
Conrad Lawson, after that spin during his stint, and a huge spin it was at senior corner, he is within a second of David Perel as well. So this long line of GT3 cars that will all be able to see one another as they hit the Mistral straight.
It is, I can think, to be this lap and one more. 18 car is on the Mistral, over 2 seconds now. Marino Sato pits. Now that's an interesting one. 37 seconds. Fuel?
I wonder whether it was tyres that he just couldn't keep the car on the road anymore, but it was getting pretty bad. Might be fuel.
Can't be fuel. Unless they had a problem with getting fuel in the car the last time around.
Only 18 laps into the stint. I thought they could do more than that under green, although we've had very little green, fully green stints through the course of the day.
Gap from first to third in LMGT3, 2.6 seconds. Fab Schiller under a second back now from Lilou Wadou.
So into Garlaban, this arcing right-hander, will go Matthias Jobert for the penultimate time. Rain lights still pulsing from the earlier incidents, the legacy of the first half of this race, really, when we were struggling to tell any cars apart. The fog down the back straight was that increased. But Lilou Wadou now with clear air in front of her, but massive pressure from behind in the Richard-Mille AF Corsa Ferrari, because Fabian Schiller's just a second back in the Mercedes, then the Ricardo Perra Ferrari, David Perel's Ferrari as well, but it's the top three that are closest. And here comes the Mercedes then into the left-hander at Bendor.
And he's absolutely on a push here. It looks to me like Ricky Perra's dropped back a little from this battle, but it's absolutely all about the race win. Fab Schiller flashing the headlights at Lilou Wadou. He's trying to keep this neat, tidy. Defensive now, though, as Fab Schiller is looking for somewhere to force a pass on the Ferrari, and this will be their last lap. Last lap scored for the overall race leader. This is the race lead, and the LMP2 leader behind does not look under immediate pressure, but it is going to be about this battle, and that might be enough with the LMP2 car getting involved. Where did Lilou Wadou lose that half second? Well, Fab Schiller will know, and that's where he'll apply the pressure.
Yeah. The the moment, though, she's still taking to the natural racing line. The race leader is into the final sector, in fact, rounding Beausset corner now, but we're quite rightly concentrating on the lead scrap within LMGT3. We'll keep you updated on that through the final sectors. But in this, the 70th race in the European Le Mans Series since it was rebranded in 2013 on a famous Star Wars day, may the 4th be with EDEX Sport, who take another victory in the LMP2 category, and this time it is an overall win.
A first ever overall win by a female driver in the European Le Mans Series, and it looks like we're going to get, depending on as home comes CLX Motorsport, for another win. So 2 wins in the ELMS, 2 wins in the Michelin Le Mans Cup in 2 races of this current iteration. Could Lilu Wadou make it 2 female class winners in the same race in the European Le Mans Series? Boy, oh boy, are things changing. Here they come. There's another car involved in this battle. Fab Schiller will not give this one up lightly.
So she's having to maybe react to when that LMP2 car pulls off the corner. In the end, I don't think it affected things too much. There's going to be one more chance at this at Fabian Schiller round the outside, just as we saw Ricardo Pera try it. But you know, he's not in the right position. So what's the draft light off the final corner? It's going to be a drag race between the mid-engine Ferrari, the front-engine Mercedes, but Lilu Wadou will make it another female runner on a podium, 1 on the overall for EDEX Sport, 1 in a class victory for LMGT3. There's Jamie Chadwick with a big smile on her face. She clenches her fist, and it's Lilu Wadou as part of the 50 lineup, joined by Custodia Toledo, who drove spectacularly well in his opening couple of stints. Riccardo Agostini, I can't remember mentioning him too much. He's the gold and theoretically the quickest, but it was all about who started and finished that number 50 car. They come home with victory.
Well, 2 LMP2 wins, but now an overall win after the LMP2 Pro winner took the overall honours in Barcelona for the number 18 car from EDEX Sport, the Genesis Magma Racing Trajectory Program car, the first ever woman to win a race overall in the ELMS top class after a class win last time out and 2nd place overall. Mathilde Chaubert soaked up a huge amount of pressure there. Danny Uncadella, another stellar stint from him. He had a lot of the time in the car when it was so difficult, the conditions. Cracking stuff from EDEX Sport. James Allen brings home the car for Nielsen Racing, the number 27 car. They'll be absolutely delighted with what a massive turnaround for them. Tony Wells, they put him out on the wet weather tyres at the start of that race.
He was 4th at one point.
He was epic in that car. And Sergio Seti Camara putting in the middle stint. CLX Motorsport, though, a 2nd pretty much faultless weekend for the Swiss team in LMP3. Astonishing stuff. Double win now in ELMS.
Yeah.
Double in the Michelin Le Mans Cup with a 1-2 in Barcelona, and their 2 cars finishing in the opposite order here at Paul Ricard. And then this car, the 50 car for Richard Mille AF Corsa, Lilu Wadou.
The double-double, your well-known ice cream order as well, which we might have to do later on. But yeah, CLX unstoppable when it comes to LMP3 racing. Both on a Saturday in qualifying and in the Le Mans Cup race action, and now back-to-back victories in the European Le Mans Series as well for LMP3s. But also that peculiar race where, yeah, we didn't have a Pro-Am win outright, but the top 7 cars, 5 of them are Pro-Ams.
Yep.
And that's the beauty of a race littered with safety cars. We had 3 of them in total. There's Danny Juncadella just standing in front of Jamie Chadwick in the cap. And again, drivers with such limited LMP2 experience.
Nuts. It's just nuts.
A win.
It's absolutely amazing. Great stuff from EDEX Sport. Great stuff from Mathilde Chaubert and all the drivers involved here. We should, by the way, call the other cars that finished in the class podiums, because it's such a mix-up there. It's Europol competition, get an LMP2 podium with the run back to 4th overall for the 43 car. Tom Dillman bringing that car home. And CLX Motorsport, yes, them again, the 47 car completing the LMP2 podium. TDS Racing complete the LMP2 Pro-Am podium behind Nielsen Racing's 24 and the AO by TF 99, Spike the Dragon car. So they complete that. All of that helps us with LMP2. CLX Motorsport from M Racing, who led convincingly for so long, and Euro International and LMP3. And such a great finish between Richard Millet of Corsa, the Ferrari number 50, Iron Lynx's AMG, and the 86 GR Racing Ferrari, the 123, and what was a spellbinding LMGT3 race as well. Add water, get drama.
Amazing stuff. I'm just thinking back to that first lap when Jamie Chadwick had been put in for the opening stint, and she kind of left the circuit between turns 2 and 3 at the most peculiar angle. It looked like she was heading straight for the wall because there was no grip whatsoever. But so to control that and then rejoin safely and still be there or thereabouts in the top 10, that first couple of stints was just a matter of survival. And that was all down to Jamie becoming the first ever woman to be a race winner overall in the European Le Mans Series. We do often say that the timing screen cannot tell gender apart, and I entirely agree with that. However, we do need to mark these occasions.
We do.
And likewise in GT, Lilou Wadou becomes another female victor. We had an all-girl lineup win in Barcelona 4 weeks ago. So the boys have got to step up, really.
Well, we've had, let's get this right, we've had 4 female class, in fact, we've had 6 female class winners across 2 different classes in the first 2 races this year. And that includes, 5 different female drivers. Jamie Chadwick, Lilou Wadou, and all 3 of the Iron Dames have all taken a class win in the first 2 races. Ladies and gentlemen, things are changing.
I feel like the European Le Mans Series has got the balance just about right. I have to say, it's over to you now, Formula One, to get into alignment, because where's the latest Formula One female driver going to come from? Maybe this championship. Well, but yeah, we can offer seats to so many different people from so many different routes into motor racing, and everybody, it seems, can be successful.
Well, look, the voice seen there is Lilou Wadou, who is, by the way, a Ferrari contracted driver, fending off the very close and very competitive attentions of a full Mercedes-AMG performance driver, factory driver, Fab Schiller.
Well, there are the 3 pilots from an unexpected championship leading crew in LMP2. We all knew about their pedigree. Well, maybe not so much Matisse Jobert, but the other 2, their pedigree outside of ACO rules racing. Those in the know within longer distance GT racing, like the Dubai 24 Hours, knew about Jobert's talent, but could he then apply it to one of these prototypes? He has done it and then some, and it's exciting times. How many races might they win this year?
How long ago was it, Johnny Palmer, that you and I watched the Alpine Cup, and Lilou Wadou took the overall win, the first female winner in that championship?
Yep.
And how she's grown into this sport.
Yeah.
The talent was there and was clear, but from being a shy and retiring girl at the time, absolutely at the top of her form, confident, loving her sport, and it's great to see.
Yeah, the Alpine Europa Cup, which she had so much success in. So now getting congratulations from the team. Let's get some reaction from the overall winners.
Overall winners here in LMP2. Congratulations to the number 18 EDEX Sport. Not just great for you 3 as the drivers, but great for the team celebrating 10-year anniversary of racing today. Mattis, obviously this is your home race as well. You brought it home after your other 2 co-drivers brought it back in difficult conditions.
Yeah, it was very difficult, but at the end I want to thank my teammate and the team. I had just to finish the race. I was leading a lot of front because they did mega stints, and yeah, the car was great at the end, and the team did a mega job.
And Jamie, this is the first time that a female driver has stood on the top step of the overall podium in ELMS, so you're breaking barriers every week.
Yeah, that doesn't make so much of a difference, but honestly after Barcelona, I think to come back and win again is a bit unexpected, but yeah, great result for the team. Obviously their 10-year anniversary, so great result for us all, and hopefully we can keep it up.
Danny as well, joining in. It was a very difficult race with the changing conditions. How did you find it?
Yeah, I mean, it was one of those races where you see a lot of mistakes, a lot of changing conditions, lucky moments and safety cars, a lot of situations, so the strategy plays a big role. The team have been incredibly good at that. We just nailed every call. That helped us go forward. I think all of us did no mistakes in our stints. and that pays off. In the end, it was a race, not a pace race, but staying out of trouble, just maximizing what we had, and we did great, and I'm super happy with that. 100% win ratio so far this season, so let's try to keep that following the next few races.
Fantastic job, congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, they've won very different types of races already, and both have been heavily affected by safety car. Can they do it again if we get a race later this year which remains green? I've got to say, in the next round at Imola, that again is a bit of a tough ask. And maybe at Spa as well. But Silverstone could provide an opportunity for a fully green race. We will have to wait and see. Just after midday, we got going, and many drivers were unsure about which tyres to proceed upon. Some elected to go on slicks, and unfortunately 2 LMP2 cars got together very quickly. Look out for the RLR M Sport car spearing off to the inside of turn 1 at the same time, and that generated chaos as it rejoined the racetrack just at the Ferrari S. But the 28 EDEX Sport and the 22 United Autosport cars immediately facing the wrong way. Likewise, Francois Perrodo, and he pulled forward to try and rejoin. On the scene arrived Jacek Zielonka in his Virage car, absolutely destroyed and out on the spot. 2 more spinners in LMP3 for Ultimate and the 88 Inter Europol competition crew. This was the point where slick tyres really would not get you any further. So Iron Lynx and their Mercedes switching to the treaded Goodyear pattern, and they were not alone. A big spin for Alex Malikin in his number 37 CLX car. That would be an immediate retirement out of the frantic right-hander at senior, and when you get that wrong in the wet, it doesn't end well. A nose change for the 43 car as Nick Yellerly took over. That we would subsequently find out was because Kuba Śmiechowski made some contact, or got contact, on his in-lap. And eventually that 43 car faded a little bit. They did still get second place points, though, within their category. Good early racing in the LMP3 pack, including from the number 68 M Racing car, and also dicing when Danny Juncadella took over in the orange and black EDEX Sport car. In fact, a touch coming out of the Ferrari S there, and the run down towards turn 3 with the CLX number 47. Windscreen wipers still being utilised because although the rain stopped eventually and the spray cleared, it was still very, very damp, particularly offline on the so-called high-friction asphalt here. That offered no grip whatsoever, particularly if you caught the paint before the track sufficiently dried. Peculiar moment for the number 9, which we may well see later on when that car lost one of its wheels on an outlap. And this was the 2 Inter Europol competition and EDEX Sport cars, so Luca Giotto and Job van Houten. Oh, there was Eduardo Freitas, who we didn't hear for most of the day, but I think you guys did. There, the number 9 of the number 9 car of Matteo Cairoli lost a wheel and tyre, and amazingly, it was well behaved. Ended up right up against the concrete wall, and he would make it back. The 18 car still, as Danny Juncadella put it, keeping out of trouble, and that was so valuable towards the end. There was some great racing though as well, as Mathis Jobert eventually took over. 29 TDS racing car also trying to get a good result, and eventually would reach the podium in LMP2 Pro-Am. Final few pit stops for the LMP2s, like a different day entirely at this point into the final hour of the 4 hours of Le Castellet. Sun shining brightly, and eventually you could rely on all areas of the asphalt being nice and dry. This was perhaps a clumsy moment between the Ultimate and the 63 Mercedes within LM GT3. In fairness, the Ultimate was being lapped at the same time to its right-hand side. That was reviewed and then waved away as a racing incident. The gap then from Jobert back to James Allen became very condensed indeed within a couple of seconds by the time it finished. But massive credit to the CLX Motorsport crew, who again are able to come away with a race victory, and Adrian Clomenil. But it's a win for Richard Millet of Corsa in GT, and back-to-back wins in LMP2 for EDEX Sport, with 3 debutants at the start of the season to this LMP2 category. So onward the wins come for the 18 crew of Jamie Chadwick, Mathis Jobert, Danny Juncadella, and a victory in GT for the Ferrari number 50 of Custodio Toledo, Riccardo Agostini and Lilou Wado. What a day here in France for the second race of the ELMS.
Cracking stuff. And there's the overall classification. 107 laps completed eventually. Less than 2 seconds the gap between the 18 EDEX Sport, the 27 Nielsen Racing, our winner in LMP2 Pro Am. And after that, mixed bag of Pro Am and Pro cars down through the order that gifted out to us by those change of conditions and all sorts of shenanigans. It's a win for CLX Motorsports in LMP3. The number 17 car ahead of the M Racing Ligier 1-2-3, with your International finishing third, and that fantastic finish in LMGT3. Richard Mille AF Course's 50 car ahead of the Iron Lynx AMG number 63 and the 86 from GR Racing. Down towards the bottom, and there's a number of bad news stories for a number of crews. It was eventually 37 finishers from the 44 starters, with a variety of incidents, some of which you saw, some of which you did not. The late retirement of the Corvette, the last of the not classified cars there. Quite an event again, Johnny.
Yeah, again, you're looking over the 4 hours. It feels like more like 12 hours, to be honest. The amount that happened and the churn of race leaders that we had during the wet spell of the race. I mentioned during commentary that it does tend to be a real leveller, but then the order was restored. Maybe the 2025 order was restored once the drier conditions came out, and Mathis Jobert proved once again that he can cope with all manner of pressure from the established stars in the LMP2 field. So we're going to deal with, first of all, the top three in LMP2. There's actually no overall podium. So first of all, LMP2 as a singular class, and this will see in third position the 47 CLX Motorsport trio of Manuel Espirito Santo, who was utilised fairly late on, in actual fact, after Enzo Fittipaldi and Pipo Dirani, who started the race. Second in LMP2, the 43 drivers, Kuba Śmiechowski, Tom Dillman and Nick Yellerly.
Great run from them.
Yeah.
Deserved, I thought, slightly better today. They were unlucky eventually, called it right, and then the safety car's timing for them was pretty much a disaster. But let's not take anything away from the 10th anniversary celebrations from EDEX Sports.
Wonderful performance again, and I just love the nature of the surprise. Certainly for Jamie Chadwick, if you'd asked her at the start of the season, you're going to win the first 2 races in LMP2, I think you would have thought we were bonkers. But they're there through absolute pace and credit, and yeah, okay, the engineering staff at EDEC need huge praise as well, because they were calling the shots, and as Danny Juncadella said, we didn't get a thing wrong. So Jamie Chadwick, Mathis Jobert, Danny Juncadella and a team member, top step of the podium. Here's the national anthem. They've done it again, EDEX Sport, and a very much local team these days as well. We've got an invitation, along with many others, on Friday night to visit their pretty new headquarters, just 2 years old. And this is the place to do it, I suppose. I mean, their championship is well on track, and they have had some sparkling Le Mans over the years as well. They'll be heading there next.
I think double ELMS champions already, EDEX Sport, and heading at the moment. With the topsy-turvy form of teams behind them, I think we can see quite the gap in the points for LMP2. I'm waiting to see exactly how that's going to turn out. It's a good race, interesting race, at times frustrating for some of those involved, I'm sure, but no shortage of action and, for that matter, incident. And Danny Juncker, for me, absolutely nailed it. Stay out of trouble.
Yeah.
Particularly in a weather-affected race, staying out of trouble is absolutely the way to bring this home.
Yeah, you've got to have speed, but you've got to have nous with it, and it's often thinking well ahead of the game as well. You had to today with the forecast, so you're planning on what tyres to run for the next 40-odd minutes well in advance. What does the radar say, and do you believe it? So, a shower of the more positive sense now on the podium as 10 bottles of champagne are cracked open, and they'll be heading to a rather stinky press conference in a moment or two. That's nothing to do with Jeff Carter, by the way. It's because they'll be stinking of champagne. Right, now, here are the points.
Wow.
50 plays 27, so that is a gap of 23 points over Vector Sport, who are in second position. Where do they finish today? Fourth in LMP2.
Good start to the season from them. VDS,
Too right.
1 point ahead of the 48 VDS Panis, and then 6 ahead of Inter Europol, and a scattering of other teams, with maybe form in one of the 2 races so far. It is Danny Juncker, Jamie Chadwick and Matthias Schobert ahead of Pietro Fittipaldi, Ryan Cullen, Vlad Lomko. Well, there we go. Pro-Am, though, has dealt out some of the best racing so far this season, and we're going to hear from the winners and second place team overall, down with Steph Wentworth now.
Joined by the LMP2 Pro-Am winners, almost overall winners, the number 24 Nielsen Racing. Tony, I'm coming straight to you because you started off, you took the gamble with the wet tyres early on in the race, which only a few of the cars on the field did, and it seems to have paid off for you.
Yeah, we had this sort of agonizing decision, so we went out on the wets, and then we swapped to the slicks, and then like 3 or 4 minutes before the end, I said we're on the wrong tyres, so we swapped back to the wets, and yeah, it was the right call. And then I was so hoping for rain, and then you could see some spits of rain come in at turn 5 and then through scenes, so I thought we were going to be all right. But yeah, it was great fun, obviously.
Yes, enjoy the podium. Congratulations once again to all 3 of you.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Yeah, one of the drivers of the race from Tony Wells, I thought. And he's right, you know, there's a bit of guesswork involved, there's a bit of strategy involved, there's a bit of bravery involved in this. And right time, right place sometimes is the answer to the tail. And well done, Nielsen Racing, that's what they've managed to do. They're going to see the LMGT3 podium first. Mike Wainwright with Ricky Perra and Tom Fleming for the 86 car. They're right there at the end. The gap first to third was about 1.5 seconds, 1.6 seconds at the end, the 86 car. Another podium showing strong form. Iron Lynx, the AMG, Martin Berry becoming quite the star here.
Yeah, pole position in Barcelona, with the Mercedes sort of debut really in the modern day European Le Mans series, and now they have got some consistent results with a second place finish. So the 63 drivers, Martin Berry, Lorcan Hannafin and Fab Schiller towards the end, applying the pressure to this car, the 50 Ferrari of Richard Mille, AF Corsa. Custodio Toledo, the Brazilian/American, Ricardo Agostini for that middle stint, but Lilu Wadu, having to soak up all the pressure in the closing stages, did a superb job.
So wait for the national anthem. This will be in Italy.
It will. Riccardo Agostini particularly enjoying the strains of the Italian national anthem. That's where he hails from, but also the flags of Brazil for Custodio Toledo and France, of course, here at our home race for Lilou Adu.
And 1 point to raise, as we see our friends from Total Energies giving out the trophies here, is there, of course, the two gentlemen male drivers in the order are graduates from the Michelin Le Mans Cup, the ladder in action again.
Very good point, yeah. So working their way through, and success in the biggest show, if you like, of these particular weekends, although we do feature all of the Saturday races as well. So if you've never watched a race of the Ligier European Series, real clean, close racing, and it's generating new stars of both the Michelin Le Mans Cup and the ELMS.
I think they're going to find when we get to the championship points here wide open, because I don't think were any of these three teams on the podium last time.
That's a great question. It doesn't feel like that was the case.
Dames won it.
Yes, they did. Oh, actually, I made note of that. Right, so it was at 85 first. It was the 57 Kessel Racing Ferrari second in Barcelona, and the 60 Proton Competition Porsche.
It's turned the finishing order upside down. This is going to be super close.
Yeah, and that's mainly to do with the weather. But remember, of course, there's the ballast to take into account as well. So the heavier, or the more success you have in the championship and the previous two races, the heavier you will run next time out.
I don't see those points, I think.
Here we go.
Boom.
So it's still Iron Dames, who finished today in 7th position, leading by 4 over today's winners. Then 55, Duncan Cameron and et al., who could have done so much better had their driving time fitted a little more towards what could have been the end of his stint. But he's a further 3 back. 2 teams on 20 points, the 57 Kessel and the 51 AF Corsa crew.
And 3 on 19.
Are you kidding? I hadn't looked that far down. So Celia Martin, Michel Gatting, Sarah Bovey are leading by just 3 points as we take a month off in June and racing again in Imola. More reaction. Let's head to Steph Wentworth with drivers.
Now joined by the winners in LMGT3, the number 50 Richard Mille AF course. Congratulations to all 3 of you. There are 33 French drivers here at Le Castellet. Lilou, you are one of them, and you're standing on the top step today in class. Congratulations. How do you feel?
Thank you. Yeah, I feel very happy. We had a difficult Barcelona. For sure we worked hard to have this result. At the end, that was not easy for sure, but the team did an amazing job. My teammates too, and today is just a success for us. But yeah, really thanks to everyone for that. And next step is Le Mans.
Fantastic. Enjoy the celebrations. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so Lilou already focused on Le Mans next month, and a quick thank you from Custodio Toledo as well. This car looks great, actually. It's a simple livery on it, but
it's
are
really
we going to get used to this one performing well through the year too?
We mentioned the 2 female class winners again this weekend. Worth mentioning as well, both the top 2 crews in LMGT3 in the point standings. Well, it's the Iron Dames and it's that crew. We have 4 female drivers in the top 6 in the championship. It's a remarkable era right now.
Yeah, exactly.
And they're doing this on merit. You know, this is not, they're not being handed, here you go, here you get 5 seconds on us. They're going out there and they're kicking ass.
Technical term, but we like it. And, well, what sort of success could those drivers have at next month's 24 Hours of Le Mans? We will have to wait and see. It's a chance to forget about the ELMS for 30-odd days or so before we focus at the start of July on this visit to Emilia-Romagna, where the World Endurance Championship was last time out. So they'll be around there as round 3 of the season. But we're now dealing with LMP2 Pro out.
29 car already on the podium. The Clem Novalak, Matthias Besch, Rodrigo Salas, and here we go with Dane Cameron, Louis Delatraz and PJ Hart, our pole sitter today. They will be both disappointed and very pleased once things have calmed down with that. Big up to tick in form and luck for the AO by TF squad. And it's going to be the first, I believe, the first ever win in an LMP2 class in Europe for Nielsen Racing. And this trio, Tony Wells, what a hero he was at the start of that, with Seti Kamara and James Allen at the end of that race putting in a stellar stint, and at one point looking as if he might even take the overall win. But on the podium, top step of the podium for LMP2 Pro-Am will be fine by him, I'm sure. Bit of a tumble there for Seti Kamara, but all is well.
So let's hear the national anthem in LMP2 Pro-Am for the winning team. Congratulations to Nielsen Racing of the United Kingdom then, who get their season certainly going in the direction they would wish. And Tony Wells, very much a big input in that. To see that car up as far as 4th overall, I think it was, and that was purely down to tyre choice. Wasn't it great to hear from Tony that they changed their mind twice well with the car on the grid? Well,
it shows that bravery. It shows that they weren't afraid to throw things at this effort. Great stuff too for Nielsen. Huge turnaround in form and in luck as well from Barcelona. Let's not forget their second car, their LMP2 class car, finished just outside the top 10, 5th overall. That car as well was running at the front of the field for a fair amount the afternoon. Let's hope they can maintain that form as we get deeper and deeper into this season. Big changes at Nielsen Racing, and if the form book today has got anything to go by, they're all for the better. But, 3, I think, fairly happy teams. Certainly our winners, and AO by TF enjoying their day as well there.
And again, the winners in this category only 1.8 seconds away from winning the thing overall because of the James Allen pressure. He's standing on the top step of the podium to the left there and closing in on Mathis Jobert. There was a point where they were less than a second apart as Jobert dealt with traffic.
Again, by the way, only one of these 3 teams featured on the podium last time out, the TDS Racing squad. So again, I expect them to be doing pretty well in the points here, but it's going to be close.
Yeah, well, it was a win last time out for the AF Corsa number 83, who had a disaster today. They weren't able to qualify the car yesterday, and then Francois Perroda had an early spin in his stint, and as he was trying to rejoin, head-on collision with the number 8 LMP3 car is a point in it.
Nielsen lead.
They do. So they were not on the podium last time out, but they've been elevated to be ahead of the 29 TDS Racing crew by a point, then a single point back were Barcelona winners as well. Nip and tuck with only 3 more points back to the Crichton Lendudis car that he shares with Alex Quinn. But it's Wells, Allen and Kamara that will lead effectively through this summer break before we head to Italy in July. One more set of interviews. Here's Steph.
And now joined by the winners in LMP3, the number 17 CLX Motorsport. Back again, it was a fantastic job in qualifying and all throughout the race, despite the difficult conditions, the 3 of you have managed to stand on the top step. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it was a good race. From my teammate, I'm very happy because it was raining. It was very, very difficult, and I managed to stay on top. So I'm really, really happy to have two pole and 2 wins in a row. So let's continue.
Paul, in front of the home crowd, it must feel good.
Yeah, it's good. It's difficult in the first part of the race. I take the start and I start with slick tire. It's not the good deal. And go back to the pit lane for split the tire, and after is okay.
Well, congratulations to you all. Enjoy the celebrations. Thank you.
Thank you.
So yeah, Lancher, that survival mission to stay on the track. It was as simple as that, on a slick tyre on a very, very wet road surface. In the end, they had to say that this is the wrong direction to be heading in, and then to come back from that difficult tyre choice to win and fairly dominantly, very dominantly, 25 seconds to the good in the end. I think Paul Lanchet very grateful to have Adrian Clomenil as part of his lineup.
Very much so. M Racing got a mighty advantage at one point, but that was all clawed back, and CLX Motorsport rather, will end this weekend with a maximum score so far in the championship. That's astonishingly difficult to achieve. We wait for the podium. It will be the Euro International crew, number 11 crew, to the podium first.
So here are Fabian Michel and Ian Aguilera, the only one of a couple of two driver lineups in the order. We're about to see the other one that has also made it to the podium, and feels like an LMP3 season-long or many season-long argument, which is the most successful way of doing it. And generally, if you keep things simple in this category, we've seen a lot of two-driver lineups get success. Stefan Tribordini, who we heard from partway through the race, chatting to Steph, and Quentin Antarel, who was the qualifying driver yesterday. They, from the M Racing 68 squad, will be on the second step of the podium. But listen to the cheer for CLX Motorsport, the new name for Cool Racing, changed over the winter period for Alexandre Coigny and Nicolas Lapierre, but it's their drivers Paul Lanchet, Theodore Jensen and Adrian Clomenil who will be on the top step of the podium. And once again, for the second time this weekend after victory yesterday in the Michelin Le Mans Cup, the national anthem of Switzerland. Another excellent result for the team from Switzerland. CLX Motorsport, back-to-back wins, back-to-back pole positions, and Adrian Clomenil. We've unearthed another rich talent there, just like Malte Jakobsen, who was within this team a few seasons ago.
Absolutely. The biggest problem they've got is they're going to have to rent a van to get the trophies home after 1-2 yesterday in the Michelin Le Mans Cup. Top step here in LMP3 and a podium as well in LMP2 for the number 47 car. They go home with a literal van load of trophies, don't they? And I suspect that when we see the point standings here, it's going to make a very sorry viewing for everybody else in the championship, because 2 wins and 2 pole positions. There's going to be a few others, I think, in the order that they're going to go. Can we have a go?
Yeah. Give us a moment in the sunshine. Well, one of the trophies nearly toppled off the top step, but the champagne is still intact, and now it's not, as the corks are removed and everyone gets absolutely soaked in champagne. So we're about to see the 17 car with 52 points on the board. How close is their nearest rival?
Well, LMP3, it's been a great training ground for drivers and teams, as we've seen. CLX don't need telling that. It's 52 points it is to 30 points from M Racing. Into Europol's 88 car, 27, and a troubled race today. RLR2 were in trouble. They share the same points at 18 with the 35 Ultimate team, with Euro International scoring their first points of the season on 15. Well, you know what? We've seen the way that other classes can be turned upside down as Adrian Closemil, Boulanger and Theo Jensen with their 52 points ahead of the two-driver squad of Antonello Tribardini from M Motorsports. It could happen again in LMP3, very easily indeed. Different challenges to come as we get into the second half of the year, not the second half of the season yet. And one or two of these crews, by the way, we will see in action as part of the lineup for the Road to Le Mans, as well as part of the support package for the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Lots of very able drivers and teams yet to find their form.
It's a good point. Yeah, people like Ian Aguilera, Mathieu Luhay from the 35 squad. Fabian Michal has got a lot of speed as well. Griffin Peebles, I mean, he's a big talent from Australia, but drive shaft failing in the final hour of the number 12 WTM by Rinaldi racing car. Not a lot you can do about that from your driving talent.
No, and things will turn around. These are, remember, still new cars. There's still problems to be ironed out from them. And I think we are going to see a different form emerging, even if that different form is them having to raise their game to challenge the established order. Cracking weekend of racing here. Unexpected weather today. We expected that weather really yesterday, but it did add, did it not, substantial fuel to the fire?
Yeah, yeah, in the inverted sense, I suppose. It's always something that you've got to try and predict, as I was suggesting a moment or two ago, and try and stay ahead of the game as much as possible. Don't be reactive, try and be proactive in terms of your tyre choice and also which drivers you are selecting. Speaking of driving talent across the piece.
And quite correct that we've got drivers from each of the Goodyear Shod classes on the top step, with Ferdy Habsburg to your right, Clement Novalak to your left, and Duncan Cameron to the centre. These are the drivers that have taken the Wingfoot Awards here that you have selected the winners for. Stick with this through the year because it's going to be a developing story. Goodyear opting to offer the opportunity to the fans to choose their favourites from the three classes that they support in the European Le Mans Series. So well done to Ferdy, to Clement and to Duncan.
Yeah, congratulations to all of our podium finishers, our podium appearances, some really smart Goodyear Wingfoot trophies being handed out to them as well. No blimp this weekend, we kind of couldn't fly that because of the changeable weather conditions. Thanks so much to Ollie Gavin, to Steph Wentworth, to Graham Goodwin. From Johnny Palmer, we take a month off, but we'll see you in Imola. Bye-bye.